Hello, Eggy. How are you guys doing today? Hello, Moki, if you're still here. You were here very early. But hello! I hope you guys are having a good Friday. I am hoping that a package actually gets delivered today. It's like I had to have the shipping be through EMS, which I haven't done for a while because the last time I did that, it's just like, yeah, I need a signature. So, you know, hopefully they deliver towards my break more than anything. But we will see. I have two figures that I've been very much looking forward to. There's one pre-owned that, like, I'm so glad was available. Because it's from like a figure making company that, like, I think went out of business, like they went bankrupt, so it's just like it's a rarity, but like it's a very good price for a complete figure. And then the other one was kind of spendy. But you know. Sometimes it'd be like that for the characters you want the figures of. Okay, gotta make sure that the display is gonna be right. No, I wanna fix the transfer rooms. There we go. Get it over there, get it over there. Have it maybe decide on a middle. I don't know. Okay, and now there's something in my eye. Okay, that's okay. We got this. We got this. Okay. So last we left off, everything is fine, and it'll stay that way through the whole playthrough. Nothing bad is gonna happen at all. Nope, nothing bad is gonna happen to this group of 5 kids. Oh, hi, Oishi. Wow, I didn't expect it to be like right there. It's like you were saying. Welcome. Would you like a hot dog? Or maybe these are standee people. Our shaved ice cream is the best you've ever tasted. You can have it with strawberry syrup, melon syrup, or Hawaiian blue syrup. Try our takoyaki roulette. The winner's packed with a ton of mustard. Hello, Moki. There are a great many booths at this year's Watanagashi festival. Anything can become a festival if there are vendors selling food and music for bon dances, I thought. It's still June, but it had been extremely hot the past few days, almost as if it's already summer. Popped away for a second. Goes good.
about with you, Moki? I am very excited because I have a package coming in with 2 figures that I'm looking forward to.
But I got it through EMS, so they may or may not want a signature, but I don't know. Hopefully it works well.
Hopefully one of the kobolds can get the package.
When you have a June festival with bon dance music under this kind of weather, the only thing that's missing to make it a perfect summer festival is fireworks. Bzzz, bzzz. This is Kumagai. Oishi-san, can you hear me? Over. I heard a voice coming from my portable radio. Oh, we are Oishi today. With this earphone, it looks a little like I'm secretly listening to the horse races while on duty. This is Oishi. I can hear you loud and clear. The town councilor gave us a lot of food. We have oden, yakisoba, pork belly stew, and, some barley tea. Do you mean the barley tea we can drink on duty, or the ones we can't drink on duty? Well... If it's a canned drink, I'll take it. If it's in a cup, don't worry about it. Roger that. Ah, and all the members of the town council are here to say hi. We have the mayor and the head of the Sonozaki family, too. What, that old bag Oreo is here? Can you tell her that I'm patrolling right now and don't know when I'll be back? Well, I don't know if I can do that for you, sir. She knows you have a portable radio, so she told me to call you and bring you back here. She looks really mad. I'm sure it'll be a stroke that kills her. Roger that. Tell her with extreme courtesy that I'll be back soon. Please. Oh well. I guess I have to go back and mingle with the locals. All of a sudden, a group of kids came running towards me from behind. After a quick look at them, I noticed that they were the granddaughter of the old bag and her friends. They occupied a corner of the shooting gallery stall, making a lot of noise. Mion Sonozaki. When acting her age, she's a cute, normal girl. But do I ever hate it when she acts like a member of the Sonozaki family. She'll be the boss of the Okinomiya Yakuza territory in 10 or 20 years. Just you wait and see. And, while I was thinking things like that, I noticed that Mion wasn't the one taking leadership of her group this time. It was the boy. That boy. I know him. He just moved here recently. The boy from the Maebara mansion. Keiichi Maebara-kun, was it? I heard that the Maebara family is from the city and they're supposedly very rich too. But he doesn't flaunt his family's wealth, and he has a good reputation because of that. Even though he just moved here, he's already adjusted to his new school, and he's popular with his classmates too. Everyone in the village seems to like him as well. He's very interesting to watch as a person of many moods. Boys of his age sure have a lot of energy. Ah, to be young again. Hey, you're up next, Rena. You're lucky it's your turn. Rena, are you okay? Are you feeling sick?
I'm sorry. I guess I have to pass on taking a shot. Okay, you should take a break for a bit. So, that would make it my turn, no? Kate...
Keiichi is weird, yeah.
Victory shall be mine!
It looked like only 4 of them were having a good time. The girl called Rena seemed outside of that circle of smiles. Her name is Rena Ryugu. What was her real name? I couldn't remember, but I can check when I get back to the station. Rena is only a nickname. I believe she moved here a year before Maebara-kun did. Her mother divorced her father or something like that. She's a strong girl who does all the housework by herself. She's a very modest girl, I'm told, which is rare in this era. Unlike Maebara-kun, it seemed like she hadn't really opened up to her friends just yet. They had looked like a group of 5, but there's a distance between her and the others. It's a little sad, you know? Maebara-kun has become a part of the village, but Rena is still by herself. Well, that's just how it looks to me. Zzz. Oishi-san, the chief and... Wait. Oishi-san, the chief and section of manager are here. Please come back as soon as possible. Just have the, like, bad radio noise. Roger that. I can't believe the chief came all the way here just to say hi to the locals. Guess he's very determined to community service, eh? This is Takasugi. Oishi-san, can you hear me? Do you copy, or? Yes, I hear you. I'm on my way back right now. I'll be there in a minute. If I don't hurry up, even the chief might end up calling me. I ran back to the headquarters tent. Oh yes, good things happen with this music and this red filter. This is a sign of good things. Oh, especially them. It's going through all the thing of like, hey, do you know the curse? Oh yeah, hey, we're hanging out. Hey, anyway, Wata Nagashi means entrail ripping or whatever.
You know, demons and all the like.
Oishi-san, Dr. Iri is here. Oh, thank you so much for coming. So, what do you think, Dr. Iri? Oishi entered the cordoned off area. In there, people from forensics were taking pictures of the corpse from various angles. Iri was squatting down next to the dead body of Jiro Tometake. When he stood up, he looked pale. I can't believe it. I know. I can't believe it either. As far as I can see, he clawed out his throat with his bare hands. This isn't a normal way to go. Most likely, it was the cause of some drug or something. Are you saying he was a drug addict? Who knows? I guess it's going to be my job to find that out. Oishi-san, what's with this 2x4? Maybe he was swinging it around? Then he threw it away and had more fun clawing at his throat, I guess. Why was he swinging a piece of lumber around? He probably did it in self-defense. Didn't you notice there are several external injuries on his body? Yes, I can see some bruises. The easiest explanation I can think of is that he was attacked by someone on his way home to Okinomiya from the festival. He was seized by the culprit, given a shot of some kind of dangerous drug, went crazy and died. I've never heard of any drug that can make people claw out their throats. I'm not a specialist, but many drug addicts injure themselves when they are in terminal condition. Well, I'm sure the old man in forensics will take care of the investigation. Excuse me, Oishi-san. We found a bicycle believed to belong to Jiro Tometake about 100 meters away from here. Oh, that's great. Thanks for the find. Any other clues? Not yet. We're investigating it right now. So that means the place where the bicycle found is most likely the place he was attacked. And then he ran away from the suspect and ended up here. Oishi frowned, crossing his arms in front of his chest. Iri was looking at the miserable corpse of Tometake, and he kept saying the same thing over and over. It's impossible. It's just impossible. Doctor, it happened, so it is possible, okay? Try to think flexibly. Although, I get that you don't really see something like this every day, despite being a doctor. Anyway, thanks for your cooperation. You can go home now. We called you here for emergency medical care, but it looks like it was a waste of a trip. Sorry. Oishi stuck his head in the blue tent and asks, can anybody give him a ride home? Iri gasped all of a sudden as he turned to Oishi. What about Takano-san? What happened to Takano-san? What? Oh, your nurse. I think she was with him. Is she okay? Do you know her phone number? Of course. Kuma-chan, get her phone number from Dr. Iri and make someone at the station call her house. Understood. Doctor, can I have the number? Yes, here it is. Kumagai got the phone number from Iri, repeated it back, and then dashed away from the blue tarps. Doctor, Takano-san and Tometake-san were close friends, right? Yes. Have you heard about any troubles between them? No. Not even once. They were very close. Well, I hope she's okay. In the worst case, she could be dead, or she could be the culprit. I see. Nurses have access to dangerous drugs. We don't have anything like that in my clinic. Even if we did, we'd be extra careful with them. There's no way Takano-san would smuggle out a drug from my clinic. But it's easier for nurses to do it than for regular people, right? Like I said, I've never heard of a drug like that, and I don't have anything like that in my clinic. Oishi-san, she isn't at home. The standby unit says they're going to go by her house to check. Doctor, can you give me her address? Kuma-chan, can you also check if the police headquarters has found any unidentified female bodies tonight? Maybe we should check the other prefectures, too. Tell the section manager if he can call the headquarters in the nearby prefectures and call if he has any unidentified female bodies. Yes, sir! Are you saying that Takano-san might also be dead? Well, I don't know. I don't know if she's dead or if she's the culprit. Of course, it's possible she's not involved at all. She might just be getting drunk in a bar somewhere. It's unbelievable. Who does things like this? Well, it's unbelievable to me too. This fits with the rest of the mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Been 5 years now. That would make this the 5th curse of Oyashiro-sama. Damn it. I've got to get whoever's behind it this year for sure. I really want to put an end to these cases before I retire. Oishi hates the curse of Oyashiro-sama. It had been leading him around by the nose for 5 consecutive years. The victim of the first year, the manager of the dam construction site, was his friend. Despite his desire to avenge his friend, the mystery had only deepened, and one case followed another after another. Oishi would be retiring next March. As a retiree, he'd be able to ask about the progress of the investigation, but he wouldn't be able to take the initiative anymore. In other words, this year was his last chance for revenge. Would he have to put his head in the lion's mouth to capture the culprit? Oishi quietly clenched his fist. I believe that this maze has an exit. Maze is a convenient word. A maze always has an exit. You don't call it a maze if it doesn't have one. I know I'm on the right path towards the end of this maze. I used to miss these minor divergences, but now I don't miss anything. I don't make any mistakes. This time I could feel a response that was different than all the other times. I'm sure I can finally get to the exit of this maze. But no matter which path I choose to come to this point, Jiro Tomitake always dies.
Very interesting little tidbit there.
Man, it's so nice seeing how different like these later chapters are from like the first few chapters. Like he's definitely gotten a handle on how to do these by this point. I mean, I guess that was more of a case from last chapter, but still, it's very, very nice to see. Nana had been sick ever since that day, and she hadn't been able to join in on club activities as often.
Yeah, I still feel feverish. You do, huh? That's a pity.
Hey, Rena, why don't you try and play with us today? I think you'll feel a lot better if you blow off some steam with us. You got this, old man's agreement.
Do you think so? Do you? Sometimes resting too much is bad for you. They're quite correct. All illnesses come from the mind, don't you know?
Everybody had suspected for a while that Nana isn't really sick, at least physically. It's just that many things happened to her at once. She caught a mental cold.
Nippa! Hello, Risa. How you doing today?
That's why I thought she would get better once she played with us, just like we used to. It seems like Rena was aware of that too. She knew that she had to get out of her state of depression soon. She wanted to get better, and she wanted to have fun again every day.
Okay, I'll do it.
Great! That's the spirit. Considering the fact that Rena is still recovering from her illness, let's play a tabletop game today. Let me see. Mion started rummaging through her locker, humming to herself. She took one game after another from the locker and put them aside. That locker definitely didn't obey the laws of physics. The amount of games she took out of the locker was more than it could physically hold. Doing well, just kinda chillin'?
That's good.
Oh, I forgot about this one. Let's try this. Today we'll be playing this detective game. Oh, what's that? Sounds interesting.
Well, this is a game where you guess the culprit, the murder weapon, and the scene of the crime. It's a game where you use your brain. You'll pick it up as you play. All you need to do is note down the information you have. In other words, you need to learn the trick of note-taking. This is a game for intelligent people like myself.
The rules don't seem that difficult. In short, it's a game where you sound out the cards each player holds in order to try and reason the identity of the cards first drawn out of the deck. There are plenty of games in different formats where you try to identify something hidden in the least number of steps. This one just happens to be a competitive one of those. Big brain game, yeah! The key to winning this game would be how well you can organize your information. We usually like to play athletic games so that we can run around a lot, but in our club, you have to excel both academically and athletically. Alright, this is gonna be great! Let's play! Rena, do you remember how we still haven't decided a winner of the good water gun battle? I'm gonna settle this today, once and for all!
Oh, are you? Then I'm not gonna go easy on you. If Rena is getting serious, I'll have to get serious too. Yes, indeed. Since that water gun battle, I have reevaluated Keiichi-san and Rena-san. I'm going to be merciless today.
This is getting exciting. This old man's been waiting for everybody to get this fired up. Excellent. Let's do this. Are you ready? I did it with a knife in the library.
Okay, my turn. Keiichi-kun did it with poison in the hall. My turn. Mion did it with a pistol in the lounge.
You're holding the pistol, aren't you? You're bluffing.
I think I know the suspect in the murder weapon. I've narrowed the scene of the crime down into 2. Oh, you're good, Rika-chan. I've narrowed the suspect down to 2, but it's hard to pin down which one it is. I'll give you a tip. There is always a hint in the questions the other players ask you. If you figure it out, you can even solve the whole mystery by the order of the cards that others put down on the table.
I see. Damn it. I underestimated the depths of this game. Oh no, my notes are such a mess. I can't even read my own handwriting. Oh no. Once you acquire the skill of note-taking, you have a 70% chance to win this game. But even a 70% chance won't be enough to defeat me. I kind of knew I didn't stand a chance winning this game, but I gradually started picking it up. Rena seemed to be getting her energy back as she played along. It was the right decision to force her to play with us today. While we were in the middle of the game, Chie-sensei came into the classroom. My, you look like you're having fun. Anyway, is Ryugu-san here?
Huh?
You have a visitor. Everybody looked puzzled. Pardon me. Parents sometimes showed up at a school for some reason, but Chie-sensei never called them visitors. It's rare to have a visitor at school.
Wonder who it is. Well, I have to go. You can continue without me.
Rena left the classroom at a run. What should we do? Should we wait for her? Well, we don't know how long it's going to take. Rena told us we could continue, so let's do that. Yeah! And I think we're going to be getting Rena's point of view now? Yeah. The text is pink, so we know it's Rena.
Around the entrance, the glaring sun and the cool shade made for a clear contrast. An old man who's holding his jacket on his arm was waiting for me. He looked like he was overheating, and his tie was limp.
Are you Ryugu-san? Reina Ryugu-san?
Ever since Rina called me Reina, I hated that name more than ever. Because of that, I didn't have a good first impression of this man.
Right, Oishi, get out of here. You ruined this for us. We were gonna have a good day.
Yes, that's me. May I ask who you are?
My car has air conditioning. Why don't we move this into there? Aren't you hot out here?
He ignored my question and started walking towards the car parked in front of the school gate. If he wanted to talk about something normal, he would have used the teacher's office, but he wanted to talk in his car instead. I couldn't help but feel suspicious. Was she here to stink up the room? I mean outside, yeah. He's stinky. He's smelly. Chie-sensei let him see me, though. That meant he wasn't a suspicious individual as far as she was concerned. Who was he?
I don't bite, you know. Please, this way.
He called out to me like opening the rear door, or while opening the rear door. Is he a policeman? Did the police find out that I killed those two? I felt anxious all of a sudden. Was this what they called a voluntary interview? I didn't want to go into the car, but if I rejected his offer, it'd only make me look suspicious. I prepared myself and got in. It was really cool inside the car. A car AC must cost a fortune. At least my father's car doesn't have one.
Please, let me know if it's too cold. I like keeping it that way.
So, what's this about? In retaliation, I ignored his question and got the point like he did. He pulled a small notebook out of his breast pocket and flipped through it. He picked out a photo from it. The photo showed the face of a goofy-looking man.
Please tell me if there's anything you know about this person.
The man in the picture was expressionless and looked half asleep. Sometimes you can't even recognize your own family members in a photo where they don't have an expression. So there's no way I would recognize a person who wasn't related to me. But anyway, that was a bit of a relief. This had nothing to do with Rina or her partner.
There were scribbles on his shirt, and we found the signatures of students at the school, including yours, Ryuga-san.
Eh? Is this Tometake-san? I don't feel the usual carefree unreliableness from this picture at all. From this half-awake, emotionless face.
How about this woman, then?
I knew what he was going to show.
Her name is Mio-san. Mio Takano-san. Or that was...
Whoops, that was me. Mio Takano-san.
When did you see them last?
I think it was right after the Watanagashi festival.
Didn't you notice anything strange? Anything. Please tell me.
Did something happen to them?
And then, yeah! I got it! To tell you the truth, I wasn't sure if it was Rena or Mion.
So you gambled? How risky. It doesn't matter how he won. What matters is that he won.
Oh, Rena! Welcome back! What took you so long? Mion noticed that Rena had returned. She looked exhausted. I have no idea what she talked about with the visitor, but it was obvious it wasn't something fun. Rena, are you okay?
What? What's okay? What?
I'm talking about you. You look pale. Are you sure you're all right? Rena tried to convince us she was fine, but her face clouded over for a moment, and she decided to leave early. I shouldn't have forced her to join the game. I was regretting it a little. Rena probably forced herself to play with us, even though she wasn't feeling well at all. Rena put her stuff in her bag, apologized to us for leaving early, and left the classroom.
Well, she's gone now. I guess we have to keep playing until we have a loser.
That's right. Whose turn is it?
Me.
Okay, Rika-chan. Come on. Man. They should be a little bit more worried. It's like Mion and Keiichi were just a little bit worried, and then the other two were just like, let's game. Card games.
First of all, I wasn't very close to Mio-san. I knew who she was, so I greeted her whenever we happened to pass by.
Wait, this is a different shade of pink than... But that was about it. I never really talked to her except for that one time. And that time was only recently. It was between the day of the Watanagashi festival and the day I was caught in the act of burying 2 corpses by Keiichi-kun and my other friends. No, I guess that is Reina. It looks like a little bit more red than the usual pink font that she's been in.
I had a phone call from the library that evening and was told that my father needed to return the book he borrowed. He was shopping at the home improvement store at the time, so I went to the library to return the book for him. While I was there, I thought about borrowing some books for myself and started walking around the library. I saw her there.
Oh, Rena-chan. Hello.
Mio-san. Hello to you too. I didn't expect to see you here.
Really? I was going to say the same thing. I always spend time here and I've never seen you.
She smiled in a very attractive and charming way that only mature women can do. Her smile gave no indication that she knew her death was just a few days away. She said that she often met with Tomitake-san at the library. It seemed like she had some time to kill, so she told me she wanted to buy me a drink. I had nothing to do after that. I let her buy me a canned iced milk tea from the vending machine in the library, and we talked for a while. I could go for some canned iced milk tea. That sounds delicious. Once I came to think about it, it was a little ironic. She mostly talked about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. She had no idea that she was going to be the victim of its 5th year. The series of mysterious deaths? You've heard about it at least once, haven't you? 4 years ago, the manager of the dam construction site was murdered. 3 years ago, the Hojo couple died. 2 years ago, the Furude couple died. And last year, it was Satoko-chan's aunt. The series of mysterious deaths have been going on for years now. And in a few days, it'll be the 5th. I've heard about it, but you don't know for sure that somebody will die this year. I do. Someone will die in a few days for sure. There's that old saying, everything that happens twice will happen a 3rd time. So, isn't it also true that it happens 4 times will happen a 5th? Mio-san was convinced that the 5th mysterious death was going to happen, but she didn't know she was going to be the 5th victim. That's ironic, and also really creepy. But there was always something creepy about her. So maybe she knew that she was going to be killed in a few days, but still managed to make that mysterious smile. I cannot understand why people will willingly stay during this event, right? Well, I think it's like... I think they brought it up in a previous chapter, but it's like they all go because they have a fear that if they don't go, they'll be demoned away. So it's more of a thing of like, you know, they don't want to die, so they have to be at the event. Because the previous deaths were like, oh, this person didn't come, so that's why they died. The series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa. Of course, I knew about it. I've lived here for more than a year. Every year on the day of the Watanagashi festival, one traitor to the village dies mysteriously. It's been that way since the dam conflict. Each year was solved individually, but mysterious incidents still happen every year. It makes me wonder if there's some kind of will to all this. The creepiness and incomprehensibility of it all gave rise to the name The Curse of Oyashiro-sama, which fit perfectly. Despite this, I always thought that the Curse of Oyashiro-sama was just a series of coincidences. My reason for that is because I strongly believe that Satoshi-kun was the one who murdered his aunt on the 4th year. I don't have any evidence, but I just know it. I know that Satoshi-kun was in a serious predicament last year, and that he had nowhere to turn. He had no one to help him, but he had to save Satoko-chan as soon as he could. Satoshi-kun thought it through and made the best choice he could handle the situation, just like I did when I had my problem with Rina. I hesitated to inform Mio-san that Satoshi-kun was the murderer the 4th year, so I just listened to her for a while. According to her theory, the series of mysterious deaths isn't just a set of coincidences, but is instead a series of interrelated murder cases. At that point, my theory was completely the opposite of hers, but I decided not to cut in. You know about the cult of Oyashiro-sama here in Hinamizawa, don't you? Takano-san started telling me that Hinamizawa was once called Onigafuchi. She also explained the story of how the villagers were in the old days, showing me the scrapbook she was so proud of. The villagers back then were called man-eating demons, but they were also admired as transcendents, enlightened people not bound by earthly desires. So, according to your theory, a group of cultists who worship Oyashiro-sama are living in Hinamizawa, and they're trying to show the power of their god by enacting the series of mysterious deaths, right? I'm not sure if we should call them cultists or fundamentalists. The line between them is very vague. In the Meiji era, when the name of the village was changed to Hinamizawa, the customs and the traditions of Onigafuchi were brought to an end. I think there are some people who want to revive these traditions and regain the name and awe of Onigafuchi. Mio-san's theory was more than a little crazy, but it was also fascinating. At first, her theory had sounded like she was just jumping to conclusions, but after she eagerly showed me the documents she'd been studying, I started to think that it wasn't actually too far from the truth.
If her theory was true, it would mean that the incidental deaths of the Hojo couple in the second year, the suicide and death by disease of the Furude couple in the third year, and the drug addict murder in the fourth year were all cooked up. It means someone who has a lot of power and influence over the police was involved. When I pointed that out, Mio-san nodded in agreement, and she started talking about how strongly they were rooted in the village and how deeply they were involved with many public organizations. After she finished explaining all that, I finally noticed that Mio-san was suggesting that the three families, including the Sonozaki family, were the masterminds behind the murder incidents. In fact, the Sonozaki family really is very powerful. They hold influence not only over Hinamizawa and Okinomiya, but also over the entire Shishibone area. It might not be wrong to say that they even hold influence over the entire prefecture. If the Sonozaki family is behind all of this, her theory would be more realistic. But that means I should be suspicious of Mi-chan. No, I shouldn't. But, in fact, Mi-chan was really cold and unkind to Satoshi-kun when he was going through a tough time. I know there was conflict between the Sonozaki family and the Hojo family during the dam wars, but still, she was very cold to Satoshi-kun. But Mi-chan admitted that what she did was wrong, and I forgave her too. I didn't want to think about that again. I decided to change the subject because I knew it would make me feel uncomfortable if we kept talking about the Sonozaki family. First of all, what is the people's belief in Oyashiro-sama all about? It's a little funny that demons and humans wanted to coexist. In folk tales, humans usually try to wipe out the demons. That's quite true. That's why Oyashiro-sama is so interesting. However, there are actually many stories that say people in the old days worshipped a god that had drifted to our world from the land of the gods. It's the worship of drifted gods, in other words. There are a number of myths all over the world about people worshipping a god who came from beyond the sea or from up a river. The gods in those myths are actually people who came from different countries, right? That's the general theory, yes. Ancient Japanese culture is far behind that of other nations. When Japanese people in those days saw a foreigner from a developed country, they were so impressed by the knowledge the person had that they started worshipping them as a god. That's one theory. I've heard that Red Oni and Blue Oni were actually foreigners who drifted ashore in Japan because their boats got shipwrecked. The Japanese may have created Tengu out of foreigners too. They probably saw a foreigner who had a reddish skin with a very long nose. Wow, you're pretty sharp, Rena-chan. I agree with you. I think most drifted god worships are based on the encounters with foreigners. But if that's so, Onigafuchi's drifted god worship would have a contradiction. Do you know what it is?
No, I don't.
It's easy. Onigafuchi isn't adjacent to the sea.
Oh, of course.
In order to have any connection to foreigners, the place in question must also have a connection to the outside world. In Western countries, that connection would be rivers running between adjacent countries. In Japan, that connection would be the ocean. So, most of the drifted god stories in Japan originated near the shores.
Isn't there a possibility that the foreigner washed ashore somewhere else first and then traveled to Onigafuchi?
Well, the thing about the worship of Oyashiro-sama is it specifically pinpoints Onigafuchi Swamp as the place where demons first appeared. The swamp isn't connected to any rivers, so how could a foreigner wash up there? That's why the mystery of Oyashiro-sama is so interesting. How much do you know about the legend of Oyashiro-sama?
I just read a picture book about it in school. I feel like I know a lot about it, but I actually don't. I just have an extreme fear of the rule not to leave Hinamizawa. After all, my life went wrong after I left. I felt dizzy when I tried to think about it further, so I stopped. When everything went wrong in Ibaraki, I met Oyashiro-sama, and he told me to go back to Hinamizawa. No. I'll get dizzy. Don't try to remember. I can't remember. I got desperate because I felt responsible for the divorce. I just used Oyashiro-sama as an excuse for my mental instability, and I told my father I wanted to go back to Hinamizawa. Right? But, wait. Oyashiro-sama did come to me. Oh no, the colors are too dazzling. I can only remember the vivid colors of the pills and the dizziness.
That's all you need to know. The demons came out of Onigafuchi Swamp and they attacked the villagers. Oyashiro-sama saw it and came down to save the villagers from the demons by exiling them to hell. The demons cried and the villagers felt bad for them. They decided to let the demons live in the village with them. Oyashiro-sama was impressed by the kind hearts of the villagers, so he gave human forms to the demons and let them coexist. The blood of the demons blended in with that of the villagers as they lived alongside each other.
That's exactly what I read in the book.
I felt dizzy, like I was going to faint, because I touched the one memory I didn't want to. People say that most myths are based on an event of some sort that happened long ago. What event do you think is the truth behind this myth? Because I was still feeling dizzy, all I could do was tilt my head quizzically.
Oh, have fun lurking, Lisa.
It seemed like Mio-san was expecting that response, because she smiled, looking satisfied that she successfully made me confused. But she took a scrapbook out of her paper bag. I'll let you borrow this for a while.
Thank you, but
Don't worry, just read it whenever you have some time to kill. I want to know what you think about the things written in the scrapbook. I'd like to know, even if you disagree with me, because you really are very sharp. Jito-san isn't interested in things like this at all, so I appreciate your input.
I had little choice to take the scrapbook. Apparently, Mio-san came to the library often, so I figured I could return it to her whenever I came to return my books. However, the day I had returned the scrapbook to Mio-san never came.
What's wrong? You don't look good. Are you feeling okay?
I caught a summer cold. I'm still recovering from it.
It wasn't the summer cold that was making me feel dizzy. I always get dizzy when I try to remember the time I met Oyashiro-sama in Ibaraki. I mustered all my courage and asked her. My memory of those days in Ibaraki is blurry. I know I met Oyashiro-sama. Nobody believed me, and they told me that it was a hallucination, but I thought Mio-san would listen to me.
Mio-san, can I talk to you about something?
Yes, of course. You listen to me, so it's my turn to listen to you.
Well, it's about Oyashiro-sama. You might laugh at me.
I won't. You didn't laugh at me either.
Mio-san said it in a very gentle and mature way, and that encouraged me. Even so, I still hesitated to talk, but there was probably nobody but Mio-san with whom I could talk about something like this. I gathered my courage again and spoke. I have met Oyashiro-sama.
You have?
Yes. I used to live in Hinamizawa until right before I went to elementary school, but my mother got a job in Ibaraki, so we moved. Well, you know what that means, right?
Yes, I do. You broke the rule of Oyashiro-sama, which is to never leave Hinamizawa.
That's right. And then, many things happened. My mother divorced my father and my family was broken. I got desperate and did some bad things.
It must have been terrible. Then what happened?
I started hating everything in this world, and I started to feel like everybody was happy, who was happy was looking down on us. Or me, specifically. That's when a mysterious existence started to appear.
You mean Oyashiro-sama?
The first time it came to me was... Please don't tell anybody about this. It was when I started injuring myself by cutting my body with a knife. I cut my neck and something very dirty and gross came out with the blood from the wound. It was...
I'm not going to laugh. Go on.
The chill I felt at that time came back to me. I sealed that memory away so I wouldn't have to remember it ever again. But once I unsealed it, I started remembering things one after another. Yes, back then there was something in the blood. Something crawling. It was countless dark red maggots. They squirmed up and out of my neck with each drop of blood, but they wanted to stay in my body, so they crawled back in through the cut. I didn't want those creepy things to get back into my body, so I clawed at the cut on my neck to get them out, but it hurt so much, and it only made my hands and neck bloody. I got scared all of a sudden. I was scared because I thought that there were so many nasty maggots in my blood vessels, so I cut a blood vessel in my thigh just to see how it looked. I thought I could see it better if it was my thigh. Then they oozed out from there too. So many of them. I understand, Yuga-san, so please calm down. No, you don't understand. The maggots came out of my blood, but then they try and get back into my veins. It really, really itches.
Please, bring a doctor. No, no, no. Don't claw at it like that. Bring me a sedative. A sedative. Hurry. Hold her down. Please kill the maggots in my veins. Please take all the blood out of my body and flush my veins out. There are so many of them in there. Why don't you believe me? I'll show you. You'll believe me if you see them, right? I don't want to get any more shots. No, 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 no. Calm down, okay? Mio-san sat next to me and held my hands tightly. Her touch brought me back to reality. So, what happened? Nobody believed me, but then he showed up. Oyashiro-sama came to me. The memory was very vague, and I saw flickering lights. It made it difficult for me to remember. I met Oyashiro-sama. That sentence is all I remembered. The memory of actually meeting Oyashiro-sama was unbelievably vague. After I got out of the hospital, I continued being treated at home. I still felt something moving in my veins, so I wanted to cut my body to make the blood ooze out so that I could make sure that there were no maggots in there. Usually, I like sleeping like the dead because of the strong pills I was taking. But one day I forgot to take the pill, and my consciousness was very clear. I felt the maggots moving in my veins, and felt the urge to look inside. I cut a vein on my wrist. I knew it. A lot of blood and many dusky red maggots came out of the wound. I wanted to wash them off before they crawled back inside me, so I put my wrist under running water in the bathroom sink, and I tried to open the vein. Water, blood, and maggots ran down into the drain, just like squeezing out the pus from a pimple. They squeezed the vein to get rid of the dirty blood and the maggots. I hate this. I kept doing it. My arms started to feel numb and I felt cold, but I kept doing it. I thought I might die from losing too much blood, but I kept doing it. My body was filled with maggots. I had to squeeze all the blood out of me. And then a very bright light shone upon me. It was a very bizarre sensation. I had never experienced anything like that in my life. All of a sudden, the dark bathroom was filled with a bright light. It was very bright but gentle. It wasn't like the light from the merciless fluorescent bulb. It was very warm and gentle. That was Oyashiro-sama. Oyashiro-sama was looking at me with gentleness and sadness in his eyes. As he touched my wound, the maggots started melting and disappearing in front of my eyes. That wasn't all. All the maggots were moving throughout my veins disappeared too. Oyashiro-sama taught me. These maggots were the curse. People of the demon's blood can't live outside of Hinamizawa. That's the rule. Unfortunately, you've been cursed. It's very sad and I feel sorry for you. There is only one way to save you. That's what he said. What should I do? The answer was very simple. All I needed to do was get back to Hinamizawa. I unconsciously knew that before I heard it from Oyashiro-sama. People who are born in Hinamizawa must never leave. But I broke Oyashiro-sama's rules and I left Hinamizawa. That's why my family was broken and I lost my mind. If I hadn't left Hinamizawa, nothing would have gone wrong. Pardon me, and so I had to go back. Oyashiro-sama also told me this. He could make the maggots, the embodiment of the curse, disappear, but only temporarily, because I lived far from Hinamizawa. After a while, the power of Oyashiro-sama would fade away, and the curse would start eating my body again. If that happened, the maggots would take my body over, and I would go insane and die. I must go back to Hinamizawa before his power to hold down the curse faded away. That's what Oyashiro-sama told me. He did. I heard him tell me that. I should have gone back to Hinamizawa earlier. That's why Oyashiro-sama came to me to put this curse on me. But he gave me a chance. He gave me a chance to pay for my sin of leaving Hinamizawa. Dad, listen. Oyashiro-sama is going to help us. Let's get back to Hinamizawa. Hinamizawa is the place where we must live. If we don't, not only me, but you might get cursed too. Let's go back to Hinamizawa. That's the only place where we can live. We need to hurry. We need to hurry, or Yashiro-sama's curse will fade away, and my body will be eaten by maggots. Oh no. Oyashiro-sama is following me. He's telling me to hurry.
He follows me everywhere and keeps telling me to hurry. He keeps apologizing for me for putting his curse on me. He follows me everywhere and keeps apologizing. I'm telling you the truth. I am. Why can't anybody see it? Why can't they see the maggots or Oyashido-sama? Everybody is trying to fool me. I know they can see them too. No, please stop. I don't want to get another shot. Ah!
Man. I want to give Rena a big ol' hug. Like the title from yesterday's stream, it's like she needs a hug and therapy. Are you okay? I was breathing hard and Mio-san was holding my shoulders. I could feel that the terrible memory I had been trying to forget was awakening. The doctors told me that the memory was just my delusion. They told me that since I blamed myself for the divorce, I unconsciously got the desire to blame someone else for it, and I unconsciously connected the desire to the folktale of Oyashido-sama that I read when I was little. Takano, get out of here! Get out of this chapter, right? Just get out of here! Stop talking to Nana. You're making her remember her trauma. I got drug treatment, received counseling, and waited. I gradually got better, and that proved the things I saw were just a hallucination. The doctors asked my father to consider moving to Hinamizawa if possible. Fortunately, he wanted to change his living environment to heal his pain from his divorce as well. So, we came back to Hinamizawa. After we came back to Hinamizawa, I felt it. I felt it in my bones that this was the place we should live. I also felt Oyashido-sama's blessing. I definitely felt it. I felt the curse of Oyashido-sama starting to break. I was free. After I moved here, I went to the clinic in Gogura for a while. The doctor gave me the same poisonous-looking pills, and I kept taking them for a while. The terrible memory gradually became unclear. Whenever I tried to remember it, I could only remember the strong side effect of the pills, and it made me dizzy. That's how I regained my peace. And then I changed my name, Reina. The reason was because my name reminded me of those bad memories. I didn't want to have anything icky in my life anymore, and that's why I came up with the idea of taking icky things out. After I took the I of icky out of my name, Reina, there was only Re and Na left. That's how Rena was born. I liked that. When I was introduced to my classmates, I told them to call me Rena. Since then, that had been my name. I'm living my new life as Rena. I cut out all the sad things that happened when I was Reina. My father still calls me Reina, but I don't feel bad as long as it's just my father and my relatives. But then, Rina came into my life one day and she called me Reina. Because she called me Reina, those colored lights started flickering again. I should stop. I should forget about it. The lights were still flickering. I'm sorry. Was I panicking that badly? You were muttering to yourself. I'm glad you calmed down. Judging by Mio-san's reaction, I wasn't panicking as badly as I thought I was, but I probably had those panicked hallucinations several times. If I started screaming and yelling like I once did, they'd take me away to a hospital again for sure. I'm certain I met Oyashido-sama. I saw the maggots. It's hard to believe, right? Mio-san smiled, looking a little confused. I couldn't blame her. I didn't expect her to believe it. I'm sure it was just a strange memory I created for myself in my hallucinations. I can't believe I can't trust myself. That's the worst feeling of all. Anana-chan, first of all, you don't have to worry about anything. Yes. I'm talking about the curse you're afraid of and the maggots that you saw in your blood. According to what Oyashido-sama said, you're free from them as long as you stay in Hinamizawa, right? Yes, that's what he said. Then you don't have to be scared. You don't have to worry about anything. You're in Hinamizawa right now. Well, this library is in Okinomiya, but it's very close to Hinamizawa. I'm sure it's okay with Oyashido-sama. You don't feel anything moving in your veins right now, do you? No, I don't. So, there's nothing to worry about. You're following Oyashido-sama's rules. There's nothing you should be scared of. Is there? Right? No. I didn't know until then that she was a warm-hearted person. I met many doctors and talked to them about this, but they always ignored me and didn't really listen. All they did was give me a shot of the drug I hated. On the other hand, Mio-san didn't deny my story or the existence of Oyashido-sama. The people in this village whispered behind her back that she's a little crazy,
But she was actually a very kind person, I thought.
Nana-chan, I believe everything you just told me.
Thank you so much. You're the first one to ever say that to me.
So are you? You're the first one who didn't laugh at me and listen to me so seriously. I think we can be good friends. Mio-san smiled, touching my head with hers. But I feel like Shion kind of took her seriously, and that was last year, so I don't know. Well, I'll let you borrow my secret files and my scrapbooks. These are top secret. I didn't want to show these to anybody, but you're special. I think I can trust you. I know you'll take them seriously. She took a few scrapbooks out of her paper bag and handed them to me. Let me know what you think after you read them. There might be something in them that only you can understand. Mion-san was acting mysteriously. She smiled mischievously and put her index finger on her lips as a sign to keep it a secret. Don't tell anybody about these scrapbooks or that I'm studying this, okay?
We're keeping this a secret? Okay, I got it.
If they find out that I've been studying this, they might get rid of me.
She laughed after she said that.
They might erase her. That's what she said. And she went missing. She left me her scrapbooks. But that's not all there is to it. It's the way Tomitake-san died. Oishi-san said he committed suicide because of a state of excitation caused by some kind of drug. But I know what really happened. I didn't tell Oishi-san about it. I don't think he'd have believed me even if I told him. Without a doubt, Tomitake-san died trying to get rid of the maggots. It was nothing other than the curse of Oyashiro-sama. To never leave Hinamizawa is the only rule of Oyashiro-sama. There are more. He might have broken one of them without knowing it. Oishi-san told me. Tomitake-san was taking pictures with his camera flash on during the sacred ritual dance, and some people got mad at him for it. Did Oyashiro-sama put his curse on Tomitake because he violated the sacred ritual dance? It might be for another reason. Anyway, he died from the curse of Oyashiro-sama without a doubt. Did that mean Oyashiro-sama put his curse on Mio-san too? Investigating the gods is the same as getting close to the gods. It's disrespecting them. But Mio-san told me that they might get rid of her if they found out about her investigation. But she meant humans. Plus, according to her theory, the three families are in a conspiracy to revive the faith of Oyashiro-sama. But I can tell by the way Tomitake-san died that it was the act of the curse. I'm certain about that because I experienced the curse myself. And at first glance, that seemed incompatible with these conspiracy theories about human beings. I remember that Oishi-san told me something about some kind of drug that can make a person commit suicide. So, do the three families have a secret drug that can cause the curse of Oyashiro-sama? That's impossible. Plus, I didn't get any shots of a suspicious drug like that. I had a normal life in Ibaraki. I wasn't involved with the Sonosaki family or the Kimiyoshi family. Oishi-san asked me a favor. He asked me to tell him secretly if I saw or heard anything suspicious. It could be about Mi-chan, Rika-chan, or anybody in the village. Mio-san believed my story about Oyashiro-sama. Now she's gone. Tomitake-san died by doing the same thing I did. Oh no, 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 no. I don't want to get involved with the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Is this a conspiracy of a group of fanatical cult members? Or is it the curse of Oyashiro-sama? Is everything just a set of coincidences? Or maybe it's a mixture of a conspiracy and a curse? I don't know. Is it the work of humans, the curse, or a coincidence? Oh no, even the light of the sunset is making me feel dizzy. When did the sunset in Hinamizawa get so mean? Mio-san told me to keep her investigation a secret. I have her top secret scrapbooks. They might hold the truth about everything. When I realized that, I got scared all of a sudden. I might end up the same way as Mio-san, because I have her scrapbooks. If it's a conspiracy, I'll be erased. If it's the curse, I'll be cursed. If I should burn the scrapbooks, that's the safest thing to do. But Mio-san believed my story. Mio-san listened to me without laughing. I'd feel wrong to burn them without taking a look. If it's a conspiracy, I have to expose it. If it's the curse, I have to break it. I shouldn't run away.
I should fight. That's right. I decided to fight to seize my happiness. I shouldn't give in to misfortunes. I have to fight. I'm going to get rid of all the things that are trying to ruin my peaceful life. I'm going to read her scrapbooks when I get home. I started walking faster. Be safe, Brenna. There's a lot of dangers in those scrapbooks, I think.
Lunch takeout list. That sounds good. Hopefully it's some good food. Oh gosh, why does the picture for the achievement have to be maggots? Oh well. Attention. Kuroda Kuroda, not Kuroda. Kuroda Mental Clinic. Hello. To get straight to the point, we can assume that this is an acute case of post-traumatic stress disorder. The patient is subject to tremendous stress because of her parents' sudden divorce and being forced to choose to live with either her mother or her father. Furthermore, the patient firmly believes that she was responsible for her parents' divorce, which further drives her to self-mutilation. The patient's largest shock stems from the sense of betrayal of her own household, which she believed was an absolute safe haven. Henceforth, there is a high possibility that the patient will resort to psychological defense measures to protect her family. For example, she might feel high disdain for any person of the opposite sex who approaches her father. She might feel uncomfortable about having other people in her home. She may also display eccentric behavior in order to keep people away from it. As an example of the latter, there are reported cases of patients unconsciously bringing home garbage. It's highly important that the patient remains in close communication with her father. By deepening the communication between the two of them, it'll strengthen their family bond and loosen up her anxiety. Since the patient only shows signs of acute syndrome in this case, there's a very good chance that she'll recover within 3 months with her father's support and proper medication. However, it's common for a patient who seemed to have recovered to have a sudden reoccurrence, a flashback, even after 10 years. Her father is still fairly young, and there is still a chance that he can remarry. However, seeing an unfamiliar member of the opposite sex through remarriage could trigger a flashback in the patient, which may lead to avoidance behavior or hyper-awareness. Please explain this part thoroughly to the father in order for him to understand the recovery process. Should the father decide to remarry, it's recommended that he should hold off in telling the patient until she reaches the age where she's capable of living independently. Also, the case of the patient's psychosomatic self-mutilating behavior, delusions parasistosis, seems to have its own culture-bound syndrome. The patient blindly believes that leaving her home village will cause a curse, and this curse was the cause of her parents' divorce. We believe that this is a subconscious defense mechanism to reduce her mental trauma by shifting the blame from herself to the village's curse. According to the patient's statement, the culture of her home village is extremely strict and exclusive. The patient believes that there is no way to be saved from the curse other than by going back to the village, as the curse will continue as long as she lives in her current environment. Through this, we see an inclination of schizophrenia, and believe the chances are high that the patient will continue to alter their perceived reality. Schizophrenia, a case where patients' personalities are reduced, causing altered perceptions of reality and delusions. Her delusion about the maggots dwelling in her blood is a perfect example and is also the cause of her psychosomatic self-mutilating behavior. When a delusion involves psychosomatic self-mutilating behavior, it's extremely dangerous. I highly recommend for the father to move back to the village if he's financially capable. Allowing her to live with relatives in the village might also work. If such a strong belief can induce symptoms such as self-mutilation, there might be other cases similar to this one. Perhaps prior medical files that document similar culture-bound syndromes may be available at the large medical institution in your local area. It'll be possible to provide better or more accurate mental care of the patient by obtaining these case files. This B5-sized letter was with a bunch of memos. The following was on the backside of the letter. 1 chukudan, 3 Shanghai-style gomo yakisoba, 1 large fried rice. I was wondering what the lunch thing had to do with anything. I was like, man, that's really weird that it's called lunch takeout list. But I see.
Okay. Now, we go on to the next one. We continue
about homing ability and homesickness.
Huh?
If you interpret homing ability in a broad sense, you can say that most animals have a homing ability. It's the same with humans. We like to sleep, rest, and eat at the place where we feel comfortable, namely our homes. Our home is to you what nests are to animals. Therefore, we can say that humans have a homing ability as well. First of all, why do animals need nests? The answer is the same as for humans. Sleeping, resting, and eating are the essential actions of survival. At the same time, those actions leave one defenseless as well. That's why you need a safe area where you can be defenseless. Everybody knows that not having this safe area results in a high level of stress. When you move an animal to a new environment, it naturally becomes stressed. When you force a person to live in a foreign land where they aren't comfortable, they become greatly stressed as well. Everybody knows that this kind of stress is called homesickness. The Japanese don't know much about homesickness. We defined it as a mental weakness, and we neglected to treat it for a long period of time. However, homesickness has a very long history. In Europe's Middle Ages, people believed that it wasn't a mental but rather a physical disease. People also believed that out of everyone, the Swiss got the disease the most. The Swiss, you see, were known to be an ethnic group that worked away from home in that era. They lived far away from their homes. There were no telephones at that time, so they couldn't even hear their families' voices for ages and ages. It's easy to imagine that the young Swiss workers got homesick while working in a strange land. These Swiss who got homesick wanted to go home, but they couldn't because of their jobs. The conflict made them weak physically and mentally. Some of them went crazy and tried to escape from their reality by committing suicide or running away. The Swiss at the time were very superstitious, and many folk remedies and occult-like treatments to prevent homesickness went around. Since going home was the only treatment, they must have called it a fatal disease. But it wasn't really one, of course. Specifically, homesickness is a sign that human homing instinct. Your brain desires to go back to your safe area, namely your home. At first, your brain makes you remember the happy memories of your home, and it urges you to go home in a natural way. But when your reason stops you from achieving your desire, your brain starts sending unnatural signals to your body. As a result, your body gets weak, and it makes it more difficult for you to live in a strange land. In the end, you have to bend reason in order to achieve your desire to go home. So, homesickness is born from our homing instincts, and the stronger one's homing instinct is, the stronger their homesickness. The strength of that homing instinct varies from individual to individual, and depends on the environment in which these individuals live. When your home is safe and the environment you live in is dangerous, your homing instinct grows stronger. On the other hand, when the environment you live in is safer than your homing instinct becomes very weak. Safety isn't the only element that affects its strength. Cultural aspects affect it too. The many customs demanding families to return home for major events varies with each region, so your birthplace culture also alters the strength of your homing instinct. Amongst these regions, the transcendents of Onigafuchi village were believed to have an excessively strong homing instinct. The people of Onigafuchi forbade their fellows from ever leaving. Many believed that this was the effect of the elitism and sense of purity I already mentioned before. People today still strongly believe that Oyashiro-sama puts his curse on you if you break his rule and abandon the village. This superstition can be interpreted as homesickness. If homesickness is directly proportional to one's homing instinct, then the exaggerated expression curse would signify the strength of that homesickness, and also their homing instinct. I can assume that they hated the outside world and created an insular society precisely because of their powerful homing ability. Unfortunately, there's no way to measure the strength of the homing ability that the primitive people of Onigafuchi had. It was so strongly forbidden to leave the village that nobody left long enough to get homesick. However, after the Meiji era, things changed. The sacredness of Onigafuchi dwindled with the efforts of modernization. Many young people started longing for city life, and some people were forced to leave the village to get a job. After a result, villagers started venturing outside the village borders. That was when the transcendents of Onigafuchi realized how strong their homing ability was for the first time. The residents of Hinamizawa got extremely homesick. After a while, people started to call this homesickness the curse of Oyashiro-sama. It became rumored that a person who left the village to get a job in a strange land was cursed, and then who went crazy and died. People who had left the village started coming back to either it or the nearby town. Their homesickness and their homing ability were very strong because of their culture. It's reasonable to think that they were cultivated by the unique religion of Hinamizawa, namely the cult of Oyashiro-sama. From the moment they were born, they were taught the rules of a Yashiro-sama. They must have felt guilty about leaving the village unconsciously. As a result, they considered their homesickness to be the curse of a Yashiro-sama. I'm not sure if their homesickness got stronger because of the rules of a Yashiro-sama, or they made the rules of a Yashiro-sama because their homesickness got stronger. I don't know which came first. I got tired of reading such small print and lay down on the floor on my back. The true identity of the curse of a Yashiro-sama is... homesickness? Mio-san believed my story and she let me read these scrapbooks. That's why I expected to find something interesting. But what it's saying is that the answer to all this is homesickness, which many doctors told me so many times at counseling. I'm a little upset. The word homesickness can't explain the extraordinary experience I had. I saw Yashiro-sama come down to me from a bright light in the bathroom. I saw the dusky red and nasty maggots come out of my blood vessels. This scrapbook doesn't explain any of that. I don't understand how Mio-san was going to explain the cloud of maggots. Maybe she didn't have any explanation of that to begin with. Was it just a delusion? I flipped through one of the other scrapbooks Mio-san let me borrow, looking for an explanation of the maggots I saw. Then, I found it. It had the exact title I was looking for. About maggots and the curse of a Yashiro-sama. In the Meiji era, a group of villagers were on their way back to Hinamizawa, and they started discussing a rumor about the weird disease. They said that maggots started crawling out of the wounds of a person who left Hinamizawa, and that the maggots ate the person's body from the inside. The Shinto priest of the Furude shrine at the time explained that the weird disease was a sign of the curse of a Yashiro-sama. According to tradition, the Shinto priest showed the villagers an ancient scroll, and he told them about the story of the maggots had been passed down through the ages. This is what the scroll said. The world where the demons came from must be interpreted as a land of the death, and demons in that land of death had to live their lives while being eaten by maggots. The villagers who are of the demon's blood had nothing to worry about as long as they lived in Hinamizawa under the protection of a Yashiro-sama. But once they left Hinamizawa, abandoning that protection, the maggots that had been sleeping in the blood of the demons would start to awaken, and they'd eat their bodies from the inside out. This maggot disease scared the villagers for a while, and they asked the shrine to provide them with protective talismans whenever they had to leave the village on business. This is interesting, as it's similar to the way homesickness was dealt by with the Swiss in the Middle Ages. After the war started, the delusion of the maggot disease faded away, but there remained a custom to send talismans to families that lived away from Hinamizawa. The talismans had the word maggot on them, but the most interesting part about it all is that the residents of Hinamizawa didn't know about the maggot disease until rumors began. I'd thought that their unconscious worship made these people think of homesickness as a curse, so this cause of the previously unknown maggot disease directly contradicted the research I had done so far. It's natural to think that the group of people who were on their way back to the village were lost in the mass delusion because they strongly believed in the curse, and that the Shinto priest took advantage of their state of panic to instill a deeper faith in them. But I'm not fully convinced that it was merely a coincidence that this mass delusion matched with the story of the old picture scroll. I wonder if it's possible to see maggots in a wound without having the prerequisite knowledge of the person is cursed by Oyashiro-sama. I wish Oyashiro-sama would put his curse on someone I could study. I'd love to see those maggots crawling out of someone. Oh my gosh, Takano. I felt as if Mio-san were here and making that request of me. I remember, when she gave me the scrapbook, she said that I might be the only one who could understand them. I felt good for just a moment because I found that the maggots weren't a delusion, but at the same time, it destroyed my excuse that it was a delusion. The maggots weren't a delusion. They were there. All of a sudden, my wrists, elbows, inner thighs, and neck started itching. I felt the urge to cut open a blood vessel, but I quietly held it down. I remembered that Mio-san looked very serious when I talked about the maggots. She must have thought it was creepy, but so did I. While I was crying because nobody believed me, a part of me didn't want to believe that my body was filled with those creepy things. I think part of me wanted to believe that it was a delusion. But now I know it wasn't. It wasn't a delusion. There are some people who had the same experience. Maggots in the demon's blood will awaken when you lose the protection of Oyashiro-sama. In other words, they may not awaken under protection of Oyashiro-sama, but all the villagers still have maggots in them without knowing it. People of the demon's blood are people who have the creepy maggots in their bodies. I tried not to jump to conclusions and flipped through the pages again. I unconsciously looked for something related to maggots. about parasites in control of the host. The maggot disease made me think about something. Is it possible to say that the extremely strong homesickness of Hinamizawa was an infectious disease caused by some sort of parasite? I'm not trying to connect the maggots they saw with parasites. I'm trying to think about the possibility that their culture, their religion, might be associated with an infectious disease. Many infectious diseases are caused unintentionally by parasites. A parasite's host is literally its home. It wants to live within the host's body for as long as it can. The best way to do that is to coexist with the host without the host knowing it. But some parasites try to control their hosts and use them for prosperity. For example, some parasites have the ability to control their host in order to force them to be eaten by a superior host. A typical example of the Dicrolium dentriticum. Those are words that I can't pronounce. It uses snails or ants as intermediate hosts, and it forces them to move to the upper side of vegetation so it's easier for a superior host to consume it. One parasite that controls more complicated animals is called Toxoplasma gondii. It uses mice as intermediate hosts, with the superior host being cats. This parasite makes a mouse lose its fear in cats in order to increase its chance of getting eaten, so that the parasite can live within the cat instead. There are parasites that choose hosts at random. The rabies virus is commonly known for that. It lives and breeds in the brains of the host, and it moves into the host's saliva through the salivary glands. It makes the host extremely aggressive in order to make it bite things randomly, so that it in turn can move into other hosts through the saliva. That's what rabies does. Many parasites have a similar ability to control hosts to their benefit. The example I used above are about parasites that move into other hosts to prosper. But I think there must be some kind of parasite that controls its hosts in order to have a comfortable environment in which to live. I want to try to connect this theory to the abnormal homing ability and homesickness of the Onigafuchi residents. Let's say there's some kind of parasite that exists in Hinamizawa, and it lives within all the villagers' bodies. For the parasite, Hinamizawa is the most comfortable environment to live in, so it gives the host a strong homing ability in order to make them stay in Hinamizawa. Furthermore, it causes the host to get homesick whenever they ignore this homing ability and want to leave. Parasites need hosts in which to live. It's convenient for them if their host builds a community in the environment where it feels comfortable. This theory makes it easier for me to explain the mysteries I described earlier. The Transcendents of Onigafuchi knew about the existence of this parasite. They knew that, as hosts to the parasite, they couldn't live outside of the village. That's why they created a culture and rules that prohibited contact with the outside world. It also explains why people acted so abnormal during the dam conflict. So, the demons that came out of the swamp in the legend of Oyashiro-sama can be interpreted as mass spread of the parasite. The story about the demons attacking the villagers must be a metaphor for the behavior of the infected villagers who were controlled by the parasite. This theory is too crazy. I should have just laughed about it. But I felt bad for Mio-san, and so I decided not to. Hinamizawa is controlled by a parasite? You could use that theory to explain how the maggots came out of me. I felt a little bit dizzy. I was so confused, and a part of me thought it was ridiculous, and another part of me thought it was more convincing than any curse. But Mio-san was probably erased because she wrote these scrapbooks. If so, the contents of these scrapbooks must be something that they couldn't ignore. They'd just get all of her scrapbooks and consign them into oblivion. What if they noticed some of her scrapbooks are missing? I felt a chill running through my spine. I have to keep it a secret that I have these scrapbooks, and I'll have to try to understand more about their contents. I remember Mio-san told me about the 3 families are behind the series of mysterious deaths, and that they're trying to resurrect the cult of Oyashiro-sama. According to the theory I just read, the parasite might be trying to maintain the current environment of Hinamizawa. The healthiest environment for it is a completely closed village, just like the primitive Onigafuchi. It must be very comfortable for the parasite if no hosts go outside the village. They don't even like that the villagers often leave the village to go shopping. That means the parasite would try to goad the hosts into resurrecting the cult of Oyashiro-sama. I remember there was an article in the scrapbook saying that the demon's blood runs thickest in the 3 families. That would mean that they have a larger amount of the parasites in them than the other villagers, and that they're under its control. The 3 families seem to be planning to bring the village back to Onigafuchi area. Come on, mouth. You can talk. You can say words correctly. Reviving the Watanagashi festival after the dam conflict can be interpreted as their desire to revive the faith that had started to fade away in the Meiji era. The three families, especially the Sonozaki family, have a great influence over the region and the public organizations. What's going on here? I thought that this would be poorly written theory, but the pieces fit together one after another. I've never played a jigsaw puzzle as crazy as this. I felt my brain swirling due to this absurd theory. Part of me thought that it was ridiculous, and another part of me thought I might be about to expose an unbelievable truth. When I tried to look into the center of it, I felt as if I was going to fall into a whirlpool and drown. I'll have to devote myself to reading more seriously. There must be some truth to this. It caused misfortune and made my life miserable after I moved to Ibaraki. I might be able to find the truth, including the cause of my parents' divorce and my desperate behavior. Right then, I heard a knock on the door all of a sudden, scaring me. I hid the scrapbooks under the cushion. Reina, you have a phone call.
A phone call? This late? Who is it?
It's from a bookstore. Did you order some books? They said that they were Oishi-san from the Okinomiya bookstore. Oh no. Oh man, we're getting into a scene transition really fast. I mean, I guess it was a lot of reading in the scrapbooks, though. I opened the windows, but all they let in was heat and the cries of the cicadas. It's too hot. It really is. It was break time between classes, but we couldn't get any rest. Mion and I leaned on our desks, exhausted by the heat. The younger kids sure are tough, considering how the heat wasn't bothering them at all. They were running around the classroom despite the temperature. Do schools in the cities have air conditioning in their classrooms? No, they don't. Only the teacher's office gets to have air conditioning. Wow. That's better than nothing. If I were a student at a school like that, I'd attack the teachers and take over their office. You'd be the first student to ever do that. I didn't even have the energy to laugh. Mion and I stopped talking and used our notebooks to fan ourselves. I looked at the empty seat nearby. It was Rena's. Rena didn't come to school today. She called and told Chie-san she couldn't come because she's sick. Rena seems to be feeling down these days. Yeah, she probably got tired from the heat. Do you really think that's the reason? Yeah? Why? I think it's the incident. Maybe. It's probably both that and the summer heat. I can't even imagine how distressing it was for her to commit a murder, dismember the bodies, and get caught by her friends. We took each other's hands at that place, and we united. All of us believed that we had closed the case there and had regained our peace. But was that as easy for Rena as it was for us? She must have not quite recovered yet. This old man thought she'd get over it if she played along with us. But I guess her pain ran deeper than I thought. What should we do to cheer her up? It's best to just leave her alone, I think. Hey, are you sure about that? We're friends, you know? Well, it's like homesickness, you know? You get lonely and you want to call home just to hear your mom's voice, but that actually makes your homesickness worse. When you're feeling lonely, the best thing to do is to devote yourself to sports or something like that for a change. I want her to do club activities with us, but she doesn't want to. I don't know about her, but people usually have a desire to depend on somebody. You want to depend on somebody who supports you and sympathizes with you. Haven't you ever experienced that feeling? You can't stop depending on somebody and you try to cheer you up when they try to cheer you up? Well, I don't know. Completely depending on someone means trying to earn even deeper sympathy from them. At that point, even though you're trying to comfort them, they slip further and further into depression. By finding initial success through relying on someone and receiving comfort, they grow addicted to indulging them in misfortune. I think Rena knows that too. That's why she wants to be alone right now. If she wanted to depend on us or get comfort from us, all she'd have to do is stay with us and cry all the time. So how do we cheer her up? I think she'd appreciate it more if you tried to help her forget her pain than if you tried to cheer her up. Don't comfort her and don't cheer her up. There's nothing I can do, is there? And that's a golden rule for psychologists, did you know? Mental trauma can only be healed by the person who has it. If someone else helps a person out of their mental trauma, even if they succeeded, that person wouldn't be completely healed. So, all we can do now is wait until Adena heals on her own. I understand the idea, but I just don't like how cold it sounds. I clasped my hands behind the back of my head, looking at the ceiling. Mion laughed. Adena will be fine as long as she has someone like you to worry about her. I'm sure she can pull herself together. So all I need to do is be close to her? I don't know about that.
There is something you can do, Katie.
Ika-chan spoke up. I wonder how long she's been listening to our conversation. What is it?
You can listen to her when she wants to talk to somebody.
Is that all? I just listen and I don't need to make her feel better? Katie-chan, people feel better just by talking to somebody. Sometimes all they need is someone who does nothing but listen quietly.
Just like me said. I think it's important for us, as her friends, to be there for her whenever she wants to talk to somebody.
Miona and Ika-chan were absolutely right. I was going to pat Rena on the shoulder and tell her to cheer up when I saw her next, but now that I know that it would have been one-sided on my part, Rena doesn't want to feel down herself. She wants to cheer up if at all possible. If I cheered her up irresponsibly, she'd be very disappointed, because she'd think that I didn't understand her pain. You're right. I guess I wasn't even trying to understand how she felt. I wanted to cheer her up, but now I know that that's just what I want to do, not what she wants me to do. Thanks, you two. I think I fully understand. On that day, I thought I cheered her up, but I started to doubt if I had reached her heart. I must have just been dragging her someplace where I wanted her to go. I wasn't on her side in the real sense of the term. All of a sudden, Rika-chan petted my head.
Don't worry. We all know that you're on her side.
What? What? Did I say something out loud again? It did reach her heart. Kei-chan, you really did give her great strength on that day. Well, now that I think about it, what you said on that day was more than theatrical. My package not delivered. I have to wait like another hour and I have to grab it now. We heard footsteps from the hallway, and everybody started to head back to their desks. Take your seats, everyone. President, if you would. All rise. I could be really silly and be like, oh, Yashiro-sama's at my house. We didn't have a club meeting that day because Rena wasn't around. That worked out for me, because I had an errand to run. It wasn't a big errand. My mom wanted me to use her point card to get some detergent. I didn't see the point of going all the way to the store just to get detergent, but my mom told me to go because she's busy helping my dad with his work. I started walking towards the shopping center. I noticed someone was watching me, hiding behind a distant tree. I wonder who would do such a mischievous thing. I stared at them to find out who it was, at which point they emerged. Oh, Rena. Are you feeling better now? I was about to say that, but I swallowed the words. Somehow, Rena looked very serious. What's going on? Shh! Rena put her index finger to her lips and told me to be quiet, looked around carefully, and beckoned for me to come over. I had no idea what was going on, but I followed her instructions, shut my mouth, and ran to her. Rena gestured for me to squat down to hide in the shadow of the bush. I didn't know why I had to do that, but I could ask her the question later. I just followed her orders for now. Rena looked like she was making sure no one was following her. If it was Mion, she'd do something like this just to fool me, as a joke, but I know Rena doesn't do things like this for fun. I had no idea what kind of situation I had gotten myself into, but I could feel how tense it was, and made myself as small as I could.
Good. It's okay now. I'm sorry.
The tone of her voice made me relax a little. Whew. What's going on?
I think someone has been following me.
What? Who would follow her? When I thought about it, I realized how stupid the question was. Is it the police? Rina Mamiya and Tepe Hojo, 2 people disappeared. Even though they were awful human beings, the police had to investigate if they found out that they'd gone missing. I just realized it's like Oishi does the investigation for Takano and Tometake, like just the day after it happens. They probably heard about these 2 deaths and they're just like, eh. It's probably be difficult to find out that Rina had been often... Sorry, let me start that one over. It probably wouldn't be difficult to find out that Rina had been often to Rena's house. Close enough. But it should be okay. As long as they don't find those bags, it should be okay.
I don't know if it's the police or not, but I feel like someone has been watching me since the night of Watanagashi.
What do you mean? Once I asked that question, Rena stared directly at me with a blank expression. Her eyes looked as though they were evaluating me. She stared at me as if she was assessing whether I was worth talking to about something very important. Rena squeezed her own wrist tightly, then started talking in a whisper.
I can tell you what's going on, but can you keep it a secret?
Yeah, of course I can. If you want me to keep it a secret, I won't tell anybody.
Okay. I trust you.
She smiled and I looked around one more time.
They might be looking for Mio-san's scrapbooks.
Mio-san? Oh, the nurse, Takano-san? What about our scrapbooks?
The police are keeping the investigation under wraps, so I'm sure you don't know. Mio Takano-san was murdered.
What? What? When? She told me to be quiet again. I lowered my voice and let her continue.
On the night of Watanagashi, we met Mio-san and Tomitake-san, didn't we? We were attacked right after that. Or they were attacked, rather. Tomitake-san was cursed by Oyashiro-sama. He clawed out his throat and died. Mio-san was burned to death in the mountains of the Gifu prefecture.
Is that true? I mean, nobody told me about that.
I know. That's because the police haven't disclosed their investigation. These cases make the 5th of the series of mysterious deaths, so the police have decided not to go public yet.
I see. I understand why the police are keeping quiet about it, but then where did you hear this?
Can you keep it a secret? I've been in contact with Oishi-san. He's a detective from the Okinomiya Police Department. He told me about the case.
Why did he tell you?
I don't know. He said he told me because he could trust me.
I was dumbfounded to hear all this, but I knew she wasn't lying. If it was Mion, she'd be sticking her tongue out by now, but then I wouldn't make a joke out of something like this.
I think the reason why Mio-san was murdered is because of her research. Do you know she was doing ethological research by studying the history of this village?
I've heard something along those lines. Takano-san was interested in the occult and in mysterious things. I remember Mion once told me that she was studying the village's legend of man-eating demons out of curiosity.
I think she discovered a very important secret about this village through her studies. Or maybe she wasn't even close to the truth, but they thought she was. Meh.
Wait a second. What's the secret of this village you're talking about?
I just read a few of her scrapbooks, but those were the ones that she was handling with extra caution, so I think there were pretty important things written in them. I think I know about 80% of what Mio-san was trying to uncover, but if it's true, it's almost too crazy to believe. Right now, I'm trying to figure out whether Mio-san's theory is right or not.
So, what is it? Is it the secret of this village? Or what is the secret of this village? What could be so important that you might get killed just by knowing about it? I gasped the moment those words left my mouth. If Rena told me, I might get killed too.
I don't want to tell you that, but I promise I will once I verify things. Because it's really crazy. Too crazy to be true.
What do you mean, you have to verify things?
For example, I myself serve as verification that the maggot disease can occur without any background knowledge, but there are a lot of things I still need to verify. They sound too crazy to be true, and I can hardly believe them if I don't verify that they are.
Maggots? I was totally lost now, and I wanted to ask her some questions, but I decided not to cut in. It was so hot outside. But Rena held her arms as if she was cold. Rena, I'm always on your side. You can trust me.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
From her expression alone, I could tell that she really meant it. I could also tell that she was involved in something very big, and that she felt lonely, because she couldn't tell anybody else about it. I had to be on her side while she was going through a difficult time.
You shouldn't tell anybody that you met me here today. They might try to hurt you if they found out.
Okay. Isn't there anything I can do to help?
Not right now, but it's very reassuring that I can ask you for help when I need it. I'll depend on you someday.
Yeah, anytime.
Shh! A car coming!
Then I pulled my head into the bush. I went along with it and crouched down even lower in the bushes. We stayed quiet for a while. I could hear a car coming closer, and after a while a white van passed by. I was surprised by her at her hearing. She heard the car coming when it was still far off in the distance.
Did you see its license plate number?
What? No, I'm sorry. I didn't.
I couldn't either, but I think it's the same car I saw earlier.
Are they the ones following you?
I think so. It passed by me many times today on the street where nobody else usually drives. I hit it every time, but it's strange.
Are they the ones? Are they the ones who killed Takano-san and Tomitake-san? Are they looking for the scrapbooks you have?
Most likely, yes.
I don't blame her for not being able to believe what's going on, because this was really crazy. Takano-san uncovered something really significant with her studies. The people who want that information hidden found out about it, and they killed her on the night of Watanagashi, copying the curse of Oyashiro-sama. They're looking for the scrapbooks, the fruits of her research, and Nena has them. That's why. They're trying to kill Nena? What about your house?
It's safe there. I hid the scrapbooks in my secret hideout at the garbage dump. I'm worried about my father, but he'll be fine because he really doesn't know anything. They can interrogate him all he wants. It's written on your face, Keiichi-kun. It says, I can't believe it because it sounds too crazy to be true. Am I right?
I wanted to deny it, but I felt bad to lie. I remained silent in the affirmative.
Well, that's a normal reaction. I couldn't believe any of it when I first read the scrapbook. I finally started seeing the connections after reading all of them.
I'm sorry. I do want to help you, but I just don't know how. If I don't see the whole picture of what's going on.
If I tell you, it might put you in danger.
You're already in danger, right? I don't mind. Don't worry about me.
Okay. I'll tell you then. It's probably the three families who killed Mio-san and Tomitake-san. To be more specific, it's the Sonozaki family, Mi-chan's family.
Why?
You know about the series of mysterious deaths, right?
Of course. The traitors of the dam conflict die every year, right?
The series of mysterious deaths is like a resolution of the dam conflict. They're trying to end the dam conflict in the true sense of the term by erasing people who betrayed the village.
It does look like that in a way. Nobody really says it out loud, but everybody is suspicious that the Sonozaki family is behind it. That's what I've heard.
But if they really wanted to erase the traitors, they wouldn't have to do it on the night of Watanagashi. Why don't they kill them all at once instead of killing them one by one, using the curse and demoning away them every year? Wouldn't that make more sense?
I've never heard the words demoning away before, but Nena clearly thought that they had some kind of creepy, significant meaning, so I decided not to cut in.
That means that they're using the series of mysterious deaths in order to resurrect the sacredness of the Watanagashi festival. Step by step, they're reviving the sacred nature of the Onigafuchi that was lost in the Meiji era. Their goal was to revive the level of belief in Oyashiro-sama that used to exist in primitive times.
Belief in Oyashiro-sama? Are you talking about the Furude Shrine?
Yes. Do you think people revere the Furude Shrine now? Other people respect the shrine, but that's it. Kids think of it as a place to play, and most of the villagers think of it as a place to gather for local events. Its sacredness has been lost, but with the dam conflict, it started to revive, and they took it as a good opportunity to bring back the cult of Oyashiro-sama.
So, you're saying that some fanatical Oyashiro-sama worshippers are behind all this?
That's what I'm saying. The cult of Oyashiro-sama was managed by the three families to begin with. The three families passed down their ultimate goal of reviving the cult of Oyashiro-sama down to the present generation. When you think about it, you'll understand why the three families took the initiative in uniting the villagers during the dam conflict, and why they set up the Onigafuchi Guardian's office in the Furude Shrine, citing Oyashiro-sama, who was almost forgotten in the time.
So, the three families, I mean, the fanatical Yashiro-sama worshippers orchestrated the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, but wait, why would they kill Takano-san?
Because you discovered the important secret of this village. The three families have been hiding in it since the era of Onigafuchi. If this secret is revealed, the sacredness of Yashiro-sama will be lost. They found out that Mio-san was getting close to the secret, and that's why they killed her.
What's this important secret? I don't care if I put myself in danger. I need to know.
I don't want to tell you yet. I don't want to tell you until I'm 100% sure about it. I'm pretty sure that right now you just laugh.
Hey, do you think I'm that kind of guy?
I just need a little more time. I can't accept the truth myself because it sounds so impossible. So I need some time. Please.
I understand.
Don't tell anybody about what we talked about today. Not even Mi-chan, Rika-chan, or Satoko-chan.
Okay. Nana, please, we talked about this.
Well, you should go now. I'll take a look around for a while before we get home, or before I get home. I can't be too careful anymore,
right? It's like, Nana, you need to tell me things. I know it's a secret, but like, you know, you might be dead by the time you're 100% sure. If anyone just tells Rika, she'd probably know what to do, right? Right? Man, it's just the struggle, because it's like, it would be so easy if they knew what was going on to be like, hey, Rika, so this is the situation. How do we have it end up to where you don't get killed? And if anybody, yeah, though I guess as evidenced by the rest of the show, Rika doesn't always get it right, yeah. She's just like, well, this has happened and this has happened, so maybe we'll like do this, and then that happens in a different death, you know. It is very hard to be able to tell what to do. Nana ducked low in the bushes and moved away. I was left alone there. The cries of the cicadas surrounded around me, making it seem as if I was alone there the whole time. I started walking, still dumbfounded. In the end, Nana didn't tell me the secret because she was afraid of putting me in danger, but she told me clearly that there are people who want to resurrect the cult of Yashiro-sama, and that they are amongst the three families that control the entire village. She's like, well, it's time to stab my head with a knife. Right? It's just like, well, this is the one that she has the needle. I guess I'm just gonna stab myself in the face. I don't want to deal with that again. They orchestrated the series of mysterious deaths for that purpose, and they killed Takano-san because she got too close to the secret they wanted to hide. Rena met Takano-san and happened to obtain the scrapbooks in which Takano-san wrote about her research. Rena still can't believe the secret written in the scrapbooks because it's just too crazy. Hey, come on, Rena. You're kidding me, right? It's like one of those comic book stories. A mysterious occult group is plotting a conspiracy? I mean, it's not funny even if it's a joke. But Rena is right about one thing. Even if this is true, it really is hard to believe. I understand why Rena wanted to wait to tell me a secret. Maybe she was just fooled by Takano-san. But Takano-san was murdered for real. So, is it also true that someone is following Rena, looking for the scrapbooks? I remember, Rena said that a white van was following her. You can see white vans anywhere. I bet there are a lot in this village alone. She might just be oversensitive to everything right now. Rena hasn't recovered from the shock since that day. That's probably why she's got the idea into her head that the police or someone else is coming after her. I didn't cut in while she was talking. I think I did the right thing. If I had said that it was ridiculous or something to her face, Rena wouldn't have trusted me ever again. At that point, however, I gasped. A white van was parked on the side of the street. I wasn't sure if this was the same car that passed by earlier, since I didn't see the plate number, but the number of people in the car and the ambience of it was similar to the one earlier. And there's one other thing that looked suspicious about it. There was no reason to park here. It was on a small road in the middle of the woods. There's nothing around here. No traffic lights, no vending machines, no public phones. I probably wouldn't notice it under ordinary circumstances, but I felt something was wrong. And once I noticed how odd it was definitely suspicious. There were 4 men in work uniforms in a white van. The driver was smoking a cigarette, but the other men were just sitting there doing nothing. If they wanted to take a break or have a smoke, they could have chosen a better place than here. It was possible that they stopped because they had to go to the bathroom really badly, but it didn't seem that way either. They didn't look as comfortable or relaxed like they would if they were taking a break. They looked like they were waiting for something to happen. There was a deep tension in that car. Could they possibly be waiting for Rena? No way. I didn't see anybody walking around here. This road is a back road. Nobody really uses this road, let alone by car. But it's impossible. I felt bad for Rena even to even think about it. But this must be something that she has got into her head, because she's feeling victimized or something. She must be imagining things because she's still nervous when her friends caught her in the act of killing Rina and Tepe. Yeah? Yeah, what is it, Moki? I know this is really important, but yeah? Yeah, what is it, Moki? Tell us. There's a rainbow Domo-kun at Tokyo Pride. What? Yo, I haven't thought of Domo-kun in like a decade. What? What? Even more than a decade, probably. But probably not 2 decades, but but that is wild. Check your DMs, it's important. Okay, let me look. Let me see. Oh my god! It's so cute! It's so cute! It's so cute. They did a really good job. I love how it's like the little diagonals. Let me save the image so I can get it on screen for others to see. We're just taking a moment from this, kind of nervous time to look at the cute rainbow domo. Let me see. Oh gosh, which image was it? Please load fast. Okay, it should be this one. And then, whoop! Look at him! Look at him! He looks so cute. Let me move him more to the center. There we go. Look at the cute little domo. Look at him. He is there. He's here. Maybe can we like, what if we move him here? He could just be a guest star. Can't believe Domo's queer, right? That makes sense. Okay, Domo will hang out with us for a little bit. Hey, young man. I heard someone say that when I passed by the van. He couldn't mean me. He didn't even know who I was. So I assumed he was talking to one of the other people in the car. Domo-kun will watch as everything goes. Yes. Domo will be like, oh, I didn't know this was the kind of party we were having. So I assumed he was talking to one of the other people in the car. I pretended I didn't hear him, and I kept walking by. And then he said it again, and honked the horn as well. Hey, young man, excuse us. Are you on your way home from school? He had a strong accent similar to that of the older villagers. He must live here, but I didn't know him. I could tell he didn't know me either, because he didn't call me by my name. Yes, I am. You've been walking on this road all the way from school, right? You turned the corner where the stationery store is, right? He's like, Yokoso Praido! Yes. So? They were probably lost, I thought. This village has so many small turns, and you can easily get lost when you try to take a shortcut. So they must have been waiting for someone to ask for directions. But then, he said something disturbing. Young man, didn't you see a girl on the way here? Huh? What? And then the gift due to the dude walking in with a pizza. Yeah! A girl with a white hat and white clothes. With a purple ribbon on it. Did you see her? They were definitely talking about Rena. No, I didn't. I wasn't ready to hear them ask that. Rather, I was scared. That's why my voice got all shaky. Up until that point, I couldn't believe Rena's story. I thought it was ridiculous. I actually laughed, if only to myself. That's why I wasn't ready at all. My heart was beating fast, and I was sweating all over. I immediately answered, no I didn't, but it might have sounded like an obvious lie. The driver stared into my eyes. He looked like he was trying to figure out if I was lying or not, and my legs started to shake. I felt like a frog under the glare of a snake, and I couldn't move a muscle for a while. But I think that the same went for the men, too. They were clearly a suspicious group, but they had just asked a villager about a girl out of the blue. Anybody would get suspicious. And I was right. The man broke the ice and started making excuses before I even asked him why he wanted to know about the girl. Well, I was asking for no particular reason. We just passed by a girl earlier, but you're a boy, so we were just wondering. Oh. Okay. Please forget it. Sorry for the trouble, young man. We're off. The man started the engine and drove away. After they left, I saw nothing. That's right. Nothing. There is no reason that they had to park there. So, were they really waiting for Rena? Oh no, everything bad is happening now. Oh my gosh, another lunch takeout list? Wow. Let's see what's on this one. Probably more not lunch information. Furthermore, it's important that we closely monitor her father, since he has also suffered mental shock from the divorce and has been trying hard to take care of the patient. There's a strong possibility that he may develop an induced delusion disorder. As the first step of mental care, one should listen to the patient's story carefully without denying it. That's the most basic of basics. However, when the patient and the listener are related, it's easy for the listener to become deeply influenced by the patient's delusions. Additionally, delusions, parasitosis is widely known to make people highly impressionable, and influence sometimes can spread throughout the whole community. Therefore, even if several people claim to acquire a parasitic infection, it doesn't necessarily prove the existence of a parasite. Some of the phone calls to the healthcare centers for the extermination of pests are nothing but a mass delusion. Since the subject matter of the delusion in this case is extremely rabid, the patients might harm or even kill each other in abnormal ways, believing this to be the treatment for the disease. They might also give up hope and commit suicide together in the worst case. This influential delusion or disorder, otherwise known as shared psychotic disorder, shows a particularly strong possibility of influencing close companions. Anyone who is going to contact the patients must be made to understand that the patients are under medical treatment and must be warned not to be influenced by the patient's delusions. Individuals who are likely to be easily influenced are patients' families members and people who deeply care about the patients, such as boyfriends or girlfriends. There wasn't even a food list on there. I wanted to see what else they wanted to order. Okay, I guess we just gotta go into the next chapter then. It's like that wasn't really a lunch takeout list of it. Oh. I should apologize, Rena. I don't think I believed you. I'm really sorry about that.
It's okay, Keiichi-kun. I'm just glad we didn't get caught.
Who are they? Are they pawns of those religious fanatics who are trying to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama?
I think they don't realize that they're pawns, but I'm sure the masterminds are using them as such. They must be the ones who have been pulling strings behind the scenes ever since the dam conflict.
I heard that people working for the Sonozaki family did something similar during the dam conflict itself.
Yes, everyone knows that. Oishi-san told me that. There was a kidnapping incident during the dam conflict. The case hadn't been disclosed to the public, but anyway, someone kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of the Construction and coerced the minister into promising to put a halt to the dam construction.
The grandson of the minister was kidnapped? Hey, I've never heard about that before.
The minister submitted to their demands and they made a deal behind the scenes. That's why the incident never went public. Oishi-san only knows about it because he was in charge of the case.
Okay. And?
According to Oishi-san, between kidnapping the minister's grandson and blackmailing him, the tactics were frighteningly advanced. The police knew about the Sonozaki family, gave orders to the kidnappers, but the case still remains unsolved. At that time, the head of the Sonozaki family, Oryo, had announced a plan to fight against the dam project by force. She even formed a special attack corps using the Yakuza group that's under the Sonozaki family's command. She was very serious about this plan to put the Ministry of Construction down by brute force if she couldn't stop the construction. Everybody knows that the Sonozaki family had tried to stop the dam project, even if it meant breaking the law, so I wasn't surprised to hear that she had a dangerous plan like that. Actually, I wouldn't be surprised if it was Mion who came up with the idea. The plan sounded just like her. In the end, the plan ended up being nothing more than that, but this Special Attack Corps actually did undergo training, and very high-level training at that.
Oishi had uncovered the information right after the dam conflict ended. At that time, Oryo even said that if the village was going to be submerged, all members of the Onikafuchi Guardians would choose to stay in their houses and drown. So because Oryo was behind these things, I couldn't just laugh off the idea of an armed assault on the Ministry of Construction. According to the information Oishi seized, she planned a suicide mission as the last resort when the dam conflict started to heat up, in case the resistance wasn't successful. She had actually obtained weapons and put people through training for the sake of that. The Special Attack Corps were flown to America, having received a huge amount of money from Oryo for the operation. In the southern desert of the United States, some retired military soldiers gave them highly professional training. While the plan was never carried out, the Special Attack Corps became the death squad under the direct control of Oryo after they came back from America. They were involved in many unsolved terrorist incidents, and they succeeded in kidnapping the grandson of the minister as well. It sounds like it's from a movie or something.
Do you remember how Mi-chan said that she could do anything from flying helicopters to using wireless radios? It's actually all true. It seems like Mi-chan joined in their training.
You're getting conspiracy up in here, yeah. So, that was all true?
Well, let's put that aside for now. Anyway, you have to at least believe that the Death Squad actually exists in Hinamizawa, and they're capable of kidnapping the grandson of a government minister.
I didn't take a close look at the 4 men in the white van today, but thinking about it, they did look professional in a way. They were pretending to be taking a break, but I could tell that they were tense the whole time. So, are they really trying to kill you?
I don't think so. If they really wanted to kill me, I'd be dead already.
So, what do they want? Are they after Takano-san's scrapbooks?
Like you saw yourself, the group is very cautious. Unless we show them an opening, they won't resort to force. If they were the type to use force outright, they could have attacked me in my sleep.
They haven't done that yet, so that must mean they're taking it cautiously.
They're probably not sure that I have the scrapbooks. They killed Mio-san and tried to dispose of them, but they found out that the most important ones were missing. They thought she gave them to someone because she knew her life was in danger. Now they think that I'm the one who has them, but they're not sure, so they can't resort to violence.
Rena, it sounds like you're playing a dangerous game.
Yeah, I'm a bit scared, but they won't be able to erase me so easily. After all, I'm cooperating with Oishi-san. I've been frequently contacting him in case something happens.
What did he say about them?
He said he'd keep an eye on the Sonozaki family so that he could catch them right away, if they were working behind the scenes.
Did you tell him about the scrapbooks?
No, I didn't.
I think you should. He's an officer. I'm sure the police will help you.
Keiichi-kun, I can't tell you the secret of this village because I'm not sure you would believe me. I don't think Oishi-san will believe me if I told him any of this.
Rena, let's not make it more confusing than it already is. Just tell me. What is it? What's written in the scrapbooks? What's the secret that killed Mio-san?
Simply put, if the things written in the scrapbooks are true, the god they worship will be dethroned.
Their god? Dethroned?
Yes, the sanctity of Oyashiro-sama will be lost. That's why they have to conceal the truth. They want to resurrect people's beliefs in Oyashiro-sama.
Nana, could you explain it, a little more simply than that? I'm confused.
In other words, Oyashiro-sama isn't a god.
He isn't? I had no idea what she read that made her so certain, but whatever it was, it'd be sacrilegious for people who believed so strongly in Oyashiro-sama.
There are many teachings of Oyashiro-sama, but the essence of it is as follows. Don't leave the village, and don't let anybody into the village. One could even say that the rest of his teachings were developed to maintain those two fundamentals. It really wasn't until later that they added aspects like love your neighbor or viewing him as a god of marriage and domestic prosperity. In other words, Oyashiro-sama existed solely to stop the villagers from going outside the village. Oyashiro-sama doesn't bless the villagers or protect them from disasters. The people believe that Oyashiro-sama does all that for them. But the truth is that the people used his name for that purpose in generation after generation, and nothing more than that. Why did Oyashiro-sama descend in the first place? Because demons came out of Onikafuchi Swamp and attacked people.
In fact, that was the wrong interpretation. Demons didn't come out of the swamp or attack people. People became demons and attacked others when they were possessed by whatever came out of the swamp. Whatever came out of the swamp. What do you mean by that? Whatever came out of the swamp possessed people, crawled into their blood and controlled them and turned them into demons. People had no resistance against whatever it was that came out of the swamp. They became demons, attacked the other villagers, and turned them into demons as well. And that's right. It was a weird infestation disease that broke out from the swamp. It made the infected people go out of control. The villagers saw this disaster and explained it like so. Evil demons came out of the bottom of the swamp, possessed people, and turned them into demons as well. That is the truth of the story of the demons that came out of the Onigafuchi swamp. It actually explains the legend. So, was Yashida-sama a doctor who came from a foreign country? Yes. Whoops, I accidentally summoned my table again. That's not exactly correct, but he was something like that. He came to Onigafuchi, and he treated the infectious disease, but he couldn't cure it for good. All his treatment could do was reduce the symptoms of the infection. Villagers could have their symptoms suppressed, but there was no way to kill the parasite that had infested them. After a while, the village was divided into two groups. One group was made of people who were already infected, and the other consisted of the people who weren't. Without a cure for the disease, the uninfected looked down on the people who could only suppress their violent symptoms. They even talked about drowning them in the swamp. But they knew killing the infected people wouldn't solve the problem. The parasites came out of the water sources, including Onigafuchi Swamp. They couldn't fill them all in, for if they did that, they would lose their access to drinking water. They could have chosen to leave the village, but that was hard for them, for that was the location of their ancestors' graves. Under the power of a Yashiro-sama, infected people could live without showing symptoms. So, both those who were infected and those who weren't decided to live together equally and to coexist with the parasite. Yashiro-sama was impressed by the villagers' delusion. He decided to stay there and continue to treat them. That's the true identity of Oyashiro-sama, the benefactor who stayed in the village to protect the lives of both human and demon. That's right. I don't know who's talking anymore, and Oyashiro-sama made rules in order to ensure the symptoms of the infected people who would remain suppressed. The rules were to never leave the village and to never let anybody into the village. I understand why he didn't want to let anybody new into the village. It was to prevent the parasite from infecting anybody else, but I don't understand why he didn't want people to leave. It seems like the parasite could only live in Hinamizawa because of the climate here. It causes an outbreak of the symptoms in order to prevent the host from leaving the village when they try. That reaction is the truth behind the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The strongest symptoms of the infectious disease were violence and delirium. The infected people acted like demons, and the impact of seeing them in the throes of the disease was strong enough to make others describe them as such. They couldn't even let people leave who had just come to the village. If they had left after being infected, they might go crazy in a faraway land, turn into a vicious demon, and cause a disaster. Infected people were never allowed to leave. When an infected person left the village, they brought him back by any means necessary. I think I inhaled some spit when I inhaled. Let me mute for a second. Okay, we're good. That was what it really meant to be demoned away. Wait a second, Nana. That means everybody in this village, including you and I, are infected. But nothing happens when we leave Hinamizawa. In fact, many villagers move far away from after getting married or something. I've never heard of any villagers who went crazy and turned into demons after they left Hinamizawa. You're right. That's because things went as Oyashiro-sama thought they would. Do you understand? He isolated the village for a long time in order to weaken the power of the parasite. Demoned away is such a weird translation of Onikakushi. Yeah. Well, it's... What does the Kakushi part mean? Because I feel like it might have like broken it down more earlier, but I don't know. Because it's kind of similar to being spirited away, but they just has demon instead. I don't know. Hosts are very important for parasites. If something happens to the host, the parasites that live in the host have to share the same fate. In other words, if the host went crazy and attacked people, the host would be captured and killed, which means that the parasites would die with the host, too. I see. You're talking about natural selection.
Good thinking, Keiichi-kun.
My wrist. I don't know if you heard that.
That's exactly right. As a result of living in this village under such strict rules for a long time, people who were hypersensitive to the parasites went crazy and got killed. The strong parasites that made the infected people go crazy were also killed off due to the host's violent behaviors. As a result, only the parasites that acted nice to people lived on, and that's the explanation behind the mix of human and demon blood that's written in the legends of Oyashiro-sama.
So that means the parasite is almost harmless now?
Yes. According to Mio-san's scrapbook, there are actually many people who are infected by the harmless parasites. It depends on the local food culture. For example, about 80% of the people who live in a country where meat is a staple food are infected by parasites. But because the parasites coexist with humans without doing any harm to them, nobody notices them, treats them, or tries to get rid of them.
I see.
In olden times, Watanagashi was called Harawata Nagashi, Harawata meaning guts. It's said that people back then used to eat the guts of infected people who went crazy. It sounds awful, but it was something they had to do.
Eating the infected people. Are you talking about a vaccine?
You're really smart, Keiichi-kun. Mio-san has also interpreted it just like you did. In the legend, it says people cut open and ate the infected ones alive, but it actually wasn't anything gross like that. They did it in a scientific way. They created a vaccine from the infected people who died from the extremely strong parasites, and that helped the uninfected villagers boost their immune system.
Who was Oyashiro-sama? A scientist? He must have been from a very advanced country. Was he German? Is the true identity of Oyashiro-sama a foreign doctor who survived a shipwreck?
I think that'd be the most likely answer. He wasn't German, but he was a doctor of some sort.
It's kind of interesting to reveal the truth behind old legends. I don't think Rena's story is too crazy to be true anymore. It still sounds crazy, of course, but I've never heard of any theories that explain the legend of this village better than this one.
I'm infected by the parasite too,
right? I feel itchy all over now.
A person is like a universe. We have countless numbers of bacteria in our bodies. Some of those bacteria are essential for us staying alive.
Oh, like bacteria in yogurt, right? I see.
This is also what Mio-san wrote in her scrapbooks. You know termites, right? They eat wood, but they actually can't digest it themselves. They have unique bacteria that decompose the wood fibers. As a result, termites can absorb what they eat. That's just one example of a species coexisting with parasites.
I didn't know that. When I hear the word parasites, I feel creeped out almost instinctively, but now I know some of them aren't so bad to us. So the weird infectious disease that broke out from Onigafuchi Swamp has been exterminated by now. Well, I shouldn't just say exterminated. I should say it's harmless now. I thought it was a crazy story at first, but now I feel like I just saw the trick behind some crazy kind of magic. It's interesting.
It is to us, but for the cult of Oyashiro-sama, this must be a very annoying theory.
Of course. If Takano-sen's theory is correct, Oyashiro-sama isn't a god, and the punishment by that god, namely the curse of Oyashiro-sama that people have been so afraid of, will turn out to just have been the symptoms of an infectious disease. I see. That's what dethroning God would mean. So, if the pathogen of this infectious disease was identified and announced to the public, the power of Oyashiro-sama would be completely lost.
That's right. That's what they're afraid of. Mio-san was going to identify the pathogen, and for that she was killed.
So that must mean she identified it.
Maybe she did, but she's gone, and she didn't say anything about that in her scrapbooks. That's the only reason I can think of, though.
But it's the end of the 20th century. I'm sure the villagers have been examined by a lot of different medical institutions by now, right? I've never heard about anyone discovering a weird parasite like that.
I know. It's true that the pathogen hasn't been found yet, but in fact, there is evidence that there is some kind of parasite involved.
What? Really?
When a parasite enters a human body, that body's immune system cells, eosinophils and macrophages, try to kill the parasite.
Stop giving me scientific words, I can't pronounce them. They secrete an antibody called immunoglobulin E, IgE. The most common way of checking if a person is infected by a pathogen is to look at the levels of their secretion. Their secretion?
According to Takano's research, people from Hinamizawa have very high level of IgE in their blood. That's not all. They also have obvious symptoms of being infected by parasites. They don't have any allergies. IgE stimulates mast cells, and they secrete histamines and serotonin as a result. These cause an allergic reaction. That allergic reaction isn't pleasant for humans, but it's necessary for the body to kill the pathogen. But the parasites don't want to be killed, of course, so they secrete substances that counteract IgE. As a result, IgE stops stimulating the receptors of the mast cells, which stops secreting the chemical compounds. As a result, the antigen-antibody reaction, namely the allergic reaction, doesn't occur. In other words, a human body that was infected by a parasite secretes a high level of IgE, but doesn't display allergic reactions. For your information, a human body that's infected by a parasite doesn't suffer from hay fever. You may get hay fever due to your body secreting a large amount of IgE, because it's mistaken pollen for a parasitic infection. As a result, a large amount of stimulants like histamine will be secreted, but your body can't contain a parasite that's attempting to kill. That's why your body continues to secrete IgE. As a result, the stimulants keep causing allergic reactions. That's how hay fever works. If you have a parasite in your body, it'll deactivate your IgE and suppress the secretion of stimulants. As a result, you don't have an allergic reaction. In other words, there's no hay fever in Hinamizawa, and you can cure your hay fever by moving here.
So we haven't been able to identify the pathogen, but there's no question about its existence.
Yes, that's right.
If that's true, scrapbooks are a big threat to the believers in Oyashiro-sama. They don't identify the pathogen, but they clearly prove its existence.
Yeah, it poses a big enough danger to them to make them think it's worth killing Mio-san.
This really is a scary secret. I believe it's because you took the time to explain it to me, but if you had skipped the details and told me only the conclusion, it really would have sounded too crazy to believe.
I told you! I couldn't believe it at first either, so I thought you definitely wouldn't.
So, what's important right now is that there is a dangerous organization acting in the shadows to try and cover up the truth, right?
Yes, that's the most important thing.
The fanatics who want to revive the sanctity of the god they worship. Reviving the majesty of their god means reviving the power of that god, and the power of their god is the infectious disease. This infectious disease can't spread nationwide, unlike in other infectious diseases. So from now on, I'm going to start calling it the endemic disease. That fits better, since it only affects this region. Anyway, the endemic disease's current-day Hinamizawa is different from the one in old times. It's been through a process of natural selection, and it's harmless now. In other words, it doesn't do any harm to human bodies. That harm was once interpreted as a curse. A curse is the power of a god, so the harmless endemic disease means that the god is powerless. That means the only way to regain the majesty of that god is to revive the curse. In other words, they want to bring back the primitive endemic disease, namely the harmful, strong version of the parasite. Wait a second. These fanatics want to deny the fact that their god was actually a parasite. But you're saying that they're researching the parasite. That's contradictory, isn't it?
I know it is. I think that this research is a secret that only the head of the fanatics are aware of. From the outside, they look like they're praising their god, but they actually understand its true identity, and they're trying to revive its supernatural power with their own hands.
I get it now. Oh my god, this is getting crazier and crazier.
It didn't say it in the scrapbooks, but I'm suspicious of the clinic the manager owns.
The Erie Clinic? Why?
The facility is too big and fancy for Hinamizawa. Mio-san was working there. The manager might be a bacteriologist the Sonozaki family recruited.
It can't be.
I think Mio-san was murdered because she knew too much. The reason why the manager hasn't been murdered yet is because she's working for the fanatics in the first place.
And he's researching the primitive form of the endemic disease. It's hard to believe that the coach we know is capable of doing things like that.
I'm sorry. He might be totally irrelevant. It's just a wild guess. But someone is doing the research somewhere, that much is certain. And after 5 years, the research has finally been completed. The first case was the dismemberment murder by the dam construction murders. Their quarrel had turned into a lynching. They might have had the primitive infection disease, and the symptoms, the aggression and delirium, might have kicked in. The victims of the second year were Setsuko's parents. There were no witnesses, so the whole event is veiled in mystery. But there's a theory that someone must have pushed them over the cliff, since the fence of the observation deck that they fell from was quite sturdy. What if one of them was infected by the primitive parasite?
He or she might have become violent and pushed the other over the cliff. The Shinto priest died from a disease, and his wife drowned herself the third year. He might have died of shock because of the hypersensitive reaction to the infection. His wife might have gone crazy and committed suicide when one of the symptoms, delirium, kicked in. In the fourth year, Satoshi Hojo's aunt was beaten to death, probably by Satoshi himself. Everybody who knew Satoshi-kun remembers how he changed at that time. He showed signs of being both aggressive and delirious. In the fifth year, for the first time in 5 years, the victim experienced the maggot disease described in the old scroll of the Furude Shrine. The reason behind that is unclear, but the stronger primitive parasite could have given its victims a delusion of maggots. This means that they finally managed to duplicate the curse of Oyashiro-sama after 5 years of research. Tometake-san is the victim of the 5th year. He died in an extremely abnormal way. I'm the only one who understands his death, because I experienced the same thing. I'll be back in a bit.
Okay, Moki, have fun lurking.
He kept clawing at his throat to get rid of the maggots and died as a result. With all that explained, I finally understand the maggot disease I experienced in Ibaraki. I left Hinamizawa. It made the parasite in me uncomfortable. As a result, I tried to resist, even though it wasn't very strong, and it tried to make me homesick. But with my parents' divorce, I grew mentally unbalanced, and I completely lost the power to resist for a period of time. The parasite was weak and harmless, but my mental instability allowed it to worsen my symptoms dramatically. As a result, I went crazy and became violent. The delusion of Oyashiro-sama appearing to me in the bathroom was probably the terminal phase of my delirium. I created a supernatural existence, Oyashiro-sama, that I was instilled with when I was little. Then I persuaded myself to go back to Hinamizawa based on that delusion. Some of the transcendents of Onigafuchi must have had the same kind of experience. They must have passed their experiences down as acts of God. I remember once I saw on TV that indigenous people in South America used the same natural drug in order to use a mystical experience, and that they called it a ritual to communicate with their gods. I think the situation's a little different, Nana. So, what the fanatics are trying to do is to spread the primitive parasites throughout Hinamizawa.
I think that's their goal, but I don't think they'll do that without letting people know about it. Religions need ceremonies, so if they created what they wanted to create and if they decided to spread it, I think they'd name it the Day of Oyashiro-sama's Revival or something, and they'd perform some kind of ceremony. It would be in celebration of the revival of Oyashiro-sama.
That's a bad thing, isn't it?
I think you can say that, because they're trying to spread a very dangerous pathogen.
Hey, isn't that bioterrorism? Jeez, this is very bad. They used it on Tomitake-san, confirming that they succeeded in duplicating the curse of Oyashiro-sama, so that day of revival might be really soon.
I don't know. It could happen in a few days, or it might take a year.
This is way out of your league, Rena. This is a very serious conspiracy. There's nothing we can do alone about to stop them. We have to report it to police.
Do you think they'll believe us?
It's their choice whether to believe us or not. No matter what, we have to tell them.
Keiichi-kun, telling Oishi-san about all this means telling them that I have the scrapbooks.
Do you think that'd be a problem?
Oishi-san came to me after Mio-san was murdered. When they killed Mio-san, they found out that her scrapbooks were missing. They also know that she met me at the library a few days ago.
No way. You mean...
Yes, Oishi-san could be one of them. It's possible that Oishi-san thinks I have the scrapbooks and he might be trying to find out. In fact, he looked very suspicious, and it seemed to me that he didn't really tell me everything he knew. He only told me things to make me suspicious about the Sonozaki family. He could have just been trying to look like he was on my side and that he actually was their minion.
But the police are our only hope.
Keiichi-kun, you know about the case of the 4th year, don't you? Setsuko-chan's aunt was murdered. I believe Satoshi-kun did it, but the police fingered a drug addict as the murderer. What do you think about that?
Some of the fanatics were with the police. And they fabricated the murder?
It's the same with the autopsy of the Shinto priest, who they claim died from disease, and the inspection of the accident site where the Hojo family couple died. If the police were on their side, it opens the door to many perfect crimes.
three families have been maintaining pressure on the police since the dam conflict. You've heard from Mi-chan that they also have considerable power over many organizations in Okonomiya, right? Yes, I have. It's not only Mion who told me that. Many people did. They told me that the Sonozaki family holds influence over the whole city. That's right. You can't necessarily trust the police around here. Nana, please. I want to make one thing clear before we go on. Are the Sonozaki family the masterminds behind all this? Does that mean Mion is involved too? Please, tell me. I don't know if Mi-chan or Rika-chan are directly involved or not. All I can say for sure is that the fanatics had the power to control the nerve centers of all the three families, including the most powerful family of all, the Sonozakis. I'm not sure if the fanatics are controlling the three families or if the three families are the fanatics themselves. As long as we're not sure about their involvement, it's better for us to be extra careful around them. Is that what you're saying? Yes. I'm not saying that I don't trust Mi-chan. She's usually very reliable, and I'd ask her for help with any problem, but not this one. This one is a little different. I don't know if you've seen it before, but although Mi-chan jokes around when she's with us, she could be a very cold person when she's acting as the successor of the Sonozaki family. Plus, even if she wasn't around, we would put her in danger if we told her about this. If she was on our side, that'd be really encouraging. I think we should tell her. No, we shouldn't. We shouldn't tell her until we confirm she's not one of them. Sure, it'd be great if we could pull her out to our side, but what if we couldn't? So, how are we going to fight against them? Well, this is a battle we don't stand a chance of winning to begin with. That's why I didn't want to get you involved. Damn it. Takano-san left us a big parting gift, didn't she? But because of that, we don't know about the conspiracy. Or because we do know about the conspiracy. I believe this is her will. Two kids challenging the mastermind who controls the village. This is going to be tough. Ordinary methods won't work. But, Keiichi-kun, I'm glad to have you on my side. We can talk about it and plan things together. Of course. I've always been on your side, and I'm your friend. I know. Thank you. You're very reassuring. Two heads are better than one. Yeah, I agree. We can come up with a plan for how we're going to fight against them together. I skipped school today because I wanted some time to read the scrapbooks again, but I'm going to school again tomorrow, and I'm going to act normal. They might sense something is wrong with me if I act different. You should do the same, Keiichi-kun. Please be careful with Mi-chan. She's sometimes very perceptive. Okay. I'll act normal, as if I know nothing. But, damn, I'm a bit scared. A huge conspiracy is right around the corner, and it might already be counting down to 0. It's hard to act normal knowing that. I don't think this is going to happen anytime soon. Like I said earlier, if they really are religious fanatics, they need a religious ceremony. They need the help of the whole village to hold something like that. I can't think of any event larger than Watanagashi. So, you're saying that we have time at least until the next Watanagashi festival? I can't promise, but I just can't think of any event other than that. I think we have a year at least, but I also feel like we don't, because of how they killed Mio-san. Yeah, I feel like we don't because of how Higurashi has been working. I might not know, but there might be a bigger religious event than Watanagashi. It might not be long until that day. On the day of Oyashiro-sama's revival, they're going to spread a dangerous parasite, and that day might be just around the corner. Arena, are you still on the phone? Wrap it up soon, it's getting late. My father stuck his head out from the living room, telling me I need to hang up soon. I thought about telling him so many times. It's natural to think that your parents will be on your side no matter what. But I know just how weak he can get, so I couldn't tell him. I don't think he'll believe me anyway, even if I told him. He'd just tell me to call the police. It's better that I don't tell him. They might get close to my father to get me. If he didn't know anything about anything, including the scrapbooks, there'd be nothing to squeeze out of him to begin with. I'm sorry, Keiichi-kun. I have to go now. It's getting late. I'll see you at school. Okay, see you tomorrow. Be careful, okay? You're not an outsider anymore. Yeah, I'll be careful. I remembered the suspicious men in the white van and I felt a chill run through my spine. They looked like villagers, but they weren't. They had the village accent, but they were just pretending. The more I thought about it, the more suspicious they became. It let me know that Rena and I aren't safe. If Rena is right, they're just suspicious of her, and they're not sure if she has the scrapbooks or not. But it's still creepy. Rena had probably experienced the same creepiness I felt when I saw the van several times up until now. She must sense the danger more than I do. However, the fact that they weren't attacking, that they were merely observing us, was disturbing. If they attacked her, she could have done something like going to the police, but all they were doing is just watching her from a distance. She can't do anything about it. She can't talk to anybody about it. She probably just wants to stay in her house all day. But if she acted different, they might take it as proof that she has the scrapbooks. We have to think about how to fight against them without making it obvious. I told myself that there was no going back, and I put my phone down. Or the phone, rather. Because these kids don't got smartphones. They just have home phones. This is the early 80s. Nobody has Persicoms. Wait, that's a computer. I don't think these kids have those either. The next day, Rena came to school, acting normal like she said she would. She talked with Mion as cheerfully as she always did, and it made me wonder if the story she told me last night was a complete fabrication. It's because the story really was too ridiculously crazy to believe. This village has a very weird and rare endemic disease, and there are religious fanatics who want to use the disease to revive their weird cult. And they've been researching the pathogen of the endemic disease so they can spread it throughout the village. I was deeply influenced by Rena last night, and I believed everything she said. But thinking about it, with the cool mind under the bright sunlight, it sounds too crazy to be true. The story Rena told me was based on Takano-san's crazy hand-me-down ideas. It's based entirely on her theories, which, though very feasible, have no evidence whatsoever. The fact that Takano-san was murdered lends credit to the story, I'll give you that, but... I looked at Mion. She was fooling around with Rena. It's hard to believe that she's involved with some crazy conspiracy. Hey, are you listening, Keita? What? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't paying attention. Wake up, sleepyhead. You need to get enough sleep or your brain stops working. Mion made fun of me to stop for reacting too slowly. It's almost impossible not to trust this bubbly, cheerful girl. I trust Mion. I trust my friends. I knew she'd never have a hand in a crazy conspiracy like that. If she knew about it, she wouldn't be able to act this cheerfully. Rena told me not to tell Mion because she might be one of them. But it might be worth telling her without letting Rena know. Of course, there's at least a 1% chance that the conspiracy is true and that Mion is one of them. If so, I'd be doomed. But if I had to choose between believing the crazy conspiracy theory and trusting my friends, my answer would be obvious. I know that my friend, Mion, isn't a part of any conspiracy. She'd never be involved with something like that. Even if the conspiracy exists, I'm sure Mion will be on our side. So, whether or not it's true, it must be worth telling Mion about it. What's going on, Keita? Why did you call me out here? You told me not to tell anybody. You're not going to extort money from me, are you? Is that the first thing you think of when you're being called out to the gymnasium storeroom? Oh, you want to give me a love letter, don't you? People usually use the shoe locker for that, you know? We don't really do that in the city. A lot of guys hand over their love letters in person. Really? So, wait, you're... Are you kidding me? That's not why I called you here. I have to talk to you about something very important. I want you to listen without making fun of me. What is it? Do you know that there are people who want to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama? Man, Mion was just here being like, oh, you're gonna give me a love letter? Wait, are you gonna give me a love letter? Wait, why are you talking about cults? Huh? What are you talking about? This, of course, was just my way of getting a feel for the situation. I wanted to see how she was going to react by getting straight to the point. But Mion really did look puzzled. People wouldn't normally react like this if someone pointed out their secrets out of the blue. They always panic, if only just a little. Either Mion was a brilliant actress, or she really didn't have anything to do with the idea of reviving Oyashiro-sama. I decided to tell her everything. Mion, your family, the Sonozaki family, has a lot of influence in this region, including Hinamizawa, right? Do you think there's a possibility that they're working to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama behind the scenes? You just don't even have to say anything. You could just, like, nod. Revive? Why? Well, people today don't worship Oyashiro-sama like the people in the old days did. So people like fundamentalists might be trying to make people worship Oyashiro-sama in the same way of the people of Onikafuchi. What? Wait a second. I have no idea what you're talking about. Are you sure? You really have no idea what I'm talking about? Of course I don't. It sounds like one of those popular novels that sold 5 million copies over in America. Mion's reaction was very natural. It seemed impossible that she was pretending she didn't know anything about it. But regardless, I continued. Well, there are people like that in this village for real. Do you know anything about them? You're saying that those people want us to worship Oyashiro-sama like the people of Onikafuchi did? What good would that do? You know, I think it means a lot to people who really believe. But think about it, Kei-chan. Who'd be happy to live under those strict ancient rules? In this day and age, it's almost impossible to live without leaving the village. But, for example, think about Rika-chan. All the other people say she's a reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, right? Those people might be religious fanatics, and... Are you talking about old man Kimiyoshi? Well, I know he's a deeply religious man for sure, but he isn't a fanatic. Believe me, there really are people who are trying to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama. Okay, I'll believe you for now, because I want to hear the rest. Go on. They found out the curse of Oyashiro-sama was just an endemic disease unique to this village, so now they're researching the pathogen. Where? First of all, what's an endemic disease? What's a pathogen? They sound gross. I was getting confused. I didn't know what I was talking about myself anymore. I was deeply influenced by Yorena last night and believed everything she said, but having said it all out loud, I started realizing how impossible the story sounded. What's going on with you? Did Mio-san tell you all this? How did you know? She's infamous for this kind of thing. She's an occult maniac. She always makes up crazy stories. A few people have gotten badly taken in by her before. She told me some of her stories once, and I remember they were actually very interesting. Is that true? I think you've heard about this once or twice before, but this village has a unique culture back in the days. They did a lot of oppressive things, like having very strict rules, very strict punishments, and a bunch of other cruel traditions. They're well known among occult maniacs. I keep trying to say fanatics, but it's like, nope. Mio-san is one of them. So the story I heard about the weird parasite that controls the village was... What? Parasite? Is that a new story she came up with? What do you mean, new story? I told you, Mio-san is an occult maniac. She studies weird legends surrounding Onikafuchi and enjoys making up hypotheses, stories, and weird theories and weird stories about them. She's created a lot of different ones aside from that theory that parasites are controlling the village. One I heard an awful while back was about UFOs. That one was interesting since it connected a lot of different dots. The story about the UFO that crashed into Onikafuchi Swamp long ago, the alien that was in the UFO and the villager has had a battle, or something like that. It was like one of those sci-fi B-horror movies. The one Setsuko heard was a theory about creatures from the bottom of the ocean. A movement in the Earth's crust opened up a connection between that underwater world and Onikafuchi, and... the princess of the underworld fell in love with a young man in the village. It was like a sci-fi version of Romeo and Juliet. The story about the parasites that you heard must be a new one. I hope she makes all of them into a book one day. Oh man, even she doesn't know that she's dead. Mion began laughing so hard that she had to hold her stomach. As I looked at her laughing like that, I realized I fell for something that ridiculous. At that point, it was obvious. I had been completely taken in. I'm sorry, Mion, but please answer my questions. First, do the fanatics who are trying to revive the cult of Oyashiro-sama exist? No, they don't. I mean, it's totally the opposite. 3 families have agreed to open Hinamizawa to outsiders in order to make this village thrive. I'm not supposed to tell anybody about this, but there's a project to build a new highway by the end of the 20th century. The Sonozaki family is promoting its construction without informing the villagers. If all goes well, this whole area will flourish. My grandma is betting she'll make a fortune when it causes land prices in the region to skyrocket. Well, most of the work will happen in the 21st century, so I'll likely end up taking over the project. So, you don't think there are people who hate outsiders? I told you, there are no such people. What makes you think we want to make this village more inconvenient than it already is? In fact, we've already started selling the land on the village to rich people who want to build country residences here. Your houses is the first lot we sold, Kate-chan. Didn't the villagers welcome you? 3 families are trying to do everything they can to stop the young people from leaving the village. There was nothing vague about what Mion had said. Her story makes a lot more sense than Takano's little theories, and so Mion's words woke me up from that delusion. So, what about this? I heard that the residents of Hinamizawa are extraordinarily high levels of something in their blood, and it proves that they're infected by parasites. Really? How did Mio-san figure that out? Takano-san is a nurse. I'm sure she could do that. And you think anyone would give her blood samples for no reason? Because I sure don't. Even if she could get blood samples somehow, how and where would she examine them? How many blood samples do you think she examined all by herself? Mion was right. I couldn't believe I thought Takano-san could do all that just because she was a nurse. It struck me so hard to believe that she got that many blood samples and a high-level examination like that without any help. When I thought about it rationally, I couldn't have believed such a ridiculous story so easily. I heard that people here don't get hay fever, which is proof that they're being infected by the parasite. Only people in cities get hay fever. I heard it has something to do with fuel emissions. Kate-san, you're talking about Hinamizawa. I mean, even people in Okinomiya don't get hay fever, I think. Well, what about this? I heard that the Sonosaki family has a death squad and they kidnapped the grandson of the government minister once. That sounds cool. I wish I had a squad like that. Even I was sounding ridiculous, but I believed all of it last night. I believed it because Rena looked very serious. It's true that the grandson of the minister was found in Takatsudo. We didn't do it. We just acted as if we did. What do you mean? Please explain. Okay. The Onigafuchi Guardians protested violently during the dam conflict. They did something close to terrorism as well, but there are people who used the resistance movement for their own benefits. They used the name of Onigafuchi Guardians to rob people of money and valuables. The Onigafuchi Guardians were a very aggressive force at that time. There's a high possibility that some people thought they could use the name to extort money. The kidnapping cause was one of those incidents. The kidnappers thought they could stifle the police investigation by acting like they were the Onigafuchi Guardians. They'd kidnapped the boy to demand a ransom. To tell you the truth, the members of the Onigafuchi Guardians were all very surprised. They were actually impressed that those guys actually pulled it off. I remember they even said they'd given them an award. But wait a second. So the Onigafuchi Guardians had nothing to do with the kidnapping? No, not at all. Mion said it firmly. It was a simple and clear answer, which left no room for suspicion. And thinking about it, it's nothing surprising. Kidnapping the grandson of a minister and negotiating with him in person is a huge deal. The Onigafuchi Guardians were a very aggressive group, but this operation wasn't so easy that it could be carried out by any of the normal residents of Hinamizawa. It was obviously the work of professional criminals, without a doubt. Like I said earlier, the Sonozaki family acted as if they were the masterminds of the kidnapping case. What do you mean by that? This is a secret precept of the Sonozaki family. I can't tell anybody about this, okay? When an incident like this happens, we traditionally act as if we're responsible for it. It's a tradition of bluffing. Bluffing? Really? Yeah. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as it works out in our favor. It could be a criminal incident, the weather, or even lottery numbers. We act as if it happened because the Sonozaki family wanted it to happen. It starts to sound like we're a very powerful organization, doesn't it? That's the point. That's the secret agent strategy that only the Sonozaki family heads know about. This strategy is meant to make us look bigger and stronger than we really are. Wow. So, what about the plan they had during the dam conflict? The ones who attacked the Ministry of Construction. Was that true? I heard that they obtained weapons and even trained for it. That was the spin we put on it. There's no way we could actually carry out a crazy plan like that. Our real goal was to make people believe that we were capable of doing things like that so we could exact pressure on the government. That's all. They obtained weapons and went through training just so they could exact pressure. They had no intention of actually carrying out the plan. The Sonozaki family was just bluffing. That made sense. Of course it did. It's impossible to attack the Ministry of Construction. Even if they did, it wouldn't solve the problem. All they had to do was use common sense. Even if they did, they would have been crushed within seconds by a huge number of policemen. Why didn't I think of that? What about the weapons and the training? As for the weapons, no comment. But we did go through training. We needed to do that in order to make the bluff look real. We gathered some younger men from my father's office and appointed Kasai-san as the leader of the group. We went to the desert in Texas, played war games with some instructors, and went sightseeing in San Francisco afterwards. So, I couldn't think of anything else. It was obvious now. No, Urena and I both were completely fooled by the scrapbooks of Takano-san's delusion. Urena was so serious about it, so I believed her. But if you examined it closely, there were so many inconsistencies. I couldn't believe Urena took a delusion like that so seriously. I knew the reason why, though. She was still in a state of shock after being caught with the corpses that day. She was mentally unstable. Then she came across this tall tale, and she believed it. Urena is a smart girl. She wouldn't have taken it seriously if she was stable. Plus, another thing happened to wake me up from that delusion. The white van I saw yesterday came to school during the lunch break, and the 4 men in work uniforms we saw there too. I said thank you to Mion and followed them. The man who talked to me yesterday knocked on the door to the teacher's office. Hello, I'm from the Okonogi Gardeners. Oh, thank you for coming. It's very hot today, isn't it? It sure is. By the way, you look very beautiful today, as always. Thank you. Well, you can start whenever you're ready. Yes, we'll start right away. My account manager told me to give this to you. The quote in the invoice, I see. The date is left blank on both of them. Well, there shouldn't be any problem. Thank you so much. All right, we'll start right away. The man talking to Chie-sensei with a big smile. What are you doing here, Maebara-kun? Oh, principal. Who is that guy? The principal pointed his finger out the window. When I looked out, I heard the noise of the engine starting. The noise was coming from the engine of the motorized lawnmower. I saw 2 young men in work uniforms taking another lawnmower, some brooms, and a ladder out of the van. They're gardeners. We haven't taken care of the grass around the fence and the trees for a long time. I wanted to clean them up before summer. Mr. Principal, thank you for giving us a call. The man noticed the principal, took off his hat, and bowed. No need. I trust your work. Please take care of things. I think we can finish it today. We might make a lot of noise, though. Each worker took one of the tools and walked towards the fence where the grass was growing. The engine of the lawnmower was very loud, and the kids who were playing in the schoolyard looked at it curiously. Hey! It's dangerous out here! Go back to your classroom! It was Chie-sensei. She handed an envelope with the documents in it to the principal. It said Okonogi Gardeners in green on the envelope. Principal, please sign the invoice and drop it off at the office next time you get to the town hall. Of course. Will do. Ah, Chie-sensei. Did they come here yesterday? Yes. They came here to look at the grass late in the afternoon. They told me they got lost on the way back because they tried to take a shortcut. This village has a lot of small roads branching off everywhere, and they can be very confusing. I remember when I first came here, Chie-sensei started talking about when she got lost, and they laughed together. There was never anything suspicious to begin with. I thought they were suspicious yesterday, because of what Rena had told me. At first, I thought it was unusual to see a white van, but then, right after I heard her creepy story, I saw a white van parked on the road, and I got scared. The gardeners weren't familiar with the roads of Hinamizawa, and they got lost trying to take a shortcut on their way back. That's all. I had it totally twisted around? I believed that fake-sounding story. I believed that the Sonozaki family is working behind the scenes, and I fabricated the existence of a group of fanatical believers in my mind. Worse, I doubted Mion. Damn it, I'm such a fool. She's my friend. We took each other's hands that day, saying that we were a family made of friends, and that friends were friends no matter what. I said that, but then I doubted my friend. I'm so stupid. Anyway, then it was the problem. She also needed to wake up from this crazy delusion. I had to hurry and wake her up. But Anna seemed like she had no mind to listen to anyone else. She truly believes that the Sonozaki family are the masterminds of a large-scale conspiracy. You know, nobody's lying to me at all. I remembered the plate number of the white van, and I also remembered their faces. Without a doubt, this was one of the vans that had been following me. So far, I've confirmed that 3 or 4 cars have been following me. Oh, I'm starting to understand the text thing now. It's like getting a darker red the more that she's being taken by the disease. I could especially recall this white van because it followed me around the longest of all. The people who were in the other cars must be on the lookout, and the ones at the van must be tasked with direct contact, like kidnapping or assassination. The lookouts secure the surroundings, and the ones in the van attack the target. That's a common maneuver involved in both kidnapping and assassination. The scrapbook said that too. If so, I'd better watch out because it was them, not the lookouts, who came to the school premises. I think they'll attack me while I'm at school, or I don't think they'll attack me while I'm in school. They're in the early stage of their covert operation now, hiding their fangs and claws until the last stage of their horrifying scheme. That's why they won't take action in the school, where people are watching. But it looked like they were talking with Chie-sensei in a very friendly way. I could only hear bits and pieces of their conversation, but it sounded very suspicious. I tried to remember the chatter and the movements of their mouths, and I played my memory of it like a videotape in my mind. Hello! Oh, thank you for coming. It was very hot today, isn't it? It sure is, you today. Thank you. Well, you can start whenever you're ready. Yes, we'll start right away. My account manager told me to give this to you. The and I see is left blank on. Well, there shouldn't be any problem. Thank you very much. Alright, I used the information I had to guess what was going on. I played the video again and again in my mind, and also paused it and played it in slow motion again to check many times. Oh, Keiichi's done that before. Then something unbelievably horrifying started to emerge. There's no doubt that they acquired Chie-sensei. But I've never seen them visit the school before, so it's hard to believe that Chie-sensei is their contact. There's no doubt that they're the death squad under the direct control of the Sonozaki family. They have the local accent, which proves they were chosen from the Sonozaki corps. The death squad was talking with Chie-sensei. They know each other. What's their relationship? Who's Chie-sensei anyway? During the dam conflict, Hinamizawa's school was closed and it was merged with the one in Okinomiya. But the Onigafuchi Guardians didn't accept that, and they made a part of the forestry service building into the school. But needless to say, the school they made didn't have a teacher, so it was only going to be a token form of resistance. But a teacher has a strong passion of education, felt sorry for the children, and she came to work here. That was Rumiko Chie-sensei. It was obviously strange. Teachers are government employees, and they normally belong in their prefectures. As long as they lie low and don't cause trouble, they don't get fired, and they don't get demoted. They can work up until the official retirement age, and they are guaranteed to get a fixed retirement fund. She was one of those government employees, but she defied the Board of Education and came to work for Hinamizawa. The villagers admired her as a teacher of passion. I heard that Orio Sonozaki herself successfully negotiated with the Board of Construction that suspended Chie-sensei for defying their orders. It was easy to get an answer from this by connecting the dots. Chie-sensei was recruited by Orio Sonozaki as a teacher to work at the school the Onigafuchi Guardians had created. In other words, she was already working for Orio before she came here. As for the principal, he was the principal of the school in Hinamizawa from the beginning. He is a respected person of this region, and he's been closely associated with the 3 families for a long time. So that means the school has been under the control of the Sonozaki family all along. That's why Chie-sensei is acquainted with the death squad. It makes sense now. Chie-sensei confirmed that I came to school today, made a phone call, and called them here? I don't want to know why she called them here. If she called them just to monitor me, they'd wait near the gate until class was over. But they came into the school premises. Why? Stop pretending to be a fool, Ryugu. Do you think nothing will happen if you pretend not to notice it? Think hard, and calm down, Ryugu. What would they do if they what would they try to do to me at school today? In school? What are they going to do? How are they going to do anything with my classmates and friends around me? It's easy.
Chie-sensei will tell me to come to the teacher's office during the last class of the day. What about my classmates? That's easy too. Chie-sensei can easily make them go home early using her authority as a teacher. She can make up any reason she wants. Maybe the classroom is going to have carpentry work done today, so they can't stay in school. It sure is you today. Thank you. Well, you can start whenever you're ready. See? There's no doubt. They clearly say they're ready to do it today. And what else? Yes, we'll start right away. My account manager told me to give this to you. The and I see. The left blank on. Well, there shouldn't be any problem. Thank you so much. I see. They gave Chie-sensei an envelope with some documents in it. That blank is an eerie phrase. Was my name supposed to be in the blank? Why was it left blank? What does that mean? I told you, Ryugu. Do you still think that nothing will happen if you pretend not to notice it? Stop that! So what it must mean is that it's an order from higher up. It says to make Ryugu become blank. I took a peek from the shadows and saw the principal making documents out from the envelope. He started reading them. He looked stern. He looked very serious. I wish I could take a peek at the documents, but I was too far away. I kept looking at him like to see if he'd react at all, and then the envelope caught my eye. The envelope said Okonogi Gardeners and had some numbers that looked like a phone number. Fortunately, I have good eyesight. I memorized that number. If they're a death squad, the gardening company must be a camouflage occupation. It probably doesn't even exist. I wanted to find out. I looked for a phone. There's only one phone, and it's in the teacher's office. Fortunately, the teachers were chatting in the hallway looking at the gardeners. It was now or never. I made sure nobody was watching me to go into the teacher's office. I rushed in and grabbed the phone at the principal's desk. I went over the phone number in my head and dialed it up. I'm glad they have a touch-tone phone. It would have been difficult for it if it were a rotary dial. If somebody answered, I'd only have to ask, is this the Onigafuchi Gardeners? I'd wait for the answer before hanging up. It should be easy. It connected. The number you dialed is... I felt a cold chill through my body from the bottom of my feet. Wait, don't make a quick judgment. I might have remembered the number wrong. No, I know I remembered it right. It was an easy number to remember. It's impossible to remember it wrong. Then, did I dial it wrong? I put the phone down and started over. This time I dialed the number more slowly. The teachers might be coming back at any time. In that situation, it was too risky to do anything slowly, but I needed to make absolutely sure. The number you dialed is... that it's the same. There's no doubt. The company Okonogi Gardeners doesn't exist. It's just a camouflage occupation for the Sonozaki family's death squad. Please make sure the number you dialed is correct. The number you dialed is... I was too stunned to put down the receiver. The announcement kept running over and over again. The voice was cold and creepy. I hung up the phone and rushed out of the teacher's office. I ran to the bathroom and held my head in the attempt to cool down. Calm down, Rena. Calm down, Rena Ryugu. Stay cool, Rena Ryugu. It wasn't safe here anymore. If I stayed here, I might be erased, even in the open. They'd erase me? Why? They weren't certain that I had the scrapbooks. I told Keiichi-kun where I hid the scrapbooks. Yesterday I told him I hid them in my hideout in the garbage dump. Is Keiichi-kun in cahoots with the Sonozaki family? I felt as if my head was a pot that was cooking some dubious stew. There was only soup in my brain. I cut up clues, information, and facts just like I'd cut vegetables, and threw them into the pot. Some of them were floating on the surface, and others were on the bottom of the pot. They were being cooked in a boiling soup. No, it can't be. Keiichi-kun is on my side. He's the only one who is on my side. He held out his hand to me at the trash piles. There was no lie in that hand. When he grabbed my wrist, I felt nothing but his strong and pure heart. He promised me they'd be on my side. I shouldn't doubt Keiichi-kun. He's the only one I could trust. He's the only one who's on my side right now. I'm sorry. Keiichi-kun. I was about to doubt you. I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry. I said it out loud on purpose, full of regret that I doubted Keiichi-kun, the only one who was on my side. Now that I think about it, Whether I had the scrapbooks or not might not matter to them. Erase anyone who is suspicious. That's the safest way. Does that mean they're in a hurry? The day of Oyashiro-sama's revival might just be around the corner. And that's why they're trying to get rid of any small fish bones that are stuck in the throat, by any means, before it's too late. We don't need her anymore. Just erase her if you're worried so much. I could easily picture Oryo Sonozaki saying that. Picture? No. She did say that. That's why you're here today. What should I do? What should I do? Should I wait until school is over? I was like a fish in a pond. No matter how many times I escaped from the net, I was in the pond, and they own the pond. I didn't stand a chance. Then what should I do now? I couldn't keep escaping from the net. I should get out of the pond. I didn't know how to fight them. I didn't know who was on my side. I was about to give in to despair. For now, I'll have to think about how to survive this, so I'd at least have time to think about how to fight against them. I have to get out of this pond. When I was about to leave the bathroom, one of my classmates came in. I pretended to be sick and talked to the girl while leaning to the wall. I don't feel good. I think I better go home. Can you tell Chie-sensei I left school early? I shouldn't let Chie-sensei know that I'm leaving school early if I'm trying to run away from them. But if I didn't, they might think I ran away without a cause. That might lead them to chase after me without mercy. If that happens, I don't stand a chance. They were planning to capture me after school was over, but I happened to feel sick and left school early. If they took it that way, they wouldn't think that I noticed the noose tightening around me. I was about to go back to the classroom to get my bag, but I changed my mind and turned around. I didn't need my bag anymore. I realized nobody was watching me, so I stopped pretending to be sick and started running. Chie-sensei, take a look at this. Take a look? Is something wrong with the documents? Yes. The date on the quote and the invoice are left blank. They're supposed to put today's date here. Oh, they wanted to leave them blank. They said they couldn't put the same date on the quote and the invoice. They were told to leave them blank by General Affairs. Okay, then. And this, the phone number on the invoice is different from the one on the envelope. Do you know which one is the correct one? Oh, I didn't notice that. Hello, excuse me. Yes? What's the matter? The phone number on the invoice is different from the one on the envelope. Which one is correct? Oh! It's the one on the invoice. I used the old envelope we used at our former office. I'm sorry about that. I told our part-timer to add a stamp on the new number, but I guess she forgot. I apologize for the confusion. Can you just erase the number? What is real and what is fake? What is panic and what is actually danger? We won't know. Ooh, more lunch takeout list. Okay, we'll read the tips and then we will take our little break. So let's see. The danger of a culture-bound syndrome lies in the fact that it can easily trigger delusional misidentification syndrome. That is to say, the current case, every time the patient sees something trivial, she tries to interpret it as a curse. And it's believed that as a result of the accumulation of these events in an understandable form, a delusional system is created, ultimately leading to paranoia. Furthermore, the patient is also exhibiting slight signs of a personality disorder. Of course, it's at a very mild level, and it's not causing any hindrance whatsoever to the patient's daily life. It's common for even healthy individuals to have primary delusions in their daily lives, but they usually ignore it automatically without recognition, since these delusions are nonsensical. However, there are cases where these delusions accumulate despite being incomprehensible. It largely depends on the particular characteristics of the individual, and it's believed that the patient shows relatively strong characteristics in this area. I believe you're very much aware that primary delusions are categorized in 3 different kinds. Delusional mood is the feeling of impending crisis without basis. Delusional intuition is the feeling of a sense of duty or goal without basis. Delusional perception is the feeling of baseless cause against a baseless target. In the patient's case, it's believed that these incomprehensible delusions acted out simultaneously with the culture-bound syndrome, which triggered a delusional misidentification syndrome, and it ultimately caused the incomprehensible delusions to become understandable by interpreting them as a curse. The comprehensible delusion system includes understandable secondary delusions, further strengthening the patient's delusional system with the passage of time. The delusional
parasitosis mentioned earlier can be considered a secondary delusion. A common factor of all cases of paranoia is that even after an outbreak, they still appear perfectly normal with no change in their personalities. The patients are unaware of their own ailments, and due to the personal interpretations of their delusional system, there are many cases where patients arm themselves logically, making it extremely difficult for a third party to point out that they're having a delusion. Furthermore, although it may depend on the tendency for the delusions, there is also cases where a persecutory delusion turns into a pursuit delusion or a conspiracy delusion, resulting in a patient creating an imaginary enemy and taking up antisocial behavior. For example, there are cases where believers of a religious cult are deeply influenced by the cult founder's paranoid visions, which shifted the group into a conspiracy delusion that made them conduct antisocial behavior in the name of self-defense. Although no such cases have been reported in Japan yet, it could very well happen in the near future. Fortunately, the patient hasn't reached that serious condition as of now. With proper treatment, she should be able to make a full recovery. Please make sure that her father also understands that this is not an unusual case, but something caused by an accumulation of a number of innocent factors that anybody could have. The patient can be treated only by deepening her bond with her father. As long as she has that bond, she can certainly be treated. For the reasons above, if the patient is to return to her home village, I strongly recommend that the patient continue to receive guidance from specialized medical institutions. Please excuse me for writing such a long letter. Thank you for reading this until the very end. Man, I was hoping we would get more food order stuff on the back of there. Okay, so we will save, and then we will take a little break. I gotta take a break from flapping my jaws or whatever. But so everybody, this is now a good time to get up, do a stretch, use the bathroom, have a sip of water, have some food, have some snacks, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. That sound good? Okay. Because I want to also get my package. But we will be back in 10 minutes. Wah! Yeah. So, what you gonna do, Ukyo? Are you gonna do something about it, Ukyo? You got your hand right there. Okay, I'll go back in my little corner.
You'll need one of these.
A gun?
It's fake. It will fit in along with the assassins.
Assassins? Wait a second.
Beware the cows. Not all milk is enriched.
I need a plunger to get past this sermon.
Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder. Oh my god, I'm sorry.
And we have that on stream.
Oh no! I'm gonna be the new DLC murderer.
You know what to do, Crimson.
Crimson, I swear to heaven.
Become the narwhal and run the up.
Give me a minute, okay?
No.
Rot's puppy belly's in the way of everything.
How dare you?
Fat freaking
Watch it.
yup.
Not only is he bigger, but he has a little mustache now. Oh, Neon! Neon! Loon! Why is the word engorged there? Being so engorged with energy every morning is quite the problem, though. I'll introduce you next time, so be sure to greet him properly. Keiji. Don't make us go. Ah! Ah! Oh no! I'm being. Ah! Oh, right, the chaos. The complete and utter chaos. I'm glad I was. Oh. Wait, there wasn't even an what? Oh, Bailey snuck it in. But yeah, that was. No, I'm glad I'm not the only one who thought that. Warned you about the stairs, bro. I warned you, dog. I am sick of seeing spoilers. I want to play. Or Veronica, can we not fight anymore? Please, can we not fight anymore? Veronica, sure you're scared. I've been there. I can set you free. Veronica, don't make me come in there. I'm gonna count to 3. 1, 2. Oh my god. No. Veronica. Please don't leave me alone. You were all I could trust. I can't do this alone. Still, I will if I must. I'm sorry! I didn't mean... I'm sorry, I didn't mean to give you anxiety! Okay. Okay. Twice in 3. They were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? and like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's
Scene change. I get to sip my cold tea. Oh no, the cinnamon! All the flavors settled at the bottom of the cup.
Okay. Oh gosh, I need to wash that down. That's way too much cinnamon. How dare you, Kate? How dare you wait for my pain? That wasn't me that brought her to you guys.
Following?
Oh no. Ew.
Oh,
No!
fair,
No! You got me stuck! You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
No, I'm not doing it.
It'll
It's
be
tempting, but I shall be a
fine.
goofy girl. I'm not going to do it. Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
It'll be fine. Take my streamer word for it. You will be fine. You taste it with your eyes too. Where's the waitress with the big heavy pair of melons? I don't see her today. You need to check the shift roster. If you like girls with big tits, you have to come on Tuesdays and Thursdays after 5 p.m. If you like girls with small tits, you have to come on Fridays after 5 p.m. Why do they have There they go.
Hello!
I am afraid. I'm very nervous. Oh, I need to start. And then I blacked out. That was the chirping of the Higurashi telling me it was evening. I see. When it's another time of day, it's quack, 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 quack. Now it's quack, 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 quack.
Talking about the vines or that beard?
Who's this?
Tell me. So this is where the figures.
What?
It's me, Toby. Your Psy King.
How? Where's your body?
I was lost for a long time until this one found. Body's on loan for the mail. Hang on, borrowed lips. Wouldn't be right.
And he's not as cute as you either.
Neither are you. Come on, let's at least wash that. What's that smell? Mushrooms? You know I hate mushrooms.
I know.
Now I just need some help with a few of these.
Did you just puke? And twice in 3, they were like, yeah, we're gonna like go and do this thing. And then Goofy and Donald were like, you're dumb, Sora. And he's like, what? and like, I remember it showed up and I was like, wait, didn't we see this before? Like, I swear they like played a similar scene before that. They like played 2 similar scenes when they were like in Master Yen Sid's book. Okay, time.
No, I'm not doing it.
It'll
It's
be
tempting, but I shall be a
fine.
good girl. I'm not going to do it. Oh, I shouldn't have done that.
It'll be fine. Take my streamer word for it. You will be fine.
Trickster, where are you, my love? Come to me, K-pop murder.
And we are back. I noticed we dropped some frames during the BRB screen, but that is okay. I think that was something that I accidentally did. But now we are back. And also I unpackaged my figure in our little break, and she is very cute. I might take pictures of her and post them on Twitter afterwards. Because now I just have her on my desk instead of on my figure display. But she's very cute. Okay, anyway. Oh, I'm fuzzy. My mic is fuzzy. Why is it fuzzy? Give me a second. Okay, I think that fixed it. Okay, it looks like I fixed it. I accidentally bumped it, but now we fixed it. Okay. Now, did we save before our break? I think we did, but just to be safe. Just to be safe. Now we get to continue. They were mowing the grass near the fence, which was probably a cover to monitor the surroundings. Just in case, I tried to escape from the school. But they must have been thinking that would happen only after school was over. They seemed to have no idea that I already noticed their plan and was trying to run away right at that very moment. I couldn't use the front gate, since they'd find me easily. I moved behind the school building, made sure nobody was around the curry garden, ran through it, and dashed into the forest. I walked through the dense undergrowth, stepping on the dead wood and climbing over fallen trees. After walking through the forest for a while, I came to a small road. I know many back roads of this village because of our club activities, and that knowledge had finally come in handy. So, what do I do? I'm sure the girl already passed on my message to Chie-sensei. Those men must be going crazy by now, knowing that I ran away. Did anyone else talk to Ryugu-san before she left school? Everybody in class looked at each other and shook their heads. Chie-sensei looked a bit upset that Rena left school early without telling her in person.
Nana-san has been feeling sick these days. Yeah.
She left her bag here. What happened to her? I have a bad feeling about this. What? I think I know what's going on. I'm not sure, but I have a very bad feeling about this. She must have taken another ridiculous story seriously or something. I hope she won't do anything crazy. I hurried home. My father might be at his new job, or he might have gone shopping. He wasn't around when I got there. Now that they're on the move, I'm no longer safe at my house. They're very dangerous people. They're trained to be capable of attacking the Ministry of Construction, and they actually pulled off the kidnapping of the grandson of the minister. Locked doors and windows don't mean anything to them. In fact, it'd be like I was hiding in a box, which they could just open up and get at me. I could no longer stay at home. It's very sad and very frustrating. I killed Lina and Tepe, and finally regained a peaceful life with my father. How could this happen to me? I remembered what Keiichi-kun told me before. It expressed my feelings better than anything. Takano-san left us a huge parting gift. Why did she give me those terrifying scrapbooks? Why did she tell me the secret of this unthinkable conspiracy? She got me into this. I didn't do anything. It's all for Mio-san's fault. But who was interested in her stories? I was. Who let her continue talking? I did. I did that out of curiosity. Who let the memories of Ibaraki return and told Mio-san about them? I did. I depended on Mio-san, hoping that she could somehow save me from the memories I've been trying to forget. I shouldn't have remembered anything about that bizarre incident. If I hadn't, I wouldn't have gotten involved in that unthinkable conspiracy. I could have just played around with my friends today. But even if I didn't know about the conspiracy, it'd still continue behind the scenes. I would have been one member of the mob running in panic, not knowing what's going on the day of Oyashiro-sama's revival. I would have just been swallowed up in their conspiracy anyway. Would I be happier if I faced that day without knowing anything? Would I be happier if I struggled knowing about it, but ending up swallowed up by it? If I'm going to end up the same way no matter what I choose to do, I'll fight. I'll choose to fight. Because that's how I seized my happiness before. When Nina invaded my home, seducing my father, I felt like it was the end of the world. I lived on the verge of despair every day. I thought that was the worst misfortune that could befall anyone. But the way things are going, it wasn't really that bad at all. I had only 2 enemies, Rina Mamiya and Tepe Hojo. I knew my enemies, and I knew how many they were. I lured them out one by one. I attacked them in the dark. It was a very easy problem to solve. But what about this one? I don't know how my enemies are, and I don't know how many or how strong they are. Even the people I once trusted might be my enemies. I can't possibly be sure. It's totally different from the previous problem. It might be the end of the world. This time, it really was the worst thing that could possibly happen. But is that really the case? With Anina, I felt like it was the end of the world, but I would no longer think that it was that bad. So this might turn out to be an easy problem to solve in the end. I might be able to laugh about it someday. But I know that day will come. I know it for sure. So I shouldn't think about this as the end of the world. Let's fight! I can fight! I can still struggle! I'd eat grass and drink mud if I needed to. I'm going to bet on the 1% chance, even though it's unbelievably small. If Mio-san didn't leave me the scrapbooks, I wouldn't even have been able to sit at the table to bet. I was lucky that I received the scrapbooks because they gave me the chance to choose my future. If I don't fight, they'll spread the terrible parasite, and this village will face a great disaster. According to the legend, when the demons first came out of the swamp, people became demons right after being infected. And it happened while they were inside the village. These days, symptoms appear only when infected people leave the village, but that only applies to the latter, weak parasite. The original parasite can reenact the curse of Oyashiro-sama, even when the infected are in the village. The legend of Oyashiro-sama will be reborn. Humans and demons will start killing each other, and Oyashiro-sama will come down to pacify the disaster. That's what they want! They want people to prostrate themselves before that miracle, and only the people who truly worship Oyashiro-sama will be saved. I see. I know their true intention now. They're going to reenact the legend of Oyashiro-sama. After all, the villagers always say that Rika-chan is his reincarnation. The village is all set. They're going to use the parasite as the curse. So, how are they going to make it look like a Yashido-sama came down to pacify everyone? I get it. They must have some kind of medicine, a specific cure for the parasite. When they recreated the stronger form of the parasite, they found a cure for it at the same time. They're going to use this cure to save only those people who believe in a Yashido-sama, and as a result, this village will only have those fervent believers. They're going to make themselves the absolute rulers of Hinamizawa. Wait, I still might be underestimating them. Are they going to carry out that horrifying act as bioterrorism only inside Hinamizawa? History proves that when their goal is to control others, people desire to spread their religion across the wide area. I'm sure they conducted research not only to bring back the primitive form of the parasite, but also to overcome its weakness, namely, that it only thrives in Hinamizawa. According to Mio-san's research, the parasite doesn't like its host to be far from the region. Its weakness is distance. If they could extend the distance, they could extend the area where it can live. I wonder how far along their research is.
The woo voice! Okay, we'll go over here. By now, the parasite might be able to live not only in Hinamizawa, but Okinawa as well. Oh no, I need to do a timer, so that way I actually do it for 5 minutes. Ooh, okay, here we go. There we go, now we can do it officially. Or maybe even in the city? Maybe the whole prefecture? It might be able to cover nearby prefectures as well. This is too serious to just call it conspiracy. It's horrifying enough and it's large scale enough to call it a revolution. Also, thank you for redeeming the woo voice, Lisa. The day of revival is probably not far off. I can tell by how they killed Mio-san by the extent of the pressure they're putting on me. They're trying to get rid of the small fish bones stuck in their throat by all means, because that day is coming ever closer. I'm the only one who can stand up against the revolution. I can't trust anybody. I can think of Keiichi-kun, but no one else. Mi-chan is out of the question. I can't trust Rika-chan either. Satoko-chan and Rika-chan stick together like super glue, so I can't trust Satoko-chan either. I can't trust any of those. I can't trust anybody. No one is on my side. I have to stand up against them alone. The clock is ticking towards that day, and the ticking noise made me frustrated. Yes, revolution! How should I fight against them? What should I do? I needed time to think. I needed a place, a safe area where I could concentrate on thinking. Fortunately, I had such an area already. My hideout at the garbage dump. Nobody ever goes there, so it's safe. Even if they found out about that place, I'm familiar with its surroundings. I know escape routes and places where I can hide. But it has a shortcoming as a hiding place. It's not hard to imagine what that is. I don't have any stock of food there. That's why I came home. I opened one of my father's drawers and took out his cash box. The contents hasn't changed since last time I looked inside. There were many new 10,000 yen bills in the cash box. I took them all. I couldn't tell how many bills were actually there, but it looked to be about 80 of them. That's a lot of money. That should be plenty. If I evaded them long enough to use all of this money, that would mean I did pretty well. Plus, I might use it to buy someone off. You can never have too much money, especially in a situation like this. I didn't have the bank book. If they were waiting an ambush at the bank, I'd be done for. It'd be too risky to draw money from a bank. I grabbed my backpack. I took the key from my bicycle. I put everything I could think would be convenient in the backpack. I didn't care if it got heavy. I chose what it was necessary to carry around later in my hideout. If there ended up being something I didn't need, I could leave it there. I looked at the clock. It had been 30 minutes since I came home. I stayed here too long. I rushed out of the house. This is really squeezing out my throat. I went to a small convenience store and bought as much sweetbread and canned food as I could fit in my backpack. An old lady was at the register, probably suffering from dementia. She showed no interest in the extraordinary amount of food I was buying. But as soon as the manager of the store checked the sales that night, he'd find out. The idea didn't bother me, because I could no longer walk around the village in the daylight anyway. My backpack was full, and the cans hurt my back as I walked. But that didn't bother me either, I think is what I said. I got to my hideout, still carrying the heavy backpack. I organized the stuff I brought. It was very heavy to carry, but now I had sufficient food. The abandoned construction office was still running water, so I could get some from there. I wanted to get some vegetables, but in a situation like this, I could hardly complain. After I organized things, I took out the scrapbooks I hid there, and my brain into top gear, flipping through the pages. So, now what? How am I going to stand up against this gigantic conspiracy? I needed to calm down, stay cool, but also think fast. There might not be a lot of time, so I'd have to hurry, but I don't know what to do. It's easy to run to school in the morning when I overslept. It's easy because I know where I should go, but now I don't know where I should go or what I should do. Now I've come to this point, I should tell Oishi-san everything. It's highly likely he's an enemy, but that doesn't matter anymore. If it's true, I just declare war. But if he was on my side, he'd be my only remaining hope. I'm far too weak to stand alone against the terrifying scale of this conspiracy poised to instill fear throughout Japan. I'd have to use a public phone to make the phone call. There's only one public phone in this village that stands at a place where it's hard for people to spot you. That phone booth. It stands in the middle of nowhere where nobody really comes around. Many bugs gather around the light when it's dark. It is not a pleasant place to go to. But I can't think of any other public phones I can use to contact Oishi-san without being seen. Even though it stands in the middle of nowhere, it's still dangerous to use in the daylight. I should wait until nightfall and take advantage of the darkness. I heard that Oishi-san has been holed up in the station since Mion-san's murder case. This is Mio-san's murder case, so I should be able to reach him anytime. I need some water after that. But hopefully you enjoyed the Uwu voice, Lisa. Oh, yes, more hydration. Thank you. Ooh. I have the number for the direct line to his office, too. The sky was still bright. Even though I had no time, I still had to wait for it to get dark. Ooh, it was fun. Yee! Nice little special treat. Frustrated, I glared at the sunset. I should find something to do. I couldn't waste any time that I had, so there must be something to do. After I thought about what I could do, I found there was something I wanted to confirm. Something I've been worried about. I couldn't do anything else before it got dark anyway. Staying here doing nothing could just make me more frustrated. I made my decision and left the hideout. Rena's father paced up and down restlessly in front of his house. A bicycle appeared, its rider ringing the bell. "Police officer! Oh, here! Over here!" A police officer from the Hinamizawa police station had shown up. Having rushed to get there, he was breathing hard. "I hope you didn't wait too long. Please tell me what happened." "I know I locked the door before I left, but when I came back the door was left open and—" He led the police officer into the house. "And look, my cash box was left open in my room. Is this how you found it? You didn't touch anything?" "I didn't touch the cash box itself because I thought they might have left fingerprints. I did touch the contents a little bit to check what was missing." And what did they take?" "They didn't take my bank books or my personal seal, but they took the cash." "They didn't take your bank books or personal seal, huh? You were lucky. Professional thieves today don't take bank books because they know how easily they can get caught by using them. This might be a professional cat burglar. Instead of taking the cash box with him, he opened it here. He has to be a pro. So, how much cash was in there?" I haven't counted it for a long time, but I believe there was about 110,000 yen bills." "Oh, I see." Yes, a pro, not someone who's, having delusions. "Did you tell anybody that you had that much cash in there?" "No, I didn't. But they probably knew I kept some cash in the house." "They? Who are they? Can you tell me more about them?" "Well, it's kind of an embarrassing story. Her name is Rina Mamiya, and—" Just then the phone rang. "Oh, excuse me. I'll go get that. Please, give me a minute." He grabbed the phone. "Hello, this is the Ryugu residence." Hello. This is Maibara. Is Rena-san there?" "No, she hasn't come back from school yet." "She hasn't? I'm very sorry, but I'm in the middle of something right now. Can you call back later? I'm sorry. Bye." He hung up after that. Meanwhile, in the forest, I was stunned. It didn't look like anything had changed on the surface. It was hard to find this place at all, because it perfectly blends in with its surroundings.
I only found this place again because I remembered there was a tree with a big lump of wood on it nearby. The spot where I buried the corpses was perfectly camouflaged, as if nothing had happened. Yeah, almost 800 USD just poof. And you have to think about this. This was in, like, the 80s? So you have to take it into consideration, like, inflation and stuff. So that could be, like over 1,000 by now. The spot where I buried the corpses was perfectly camouflaged, as if nothing had happened. That's why at first I thought I came to the wrong place. But I could make certain that once I stick a shovel in the ground, I should be able to tell right away whether this place was dug up before or not. After several false starts, I found the exact spot where I buried the corpses. But the biggest problem of all is that there were no bags in there at all. Why? How come? Did I bury them deeper than this? No, I didn't. I remember exactly how deep I buried them, but Keiichi dug the hole. I know I didn't bury them deeper than this. I wasn't expecting this. I came here to check the corpses. I just wanted to do that to kill some time. I didn't want to stay in my hideout doing nothing, so I came here to check if the corpses I buried were still there. I'd make sure that they were still there, and I'd feel relieved. It was supposed to go like that. This is such an unexpected turn of events that I broke into a cold sweat. What's going on? What's going on? I don't need to calm down to think about what happened. Corpses can't come back to life and crawl out of the ground. Someone must have dug them out. Who did it, and for what purpose? Did anyone happen to see us burying the corpses here, and did they dig them out after we left? What if they handed them over to the police? No, it can't be. It had been quite a while since the day we buried them here. It was before the Watanagashi festival. So if the police did find the corpses, when Oishi contacted me, he'd had to know about Rina and Tepe, but he didn't tell me anything about them. I don't think he was hiding anything on purpose either. So that means the police don't know about Rina and Tepe yet. Then why are the corpses gone? That would leave only one answer. Who knows about this place? One of us came back here, dug out the bags, and took them away. The first person who comes to mind is Mion, I mean the Sonozaki family, but I can't think of a reason why they would do that. The murder of Rina and Tepe has nothing to do with them. I'm sure they don't want to get involved either, let alone be falsely accused. They must want to stay as far away from this case as possible. Why would they want to keep the corpses? It's like keeping a joker even though you'll lose if you have the joker by the end of the game. If I was Mi-chan, what would I do? What would I do if I was a club president? The joker is a card that you want to get rid of, at least in a game I mentioned earlier. But it becomes a powerful card in other games. What kind of game would that be? An electric shock ran through my spine. At the same time I realized it. They were one step ahead of me. The Sonozaki family got the corpses to use them as a joker, as a wild card. They're trying to use them to sell me out to the police. The Sonozaki family is trying to kill me using their death squad, but they want to have insurance just in case they fail. The thing they're afraid of most is that I might work together with the police. If they could prevent that from happening, I'd have no one to work with. If that happens, I can no longer run away from them. I'd still be a fish in their pond. They're going to use the corpses to sell me out to the police for the murder of Rina and Tepe. If the police started seeing me as a suspect, they'd never listen to my story. They could have been my last hope, but this will certainly turn them against me. But I'm sure the Sonozaki family doesn't want to use their joker unless absolutely necessary. After all, Mion Sonozaki helped bury the corpses. Plus, they don't want the police to hover around Hinamizawa when the day of arrival is so close. I'm going to call Oishi tonight. I'm going to ask him for help. I'm going to tell him everything, including the things I haven't even told Keiichi-kun. I don't know if Oishi will believe me. This is a gamble, and my chances of winning is very small. Plus, my worst enemy has the joker, the bags with the corpses inside. I'm impressed with Mion. That's just what I'd expect from the leader of our club. This is a battle that I'm betting my life on, but to Mion, this is like a board game, taking place across Hinamizawa itself. I grinned, repeating to myself that it's just a game. I put my life on the line for every club activity we do because I don't want to suffer the punishment. Pardon me, this time, that's become the literal truth. There could be only one reason why they're trying so hard to drive me into a corner. It's because they're afraid of me. I assumed I was just a little girl with no power, running around in confusion, but my enemy must not be thinking that way. If they didn't think I was a threat to them, they wouldn't take risks like this to drive me into a corner. That means the scrapbooks Mio-san left me must be way more dangerous to them than I think they are. I see. They have a joker. But so do I. The joker I have is so deadly and so powerful that it can break their plot into pieces. That's why they're so eager to find me. A cornered mouse really can bite a cat. I felt my fear towards my enemy fade away all of a sudden. Just as I fear them, so do they fear me too. So this is an evenly matched game. I don't have a bad hand as I thought I did. I was right to come here. I found out about the card my enemy was holding. This is a big deal. I felt myself shiver with excitement. I grinned to encourage myself. I don't need to be here any longer. They know this place. They might come here to find me. It's not safe for me to stay here for long. I decided to get back to my hideout. On the way back, I passed close to my house. I noticed something different right away. I hid behind a bush and looked at the front gate of my house. My father was talking to a police officer. I strained to catch their conversation. Yes, she usually parks it there. My father pointed to the place where I usually park my bicycle. Okay. Please let us know whenever your daughter comes back. We'll try to find her as well. Mi-chan, you're good. Did you already play your joker? Mion always starts a battle by attacking without hesitation and wins. It seems like the police are already after me. My chance of being able to explain the conspiracy to Oishi was already small, but this makes it even smaller. No. That's why I'm going to talk to Oishi. He sees the Sonozaki family as his enemy, and he's trying to expose everything about them before his retirement. That's why he'll be on my side. He's not going to fall for their trick. Of course, there's a high possibility that everything was part of their trap from the very beginning. It's possible that he claimed the Sonozaki family was his enemy in order to make me believe that he's on my side. It's possible that the game was rigged from the start. But their joker was actually giving me hope. If Oishi is one of them, it would be too early to play their joker. Oishi isn't one of them. That's why they got the joker, so they can play it before I can go to the police. No, wait. That might be a trick to make me think that way in order to make me trust Oishi. When Mion gives me two choices to choose from, it's usually better to choose the one I like without thinking too much. Mion, after all, likes to guess people's intentions in order to confuse them. So when you think about a choice too small, you're already in her trap. I'm going to do as I planned. I'm going to call Oishi after it gets dark. If he's going to become my ally, we can talk about the future. And if he isn't? That, I realized, was what I had to think about before it got dark. Poor Rena. This whole chapter is just her, misunderstanding things and being super paranoid. I feel bad. I feel bad for her! No, don't worry about calling so late. I don't get paid overtime, but I'm on duty as long as I'm here. I started the conversation with an ordinary greeting to try and gauge his reaction. There's a 50-50 chance that Oishi is one of them. If he's their pawn, he'll either lure me out somewhere so he can arrest me, or he'll ask me where the scrapbooks are. But even if he didn't, that wouldn't prove anything. It's going to be difficult to determine if he's on my side or not, and I'd have to tell him about the scrapbooks no matter what. My heart's beating very fast. Even if I was sure that Oishi isn't their pawn, I'd still have to make him believe such a crazy story. And I have to do that over the phone. Worrying wouldn't do anything for me. This is, I know, a gamble I have, but a small chance of winning. If I didn't put my chips on the table, the game wouldn't even start. I told you a little bit about this before, but I think somebody is following me. Are you sure about that? Yes. I wasn't sure before. I thought it was just my imagination, but things have changed over the past few days, and now I'm certain. What do you mean things have changed? A few cars have been following me. One of them is a white van with 4 men in it. They disguise themselves as gardeners, but they're actually attack units. Attack units? You mean the Sonozaki family's death squad? Yes. I'm pretty sure that's them. They came to my school yesterday. I managed to escape from them in time, but it was very close. But why would they do that? Do they think you're trying to sniff out their connection to Tomitake's murder? Oishi hasn't mentioned the scrapbooks yet. It sounded rather unnatural to beat around the bush like that by mentioning Tomitake's murder. But as I hadn't told him about the scrapbooks, it could be a legitimate reaction. To tell you the truth, I just heard some bad news. I wanted to confirm it a bit more before letting you know, but we did promise to share new information with each other. So this is what I heard.
It seems like the Sonozaki corpse in Okinomiya are on the move.
Are you talking about the Sonozaki corpse?
Yes. You might find it a bit of a shock. They ordered their greenhorns to find a certain person.
A certain person?
My heart stopped for a moment upon hearing that. Are they? It's hard to believe, but you're the person they're looking for. They're trying to find you.
I just got this information, so I don't know the reason why, but they're mentioning your name.
So you believe my story that my life is in danger?
Yeah, I think I mixed them up too. I was in the middle of that one, quotation marks, and it's like, I think this is Oishi talking, oops.
So believe the story that my life is in danger?
Yes, it matches with my information perfectly. Ryuga-san, what's going on? Do you have any idea?
What they're really looking for are the scrapbooks I have. They want to know where they are, and they believe that I'm hiding them. They must be thinking that they'll be able to hide the information in the scrapbooks forever if they succeeded in shutting my mouth.
I mean, it's okay, Moki. It's just, Oishi went from, having this kind of voice
to, being like that. But I couldn't tell Oishi about that yet. I answered his question by asking him a question. What about you, Oishi-san? Do you have any idea? I can't think of anything.
No, I'm afraid not. Or I'm afraid I don't. It's hard to believe that the Sonozaki Corps are using their resources to capture an individual like you. But it's true. It came from a reliable source.
It might be the Sonozaki family who are after me, not just the Sonozaki Corps.
It's very unusual for them to take action like this. They only do this when one of their people runs away with their money, or something like that. It's usually about some kind of trouble within the group. They've never done things like this to an honest person like you.
Well, I'm honored to be the very first one, but I need to do something other than tell me that they've never done this before.
I understand, Ryuga-san. Please calm down. Isn't it your turn to tell me something now?
What do you mean?
Like I said, the Sonozaki Corps don't take action like this very often. They might be under some kind of misunderstanding, but still, it's very unusual that they would do something like this. Are you sure you have no idea? You could have gotten them confused about something without you knowing it. My guess is that you sniffed around the Sonozaki family and find out about a secret of theirs, or they think you did. You can't lead them to mobilize like that by doing nothing. What you did must have been obvious to them. Are you sure you have no idea?
Is he my ally or my enemy? I still can't figure it out. This is it. Make your decision, Ryugu. Maybe they're after me because I have Mio-san's scrapbooks.
Mio-san? Mio Takano? Her scrapbooks? What do you mean?
If he was my enemy, he wouldn't be able to hide his excitement. But his voice remained steady, and it didn't sound unusual when he said the word scrapbooks. Well, I met Mio-san at the library a few days before she was murdered. We talked and got along well, so she let me borrow some of her scrapbooks, in which she wrote about her studies.
Scrapbooks? Her studies?
Yes. Mio-san was studying the history of Hinamizawa. She summed up her findings in these scrapbooks. I think when they killed Mio-san, they found out some of her scrapbooks were missing, and also that she gave them to me.
They're after the scrapbooks? Ryuga-san, what in the world are you talking about?
She collected all her research about Hinamizawa and its ancient past as Onigafuchi into these scrapbooks. She wrote about the origin of Oyashiro-sama's cult in them too.
The origin of the cult of Oyashiro-sama? You mean the story about the man-eating demons?
Yes. In her research, she discovered a very important secret about Oyashiro-sama. The secret was extremely blasphemous for the people who worship him.
I see. Those people, the most devout followers, couldn't accept the results of her research.
Oishi was taking notes. I could hear him writing something while he spoke. They killed Mio-san, and they're trying to get at her scrapbooks. They weren't sure that I had them, so they followed me to find out. But I think they changed their plans yesterday. They're now trying to kill anyone who they think is suspicious.
I see. That doesn't sound very good at all. I'm going to arrange a security detail for you. And let me take a look at the scrapbooks, too. I might be able to find some clues about her murder.
No. I mean, they might have pawns inside the police force. So don't worry about me. I can look after myself. Same with the scrapbooks. They're going to try to destroy them, even if they were kept at the police station.
You may be right. If the Sonozaki corpse is chasing you after you because of an order from the head of the Sonozaki family, that means our enemy is the Sonozaki family itself. If so, I'm afraid I really can't guarantee that we don't have a traitor amongst us. Wait, did he say among us? He did. I just ruined it by saying amongst.
That's what I'm saying. Please don't worry about me, but I have a favor to ask you.
Hello, Rocket! How are you doing? I was so focused on reading, you got me so off guard. But how you doing?
That's what I'm saying. Please don't worry about me, but I have a favor to ask you. It's very important.
Go ahead. Was doing good. You were doing?
What happened? Why are you no longer doing good?
Go ahead. What is it?
According to Mio-san's research, there's a horrifying conspiracy at work in the shadows of Hinamizawa, and it's about to be carried out in the near future.
A conspiracy? What's that about?
I got tense all of a sudden. If I tell him everything, it's going to sound like a big lie. I should leave out the bizarre-sounding parts for now. It'd actually make the story more credible.
Also, if it's something big that made you not fine or not doing good, then you brought up the stupid. I know. I'm sorry. I mean, I read it wrong. So fanatical worshippers of Oyashida-sama are the ones behind the conspiracy. Since the Meiji era, belief in Oyashida-sama was slowly disappeared. I forget who's talking. Okay. Yeah, okay, Renna's talking.
Fanatical workers of Oyashida-sama are the ones behind the conspiracy. Since the Meiji era, belief of Oyashida-sama has slowly disappeared, so they're trying to revive the majesty of Oyashida-sama that the people of Onigafuchi once worshipped.
Go on, I'm listening. I'm just writing this down.
According to Mio-san's research, the origin of the legend of Oyashida-sama lies in a primitive endemic disease. People feared this endemic disease and called it the curse of Oyashida-sama, and then someone like a doctor treated the disease, and was then worshipped by the villagers as Oyashida-sama himself. The village was then under his control.
Oh, I see. The bodies? Oh, yeah, actually, like, really close to the beginning of this stream, they found the bodies, because it kind of sped through Watanagashi. I think that's the right word. Hopefully. I don't know. Oh, I see. That's interesting. Go on.
The endemic disease was caused by a parasite unique to this region.
But, oh wait, they haven't found what's his face? They haven't found the bad people that were cut up. those have disappeared, but Renna might have looked in the wrong area.
The endemic disease was caused by a parasite unique to this region, but it became weaker with every generation. And now, it doesn't do any harm to people, as you can imagine. To them, a harmless endemic disease means no curse of Oyashida-sama. No curse means no savior. They can't keep the sanctity of Oyashida-sama like that.
And to revive the sanctity of Oyashida-sama means they have to revive the endemic disease, right?
That's right. They want to recreate the legend of Oyashida-sama in order to make Oyashida-sama a deity again. That's why they're trying to recreate the original parasite, because it can bring back a more powerful strain of the endemic disease. The true intention of the series of the mysterious deaths was to test the results of their research, and now they've finally succeeded, reenacting the maggots disease with Tometake-san.
What are you talking about? Those two were spirited away. Oh yeah. Sorry, they still found the corpses of those two. But yeah, I was momentarily confused on like which corpses you were referring to. There are a lot of corpses here. But yeah, Tometake-san was found in the street with, clawing out his neck because maggots in his neck, in his bloodstream. And then Takano-san was found in an oil drum burned to death in a mountain. So, I mean, It's committing war crimes for religious purposes. Yeah, that's how it works sometimes. That's what some religious companies, not companies, factions do. It took them 5 years, but they managed to bring the parasite back to its original power. What the hell? Their goal is to spread the parasite, use the cure they developed to save only those people who believe in Oyashiro-sama, and create for them a paradise. Are you sure it's all true? The scrapbooks say that most of the residents of Hinamizawa are infected by the parasite. There's medical evidence of its existence, too. I can't believe it. Damn it. That hag Oreo is on death's door already. Yet she can't just cross the Styx on her own? This is indiscriminate terrorism. What the hell? The original parasite could only survive around Hinamizawa, but there's a high probability that they've improved it to be able to survive in a wider area. It's going to destroy not only Hinamizawa, but also Okinomiya, or even the entire city, or the entire prefecture. Damn it. What should we do? Who's behind all this? It's the 3 families. Most likely the Sonozaki family is in charge, but I'm not sure if Oreo is the leader or not. I can only refer to them as they. I also have no idea how far this thing reaches. Do you know where they're doing all this research? I can shut it down. I don't know. It's not in the scrapbooks either. Do you have any idea? It must be a big facility to do that kind of research. You can use a garage for remodeling guns or something like that, but when it comes to parasites, I don't think that would be enough. Mio-san was a nurse at the Iri clinic. Do you think that could be it? I always thought that it was a bit too big and fancy for a small village like Hinamizawa. Ah! The Iri clinic. They need a specially designed facility with advanced airtight containment, among other considerations, to be able to do research on dangerous parasites like this one. It's easy to equate suspicious research with a clinic facility, but it also sounds too easy and a little cliché. At first, I thought they converted part of the clinic into a secret research center, but that actually sounds a little too unrealistic even for this situation. Anyway, I don't know where it is, so please find that out. Can't you just raid every suspicious place at once? As you know, we need a warrant for that kind of thing. There's a way we can get one even after doing a raid, but I'd need conclusive evidence that it was actually the research building in question in order to do that. Oishi is a police officer. If he's going to work as a police officer, he has to follow their rules. But they really are planning bioterrorism. There has to be a reason why they killed Mio-san so quickly. I think the reason is because their day of revival isn't far off. Okay, I understand. I'll try to do what I can. With an unthinkable plan like this, I'd imagine it'd be difficult to keep all the Sonozaki family members on their side. I'm sure there are some people who are secretly against it, and I'll try to make contact with those people. Don't worry, I'm very good at things like this. Oishi laughed to try to cheer me up. I was upset with the work of the police before, but Oishi's positive reaction is very reliable. He's what you might call an outlaw. Oishi's greatest advantage to me is that he doesn't exactly play by the rules. It's very encouraging that he has that kind of skill, especially since we have to act both quickly and without conclusive evidence. The police normally investigate incidents after they've happened, but that doesn't work in this case. If this incident actually does occur, it's going to be a big disaster. Mio-san exposed such a horrifying conspiracy. I'm scared. She met with a very sad end. She was burned in a drum on the mountains of Gifu. I feel very sorry for her. Oh, right. I forgot to tell you something. We found something odd about her death. Something odd? Well, at first I thought it had something to do with the case. But after hearing your conspiracy story, it's going to sound like nothing. The crime lab probably just made a mistake. Please, tell me. I want to know. We promised to tell each other everything, didn't we? I don't mean to hide it. It's just that it might sound like a silly horror story. Ryugu-san, do you remember the night of Watanagashi? After the festival, you and your 4 friends talked with Tometake and Takano, didn't you? Yes, we did. We just talked for a few minutes or so, I think. Well, we found Takano's dead body that night, but the crime lab in Gifu Prefecture said she'd been dead for 24 hours when she was found. But that doesn't make sense. If that's true, she had to be dead the night before the festival. What's that supposed to mean? I'm confused. If she was found dead on the night of Watanagashi, and she had been dead for 24 hours, that means In short, it means she was already dead on the night of Watanagashi. So, the Takano whom you saw on that night was a zombie. Gotcha, didn't I? Well, like I said, I think they just made a mistake. I felt my brain freezing over. Oishi laughed, saying that it sounded like a horror story from summer camp. But actually, the fact that Mio-san's time of death was off backed up her incredulous theories. I hadn't mentioned this one to Oishi or Keiichi-kun. If I did, they'd start to doubt everything else I said. That's how absolutely unbelievable this theory is. At any rate, the mismatch with the time of Mio-san's death means a lot. What irony. Mio-san came up with the theory, and she proved it correct with her own life. No, not yet. This doesn't prove anything yet. If her theory is true, it might happen again. There's no way. It can't be true. I still can't believe it. But Oishi just said it. He said Mio-san was already dead on the night of the festival. That means that Mio-san, who was walking arm in arm with Tomitake-san on that night, wasn't Mio-san. Mio-san was already dead, so that wasn't her. That means she was... I felt a new sensation, one I've never felt in my life before. It wasn't an ordinary kind of dread. It was fear of the truth. No fear is worse than the fear of accepting a truth you don't want to believe. Compared to this fear, the fear of being stalked by the Sonozaki family or being burned alive in an oil drum looked silly. That's how deep of fear I felt. And I felt it crawling over my body. Twins. I actually don't remember if it was twins or not. Because twins make the most sense, but I don't remember... I feel like I would remember if that was a twin. I don't know. It'll explain it eventually. Maybe not in this chapter, maybe in the next one or two. Ryuga-san, please listen to me. I understand you don't trust the police. It's true that the Sonozaki family has control over the entire city. There are some traitors at my station too. But you're in danger. You can trust me. I want you to trust me as an individual person. I can provide shelter for you. It's in a place nobody knows but me. Please trust me. I don't doubt Oishi at this point. I actually think he's very reliable. I would have said yes without a second thought. But the situation has drastically changed. If Mio-san's death backs up this unbelievable truth, I trust Oishi. I believe he'll find the enemy and take them down. But I'd rather protect myself on my own than let somebody else do it. If the unbelievable truth is real, then I couldn't trust anybody except myself. No, even myself might appear before me too. Oishi-san, thank you so much. Anyway, please find their research center and put a stop to their conspiracy. I'm going to hide somewhere for a while. I'll call you again. I noticed I'd been on the phone for too long. I'd been using this phone booth with a light on in the middle of the darkness. In other words, I'd been telling everyone I was here. Hello? Hello? She hung up. Oishi wanted to talk more. He clicked his tongue and put the phone down. His junior, Kumagai, rushed into the room. Oishi-san, it's getting really bad now. It's Tatsuyoshi Kasai, who gave the Sonozaki corpse the order to find Ryugu. Kasai? Akane Sonozaki's right-hand man? Tatsuyoshi Kasai was a very high-ranking big shot, even amongst the boss's younger brothers. He used to be the boss of a subordinate branch, but after suffering a bad injury during a gang war, he stepped down, and now he served as the boss's aide. Akane Sonozaki relies especially on him, and as her right-hand man, he's still feared even now. When Kasai moves, other gangs consider it as a declaration of war. They fear him very much. He's a warrior among warriors. He's been laying low these days, but he's led countless numbers of gang wars. He was also the leader of the professional attack squadron that went to the US to receive military training during the dam conflict. They were scary enough to think of attacking the Ministry of Consultation for real. Or construction, rather. What? Ministry of Consultation, oh yes. Looks like it's causing quite an uproar among our informants. They're saying that Ryugu must have found some kind of information that's very inconvenient for the Sonozaki Corps. I'm impressed at how to the point our informants actually are. Still, This is getting serious. Sato-san thinks it's the tape audio on the Ministry of Construction recorded during the secret negotiations. If that's true, it's going to cause quite a few deaths. This is more serious than that, Oishi-san thought. If her story is true, this is a massive conspiracy. It's going to cause more than quite a few deaths. It might destroy the entire village, or even the entire prefecture. This is going to be the biggest terrorist strike in history. Nenaryugu is in danger. Kuma-chan, arrange an unmarked patrol car to keep watch on our house. As of today, we're going to put Nenaryugu under protection. She's convinced she's being threatened by the gang. I'll talk to the section manager later. Well, actually, Nenaryugu seems to have run away from home. A police officer confirmed that a lot of money disappeared from her father's cash box. Sounds like she took it or ran away. Also, I had a call about a car belonging to the Sonozaki Corps parked in front of her house, too. What? Why didn't you tell me that sooner? Nenaryugu is in great danger. She wasn't calling me from her house then. We need to find her right away. Give me a car. Arrest the people parked in front of her house. And get some guys over there. They're coming with me. Yes, sir. What? Rena-san wasn't at home? It's pretty late. Yes. I waited in front of her house for a while, but she didn't come home. Maybe she's at a friend's place? She might be at Sis's house with her other friends, doing her club activities or whatever. Shion was lying down on the sofa, picturing her sister and her friends fooling around and playing games like they always did. I thought so too, so I stopped by Mion-san's house, but Rena-san wasn't there either. Mion-san was worried about her too. Oh, really? Well, I wonder what happened to her. She might have been caught by some hoodlum, though that would be unusual. I already told my staff to look for her just in case. I don't think that's what happened. She's not as weak as she looks. Anyway, why did she want to see me? Kasai took off his jacket. Shion only told him to go see Rena because she heard that Rena had requested to see him in person. Oh, I thought I told you. She said she found something you lost. Rena-san wanted to give it back to you in person. Hey, I guess she likes you or something. Oh, please. Anyway, I hope she's alright. This is like telling the 911 operators that you have a cute cat because you say that your home was broken into. Always start with the more important information. Just like, oh yes, Miss Mittens is just a precious doll. Also, you know, someone broke into my house. Right then, the phone rang. Kasai answered it while loosening his tie. Yes. Yes. I understand. At once. Kasai sounded very serious, and Shion immediately figured out who he was talking to. Who was it? Was it my father? Yes. The Sonozaki family has sent out an order to find Rena-san right away and to bring her to the main house. You mean Oreo gave the order? I wonder what Rena did. Will she have to peel off her own fingernails? I hope Oreo goes easy on her. Poor girl. Man, just everything is dominoing. Rena hasn't come home yet? No. I heard that Rena ran away from home and that she's hiding somewhere. Hiding somewhere? What do you mean? Also, I just got this information. It seems the police are looking for her. What? Who is he even on the phone with? An unmarked patrol car is watching her house right now. It seems like there are several patrol cars looking for her in the village. Uncle Kimiyoshi... Okay, so maybe it's Mion. Uncle Kimiyoshi received a call from the police too. He was told to use the town network to find out if anybody knows where she is. Do you think they found the corpses we hid? We hid them deep in the mountains. They couldn't have found them that easily. No, it's 100% impossible. I guarantee you that. Wow, how can you be so sure? Well, to tell you the truth, I let the Sonozaki family take care of them. They moved the bags to a secret place. Secret place? Calm down. Don't worry about it. I heard that there's a major logging project happening this summer on the mountain where we hid the corpses, so I arranged help and took care of it. I see. You're a very reliable person when you're on my side, but you'd be a very scary person to have as an enemy. I recommend you never underestimate me. So, it's not the corpses they're after. Then, why are the police trying to find her? I don't know. But it seems like many gang members knew that Tepe Hojo and Ninamamiya were trying to blackmail the Ryugu family, so that might be the reason why the police are after Rena. I don't think they consider her a suspect yet, but they probably want her as a material witness. That's the same thing! Damn it! Rena finally regained her peaceful life. I'm not going to let them ruin it! Mion, we need to help her. Of course! I already told my family in Okinomiya to find her before the police can. You can trust the Sonozaki family. They can protect her from the police. 120% guaranteed. But just finding her first isn't going to solve the problem. We have to do something to clear her of suspicion. I'll think about that after we found her. We can make as many alibis as she needs and as many witnesses for the alibis as necessary. We have very good lawyers, too. We'll never abandon our friends when they were in trouble. That's right. We can save Rena. Damn it. I wish I could do more than depend on you, Mion. Well, don't worry about it. It's okay to let someone else handle the situation when that person is better at it. This old man will take care of everything. Also, I'll create an alibi to fool the cops watching the whole village. We'll say Rena was spotted near Golgura. The wider the search area, the fewer policemen in one place. I see. That's a great idea. This is like nothing to us. We did more during the dam conflict. I'll protect Rena. And Kei-chan, Rena trusts you more than anybody, so she might come to you. If she does, please protect her. And give me a call right away. Yeah, will do. Rena is a strong girl. She should be fine. She can overcome this. Yeah, I think so too. I hesitated to say something. Rena hadn't been her normal self lately. If she was her normal self, I'd have no doubt that she could overcome this. But Rena is deeply convinced that Takano-san's delusions are true. Rena believes the Sonozaki family are behind the conspiracy. I'm not sure if she'd trust the Sonozaki family to protect her. I'm back. I had a minor heart. There's a random person going house to house. They're clearly not trying to sell anything and they're dressed a little ragged. Ooh, I hope everything is okay. I heard, like somewhere nearby, I don't know if it was in my area or like a neighboring area, but there's like a group of people going around pretending to be salespeople, and like they get you to open the door and then they come in and like beat you up and take your stuff. And so it's like, hopefully you're okay, Lisa. Don't worry, I'm her friend too. She'll understand once I sit down and talk to her. Just like Kei-chan and I cleared up our understanding, I can do that with her. I can still believe that still can't believe that you believed such a crazy story, though. Well, I can't believe I did either. This is going to be the most embarrassing thing to ever happen in my life. I really was convinced until I talked to Mion. Even after the promise of friendship we made, we doubted her. Or I doubted her, rather. Takano-san was endowed with magic. What? Endowed with magic? And I think the scrapbooks she wrote also carried a spell. The scrapbooks can make people go mad. They're forbidden scrapbooks. Nobody was supposed to read them. Rena is captivated by the power of that magic, even after Takano-san's death. I have to wake her up. I've got a very bad feeling about this. Are you calling Takano-san a witch? I mean, she might be. I don't know. Yeah, I just kind of hid and used the ring to look outside. Aw, yeah. I feel like having a ring would be an easy, like a nice thing to do, but also like I usually don't answer the door anyway. Like if I have guests, they're gonna message me before they get here, and like if I order anything, they're gonna just drop it off on the porch and leave. I already finished reading that. Oh, I'm sorry, someone is at the door. It might be the police. I have to go now. Okay. I'll tell them that Rena is hiding near Gyoga. If they ask you something, just keep telling them you don't know anything. Okay, got it. Mion waited for my answer, then hung up the phone. After she hung up, I slowly started to feel like Rena was being consumed by some huge, unthinkable fate. It's not only the police I'm worried about. I'm also worried because Rena is ensnared by the power of Takano-san's magic. I feel that she might be suffering from incredible anxiety. Oh, right. Rena might be hiding at her secret base in the garbage dump. Rena once told me that she used to spend time there when Nina-san was at her house, and she told me that she hid the scrapbooks there too. If she's hiding there, she must be hungry by now. I should bring her something to eat. Oh, Kei-chan, you're so good. Wait, you can't cook. I went to the kitchen to look for some junk food. My mother looked confused. Mom, I'm going to go somewhere, but I'll be right back. At this time? It's late. This is why I keep a bat near my front door and my bed. That seems like a good idea, yeah. We need one of those, actually, I think. I know that we had one, like, in a previous house, but we haven't had it for a while, so... It's very important. I promise I'll be back. Oh wait, I think I remember why we don't have a bat anymore. It's because the bat belonged to someone who's no longer one of our roommates, so... And if Rena comes here while I'm gone, let her stay in my room. And if someone calls and asks you if you know where she is, just tell them you don't know and hang up, okay? My mom looked angry when I was leaving the house at so late an hour, but I rushed out of the house before she could say anything. I grabbed a flashlight from the wall of the garage, got on my bicycle, and sped off into the darkness. The moon looked beautiful, but in a creepy way. I feel like something terrible is going to happen. I don't know what it is, but I know it's coming. Something is going to happen. The moon, seemingly knowing just what that something will be, looked like it was laughing at us pacing back and forth in confusion. Damn it. Laugh all you want. Laugh at this funny story as much as you want. I'm not going to laugh. I'm going to fight. I'm going to smash through whatever fate is waiting for us. Rena, I hope you're there. Maybe my bicycle needs some oil? It was making a lousy noise as I pedaled. Damn it, even my bicycle is laughing at us. Get all metal bat, it's lighter, but you can swing harder with it. Yeah! Be like Keiichi and Satoshi-kun. I'm definitely glad that I filled up my water bottle before this stream. It's like, I love doing these Higurashi streams, but they hurt my voice. Like, I can feel like I'm gonna have only half of my voice tomorrow, but that's okay. Oh, that is full on red. I finished talking with Oishi on the phone and soon left the phone booth. I realized something. A chill ran through my body. I was on the phone booth that stood out tremendously in the dark. Somebody must have seen me. I was certain I was being watched. I saw glowing eyes staring at me in the dark. It wasn't human. Was it an illusion? No. No, I knew who they were. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Rocket. They were the ones controlling the 3 families who ruled Hinamizawa. Its eye level was too low for it to be human, and its outline was vague. Oh, thank you for the stretch, Redeem, Manisa. I didn't even stretch during my break, so this is good. Okay. Its eye level was too low to be human, and its outline was vague. I knew from the past records that they were physically frail. The silhouette, which indicated its inhuman appearance, was unbelievably unrealistic, especially its protruding head. One of the scrapbooks I received from Mio-san described their appearance in detail. Their eyeballs were pure red like blood, and their bodies smell like ammonia. Even though some of them have, at times, been captured around the world, all of them melted and disappeared, leaving no trace behind. It's just a cat, right? The only traces remaining are the marks proving their descent to Earth. Right then, the impossible unrealistic silhouette took a step closer, and got closer and closer towards me, making an unrealistic noise as it crunched across the gravel. The noise pulled me back to reality. Don't come closer, you monster! It kept walking towards me. It sounded like it was kicking pebbles everywhere as it walked. It was coming closer and closer. I was scared, so I said the same thing once again. And this time, the glass door of the phone booth that I was in just started to rattle and shake. Bang! It made weird noises as it was being struck by something. I screamed loudly in fear and started running. What is this, a skinwalker? It might be. I ran so hard that it felt like my lungs were about to explode, and then I looked back to find that the thing was no longer chasing after me. I have to lurk for now.
Okay, Rocket, have fun.
Was it my imagination? There's no way it was just my imagination. I definitely heard the sound of gravel being kicked and the phone booth rattling, but I needed to calm down. Right then, I needed to make my heart stop beating so fast. I'd have to fight them eventually. The next time they appeared, I was going to strike back at them. I was going to squash their heads with my big hatchet. I'd protect Hinamizawa. It was my duty to do so. I wouldn't allow them to do whatever they wanted. I saw the lights flickering in my head again. Yeah, her text is in full-on red. She is I don't think Keiichi's gonna have a good time meeting up with her. Even if I turned on the light in my hideout, nobody would see it because of the piles of abandoned cars in the way. While I'm aware of that, I decided not to turn it on, just in case. It's a bit scary to hide in this quiet place, alone in the dark, holding my breath. I'd have to keep myself busy with something, but my brain won't work properly, and I don't even have the energy to think about what to do from now on. However, I don't have the courage to lie down and to sleep and regain my strength either. Every time I heard or thought about a suspicious sound, I'd gasp and stare into the dark. That's all I did all night. Oishi believes that the Sonozaki family was behind the conspiracy, but he can't do much without solid evidence. For that, he has to locate the facility where they're doing research on the parasite, but we have no idea where it is. I think the Iri clinic is still the most likely site, but I have no credible evidence. Really, I don't think they'd do their research in a place so obvious even I could guess it. They might be using one of the bomb shelters that was built during the war as some kind of secret underground research center. Now that I came to think about it, I remember a secret building nobody is allowed into on the premises of the Furure Shrine. I think it's called the Ritual Storehouse. According to Mio-san's research, the Furure Shrine is the center of the local worship of Oyashiro-sama. The priests keep the tools for ceremonies in the Ritual Storehouse. One of the ceremonies is in the bizarre festival Watanagashi, so the shrine storage must be something very sacred. I think the tips font was a little bit more vibrant of a red than it is now, which is very interesting. So I guess she's calmed down a little bit, but not much. If I remember right, Watanagashi was also a medical ritual designed to vaccinate and immunize people against the all-too-strong parasites. That means the tools they used for Watanagashi were medical ones. If my guess is right, the Ritual Storehouse is the most sacred place in the village, as well as the most appropriate building to use for medical purposes. It's suspicious. There might be a secret research center in the Ritual Storehouse. Aw, damn it. The police should be performing a raid on the Ritual Storehouse, not the Iri Clinic. Why didn't I think of that when I was talking to Oishi on the phone earlier? I hope Oishi realizes this too. I should go back to the phone booth and tell him about the Ritual Storehouse. But when I thought that, I heard a car coming closer. I held my breath. It's not normal for a car to come here this late at night. I thought about many possible scary scenarios, which made me nervous. After a while, I saw the headlights of a car near the former dam construction office. The car must have passed by me and gone to the office. But it's a deserted, empty office building. There's nothing there. It's not a place where people would visit this late at night. While I was staring into the dark, the engine of the car stopped, and its headlights were turned off. I could see 2 flashlights flickering in the darkness. The lights moved into the office building. They must think I'm hiding there. I held my breath and kept watch on their movements. I can't tell who they are, but I bet they're pawns of the Sonozaki family. They know that I ran away from home. They must be looking for me everywhere in this village. Though I needed to conceal my breath, my face started feeling itchy, and I had the urge to stretch my legs. My own body infuriated me. The humidity made me sweat all over, so the back of my knees and my neck had been itchy for quite a while now. Scratching would make an unbelievably loud noise, so I decided not to scratch anymore. It usually doesn't make any noise when I just scratch some mosquito bites. I'm probably just being nervous and overreacting. There's quite the distance between me and them, and I'm in the dark, holding my breath. They wouldn't notice even if I sneezed, let alone scratched myself. But I didn't want to make any noise at all, so I tried to forget the itchiness. But after all that, I ended up scratching everywhere like mad. I have to live in hiding like this for a while. I don't know how long I can go on when I'm so nervous on just the first night. I need to toughen up more so I can remain placid, even in a situation like this. I forced myself to relax, scratched my neck without hesitation, and tried to cope with the sticky sweat all over my body. I started getting hungry. My stomach growled. That's a good sign, though, since it means I'm starting to relax. I can't eat yet, though. It'd make a lot of noise. I decided to wait until they finished looking for me and went away. Go away, go away. I can eat if you go away. It seemed like the intentions I was sending out bore fruit. They had stopped looking around the building. However, I must have concentrated my thoughts too strongly. They were pointing their flashlights in my direction. Did they notice me? No. Not only that, they're walking towards me. I made my body as small as possible, hid under the blanket, and listened for their footsteps as carefully as I could. All the while, I heard their footsteps coming closer and closer. Since the footsteps are coming straight towards me, they must already know where I am, I think. It's scary.
But there's no way they already know where I am. If they did, they wouldn't have wasted their time looking for me around the office building, and they wouldn't walk as slowly as they did. It's just a coincidence that they're walking in this direction. Since I'm hiding under the blanket, I can't see who they are. I don't know where they're shining their flashlights, so I can't stick my head out from the window to see who they are either. I just have to stay motionless like a rock until I sense they're gone. They stopped when they came near my hideout. I could hear their conversation. I don't think she's here. Let's look somewhere else. You look over there. I could tell by the sound of their footsteps that they went separate ways, that each of them is walking around the piles of trash separately. I made this hideout out of an abandoned car. I just redecorated it. So on the outside, it looks nothing other than an abandoned car. But once you look inside, you can instantly tell it's more than that. So if they look inside, I'm done for. It's obvious that they're looking for me. Are they a Sonozaki Corps attack unit? If they find me, I'll be killed for sure. I know all too well that this place is perfect for murdering people. I killed 2 people here myself. If I can do it, it'd be no problem for them, because they're real professional killers. Even so, there's nothing I can do right now. I just have to pray that they'll leave here soon. At that time, I heard a slight beeping sound. This is Atsushi. I can hear you loud and clear. Yes. Goguda? Yes, understood. What's wrong? It seems like Rena Ryugu is in Goguda. Somebody saw her there. Oh man, that's it. We'll never find her now. What are we gonna do now? It's an order. We have to find her no matter what. We have to bring her to him. It doesn't matter if she's in Sapporo or Hakata. We have to find her. It'll be impossible to find her, though. Do we still have to look? Rena Ryugu has Mio Takano's scrapbooks, and he wants them. He was pretty upset about it, so I'm sure they're worth a lot. So what are we gonna do? Seems like he recalled the others, except the ones who are watching her house. So we should go back to the office now. Let's have some barley tea or something. I heard their footsteps going further, and then I didn't hear them anymore. After a while, I heard the engine of their car starting. I finally got out from under the blanket and looked outside the window. The car made a U-turn and drove away. The sound of the engine faded away into the darkness. I heaved a sigh of relief. I scratched at all of my itchy mosquito bites, wiped the sticky sweat off my face and neck, and finally allowed myself to cough. I'd heard their conversation clearly. They're the pawns of the Sonozaki Corps, without a doubt. It matches with what Oishi told me. They said something very important. They clearly said that they're after the scrapbooks. Up until now, I'd only assumed that they were chasing after me because I had Mio-san's scrapbooks. I could have forced myself to believe that it was just my assumption, but they said it loud and clear. We need to find Rena Ryugu. She has Mio Takano's scrapbooks. That's what they said. They also said that they're keeping watch on my house. I'm not surprised. That's exactly what I would do if I were them. I can't go back to my house anymore. It's out of the question. But, in fact, they said something way more important than any of that. They said, Rena Ryugu was seen in Goguda. If I was in a normal situation, I'd probably think that somebody saw a look-alike, and I'd laugh out loud. But the situation is different now. Mio-san was dead, but she was at the festival. I'm here, but I was in Goguda. Mio-san wrote about it in her scrapbooks, and I didn't want to believe it. They're coming closer to me, and I don't mean the Sonozaki family. Something beyond common sense is about to happen. Should I fight or should I run? I don't even know what I should do. I feel like I'm rooted to the spot with fear. What am I about? Am I about to be eaten? No. I don't want to be eaten alive. I want to run away if I can't win. If I can't run, I want to fight. I'm going to be happy. I know I am. I'm not going to sit pretty and let them get me. But the enemy Mio-san foretold of in the scrapbooks is coming closer to me, and it's starting to eat me up. I'm in the garbage dump, alone. If I disappeared right now without anybody knowing, the person who was in Goguda would replace me and start living my life. Nobody would notice the change. My father wouldn't notice it. My friends wouldn't notice it. It would replace me without having anyone noticed it. Wait, many people close to me might have been replaced already. That's right, the Sonozaki family is plotting bioterrorism, but that's only a part of what they are planning. Mice possessed by them don't get scared of cats. As a result, they don't run away. They'll be eaten by the cats, and they can move into the cats' bodies. Mice are only used by them for that purpose. It's not if they lose their fear of cats in order to help them achieve their purpose. The same goes with the Sonozaki family.
They think they're doing things by their own will, but they're just helping them without realizing it. That's exactly how they've lived since long ago, being the parasite. We're nothing but a bunch of mice to them. Most mice are stupid. They don't even notice their existence. They help them to achieve their purpose, thinking they're living their lives by their own will. But very rarely a mouse with wits is born. This mouse notices he's being used, and he also notices their existence. But nobody believes him, so it's not a big deal, and then he goes and cooks. He starts thinking that it was his mistake, and he gets swallowed by them. Eventually he disappears. But even more rarely, a mouse appears from nowhere, notices their existence, and objectively proves it. That mouse was Mio-san. To them, this mouse was a rare and very dangerous existence. That's why they resorted to unbelievably bold and violent methods to try and eliminate that mouse when it appeared. But surprisingly, we knew about those measures. But the stupid mice don't believe it. They don't notice that they are forcing them to not believe it, and that they're helping them in the end. They killed Mio-san. And they tried to replace her. But they made a mistake. We found the real corpse of Mio-san. That's why they failed to replace her. They'll try to kill me and replace me too. Or they'll replace my friends in order to get close to me. They'll look just like the real people, but they're totally different inside. They're an abnormal existence that beyond our imagination. I know, they'll appear. No, they're already here. It appeared the day after Mion-san died, and it appeared in Gogura tonight. They'll keep coming. They're openly after me now. They'll keep coming. They'll keep coming. Right then, I heard somebody coming down the slope. I concealed my presence again, and I looked at the direction where the footsteps were coming from. I could see one flashlight. It looked like there was only one person now. Who is it? This late at night. Its shadow was very small. I could tell it wasn't an adult. I felt a chill running through my body. It shined its flashlight towards my hideout, and its footsteps were coming straight towards me. It's different from the other guys earlier. I can tell by the sound of the footsteps that it knows I'm hiding here for sure. No, it must be just a coincidence. I should just conceal myself again. I can make it through this again. I made it through last time. I need to hide. I need to hide! I pulled the blanket over myself and made myself as small as possible and kept telling myself that it was a stone. But the footsteps kept coming closer and closer. And it knocked on the door of my hideout. I opened my eyes wide. I broke out in a nervous sweat. Not wanting to believe that the sound I heard was a knock, my mind went completely blank. But it knocked on the door again. I could feel a light shining on the blanket. It might be shining the flashlight on me. But I still held back my fear. As long as I don't move, it can't put a finger on me. I kept telling myself that as if I was casting a spell. I tried not to shake in fear. He. It laughed. It has laughed at me because I thought I was still hiding perfectly. But still I tried. Because if I got out of the blanket... What are you scared of? I threw off the blanket and saw the owner of the voice. It is Rika-chan. Now, why is she here? Why did she come to see me? I don't understand why she came all the way here alone this late at night. I realized all of a sudden, she looks just like Rika-chan on the outside. But it's not her. It is just copying her appearance. It came to Mion-san, and to me, and to Rika-chan. I decided to talk aggressively on purpose in order to work up courage before my fear crushed me down. Is that you, Rika-chan?
Meep. Who else do I look like?
It answered just like Rika-chan, I know. But I know it's not Rika-chan. Rika-chan wouldn't come to a place like this so late at night. I know who you are. I know you're not Rika-chan. I'm afraid you can't deceive me like you can the others. Even though you look just like her, I know you're not Rika-chan. You're not my friend, Rika Frude. Who are you? Rika looked stunned for a while. She looked as if she didn't understand what I was talking about, but she pretended like that for too long. If she really didn't know what I was talking about, she wouldn't be able to stand the silence for this long, but she kept quiet.
And she finally showed her true character. It laughed. It laughed at me because I figured out something that was almost impossible to figure out. That it was not Rika. Who are you? It didn't answer my question. It kept laughing for a while. And then it looked straight into my eyes in a way Rika-chan never did before, and it said this. I've lived for quite a long time, but you're the first one who penetrated my disguise. I always thought you had good intuition, but you're pretty good. She clearly spoke to me the things that I was most afraid of. I was completely shocked. Oh.
Right.
Sorry, I took a moment to stretch there for a second. It's like she told me everything that could possibly scare me. I didn't want to hear any of this. Something I couldn't possibly twist in a way I couldn't comprehend. Let's just say I'm Rika for now. It's been a while since I started to call myself that. Oh, really? It's been a while, huh? Like how long? Not that long. It's only been about 100 years. What? What are you talking about? I'm contradicting myself. I know the person who's standing in front of me isn't Rika, but at the same time, I deny its existence. As long as humans hold this kind of emotion, they can never accept unknown existences. In other words, we can never accept them. You don't have to be scared. You're in the car. I'm outside of it. It's not easy for either of us to do something to the other. I think this is a perfect distance between us. No matter how long I've lived, Rika Furude is just a little kid. You're still stronger than me. I should be more careful than you, because you could snap and jump on me any time. I realized this creepy thing that looks just like Rika was only there to talk to me. I felt my tension fade away a little bit. But still, I don't know what she wants to talk to me about at a place like this so late at night. I'm like a fish on a cutting board. There's nothing I can do other than wait and see what's going to happen. I waited for it to move for a while, and then it opened its mouth again. You're afraid of something. Am I right? It uses sarcasm. Rika-chan's cute face looked uglier than ever when it smiled. I held back my fear and tried to reply firmly. Yes, thanks to you. So, what are you afraid of? You should know that better than anybody else. It told me earlier that we were safe from each other because I was in the car and the other was standing outside. But it's obvious that I'm the one who's being driven into a corner. While I'm talking to it, I could be being surrounded by its minions. I got scared and tried to listen to the sounds of my surroundings carefully. Don't be scared. I came to help you. You came to help me? Oh, really? I wonder how you're going to do that. You're just sick at the moment. You need medicine, that's all. Would you be interested if I told you I brought it along? Medicine? It puts its hand in its pocket and took out a small case. It opened the case and showed me what was inside. What was in there made me gasp in surprise. A syringe? It's not normal for a person to carry around a syringe. I have no idea what's going on, but what Rika-chan is holding in her hand is a syringe. There's no way I can twist that fact around. That's right. The contents of the syringe are going to help you get better. It'll help me get better? Huh? I know what it is. It's a drug that killed Tomitake-san. It's a parasite that's at full strength. It'll give me the maggot disease. This is a different drug from the one that was used on Tomitake. I promise. It giggled. It wasn't the giggling that scares me. I'm scared that it admitted the cause of Tomitake's death so easily. And it also admitted the direct cause of the maggot disease that Tomitake-san died from. I know you're going to kill me in the same way he died. And that the Rena in Gogura is going to replace me. Problem solved, right? I'm not going to let you give me the shot. Well, I knew you would say that. The syringe looks very suspicious, of course. You're smarter than I thought. So what now? Are you going to gang up on me and give me the shot like you did to Tomoetake-san? Tomoetake-san's autopsy report said that he had bruises on his body that proved he was fighting against several people right before he died. That means they must have ganged up on him to give him the shot against his own will. I'd like to give you the injection by force, but it never really works. So I gave up on doing that. I decided to let you choose to take it yourself.
Are you kidding me? I don't want to take that creepy shot.
I thought about it many times. I thought about how I could make you take the injection. I can't force you to take it. I can't make you agree to take it either. Then it leaves me only one choice. I have to let you choose to take it.
You should know my answer already. I'm not going to walk into such an obvious trap.
Well, that's what I thought you'd say. I didn't expect you to choose it to take it anyway. It heaved a sigh, made a gesture as if it is mocking me, and smiled bitterly. It looked as if it was saying that I'm a lower animal that can't understand it's being given a chance for salvation. I kind of want to say that I'll take the shot on a dare, but I know that's exactly what it is intending to do. Go back to your home and tell your friends that you failed to give me the shot. I'm not going to let you beat me. I'm going to fight until the end, and I'm going to seize the 1% chance of winning, and I'm going to destroy all of you. I see. Then you should try to do that. This world is going to end soon anyway.
End soon? It has nothing to do with you. A frog sitting in a well doesn't need to have any interest in the world outside, does it?
At this stage of the game, it said something very dubious. I tried hard to understand what this horrifying creature was trying to say.
What are you going to do to me?
Nothing. Do whatever you want.
What?
It's almost too easy. As far as I know, do whatever you want means ignorance or release when your enemy says it to you. At the very least, it isn't a bad thing. Or does it have another meaning? In that way, I overinterpreted the meaning of the sentence, but then it said it again. Do whatever you want. I'm not interested in this Ranryugu anymore. I'm going to try to get along with the next Ranryugu. I have to pray that the next Ranryugu doesn't have such good intuition. I was scared of it, like I'd be scared of a judge handing down a death sentence.
Rika, you're kind of bad at wording things.
I used to try pretty hard to fix things every time a little problem occurred, but I got tired of it. I'm not interested in this Hinamizawa anymore. I'm going to find the next Hinamizawa, but you only have this one. So, I hope you live as best as you can. It was telling me scary things one after another. This was obviously a warning of Hinamizawa's destruction. It means the climax is coming soon. They have already prepared another arena. When I lose to this fate, they are going to replace me with that arena as if nothing happened. They're very well organized. What humans are most afraid of is that for their lives is to lose all their values. Or all value. I don't know. Words are hard, man. Your life becomes worthless when you're told that you have a replacement. It's like an indirect death sentence. It closed the syringe case and put it back into its pocket. It turned around and started climbing up the slope. At the top, it looked back and spoke without as much as an evil smile. Well, goodbye, this Ranryugu. I hope I can get along with the next Ranryugu. I shouldn't worry, because I usually get along with them.
I'm not going to let you replace me with the next Ranryugu. I'm the only Ranryugu. I'm not going to let you do it. Never. Ever.
I wondered if my scream was reaching it. It looked at me coldly. It looked at me as if I was just an image on the past on a TV screen. It's fun to have a conversation like this once in a while, huh? That laughter gradually disappeared into the darkness. It disappeared into the darkness as well. I was the only one left there. I'm forsaken, and they don't care if I disappear. They told me I should struggle as much as I want because it doesn't matter anyway. They already have a replacement. They don't need me and their Hinamizawa anymore because my intuition is too sharp. When I realized that, I noticed that this garbage dump is a perfect grave for me. Then I realized that this place wouldn't work as a hideout anymore. I'd better start packing and move somewhere else. It told me to struggle as much as I want. I'm going to do just that. Damn it! Damn it! I have to get ready to move out from here. I'm going to put everything back into my backpack. I have to leave here as soon as possible. The light of the flashlight wasn't enough to see by, so I turned the table lamp on. The light made things show up very clearly. When I reached my backpack, I realized something and gasped in surprise. The palm of my hand was covered in an eerie liquid. I thought I'd wiped off the sticky sweat earlier, but it wasn't my sweat. Where did this blood come from? I realized it right away. I was scratching the mosquito bites on my neck earlier, and I scratched them until it bled. When I realized that, I realized the sensation, the mixture of pain and itchiness. I felt something moving near the wound on my neck, so I scratched it again and got rid of whatever it was. My hand got sticky and wet with blood again. I can't see what the things are because I don't have a mirror. But I know. They're already spreading through my entire body, causing the itchiness on my arms and the back of my knees. If I'd never experienced this before, I'd think I got bitten by a bad bug or something. But unfortunately, I already know what's causing this itchiness. Why? Why? I said it with hatred. Why now? Why here? It's the maggot disease, without a doubt. Blah! If I cut the veins on my arms, the dusky red gross things would fly out. But it's impossible. I didn't get any suspicious shots. But it doesn't have to be a shot. They might have put the drug in my food, and I might have eaten it without noticing. I don't think they put it in the food in my house, but I used to share food with my friends at school. They might have put it in the lunches. That Rika who invited me just earlier when shining the flashlight on me. So she knew that I was scratching my neck so hard it bled. Nevertheless, she acted like there was nothing wrong, and she told me that it wouldn't last long. Now I know why she was laughing at me in a sarcastic way. She knew that I wouldn't have much time left. It itches very badly, but I can't scratch. The more I scratch, the itchier it gets, and I'm not going to do the same thing as Tometake-san did. Damn it, damn it, damn it! The itchiness might not be temporary. It might actually get worse. I don't know if it's going to stop soon or if it's going to last until I die from it. I don't know anything anymore. I just have to endure the itchiness. I wiped the blood on my neck with a towel, clenched my teeth, and tried to erase the desire to scratch my neck. The wound was throbbing. I wanted to scratch it so badly, but I couldn't do that. I fought back the desire, biting the end of the towel. I scratched other parts of my body really hard in order to forget about the itchiness on my neck, but it didn't really work. I just prayed for the itchiness to go away, closed my eyes, and fought back the desire. That seemed to be the best way. I let my mind go blank, breathing hard for a while. I felt like the itchiness got a little bit better. I took a deep breath and immediately started panicking. Staying here is more dangerous than the itchiness. I have to leave here as soon as possible. I felt it while packing my stuff. I felt the end coming closer, and the end that Rika told me about earlier. I assumed I could live until the end, but I might have been wrong. I might follow the same path as Tometake-san did. Way before the end comes. I was sweating like crazy, and it felt so nasty. I know it's not sweat, but I'm going to think that it's sweat for now. I wiped my neck with a towel and hurried to leave.
Yeah, Rika needs to word her stuff a little bit better. I guess she does have to go around the bush of like, hey, so, I'm not gonna tell you that, I've lived through this life, like for a while. Like, for a while. I've been stuck in this, few weeks, in this, month, for years. But, it's really hard to talk to someone who, has this kind of paranoia. No, this is perfect. Yeah. Just like, I'm gonna intensify your paranoia. Bye! This area has no streetlights, so I was scared to run fast when I could barely see. The moon lit up the sky, but not my steps. The only light I had to see was my flashlight. The light was very dark. All I could see was the flat gravel road before me. Anything the flashlight couldn't reach was in total darkness. The expression often used in novels, pitch black, wouldn't be inappropriate.
I might trip over an empty can or a rock any time. Not wanting to fall, I used the flashlight to its maximum extent to watch my step, but I was still a bit nervous. I started running slower and slower until I was just walking briskly. I mean, I guess it makes sense, because like Rika probably, understandably, Rika probably like came to Rena like the first time being like, hey, this syringe is gonna make you like not be paranoid, and Rena was just like, you. And so, you know, after having to do that for a bunch of times, she's like, you know what? Screw it. Do what you want. I try to help you. Bye. Did I just stop running because I was afraid of tripping in the dark? But I usually run around without watching my step during the day. I run around with Rena and Mion all the time. Even if I can see what's underfoot, I don't pay any attention. I don't think I might trip. I just keep running around without a care. Rena might be feeling the same way as I am right now. For Rena, the light with which she illuminates the darkness of suspicion is too weak. And the darkness of the delusion she deeply believes in is getting darker and darker. That's why she's scared to even walk on the same roads as she always used to take. She fell for the contents of those ridiculous scrapbooks. People might laugh at her for that. But those scrapbooks aren't normal. They manipulate their reader's heart and, with evil intent, take advantage of their vulnerabilities. That evil intent captured my heart for one night. That's why I know how evil they are. They're just urban legends, like the prophecies of Nostradamus and the Purple Mirror. They're a bunch of feasible lies, and when you hear about them at first, you think they're too stupid to believe. But once you fall for them, it's hard to get them out of your mind for some reason. It'd be the year 1999 in less than 20 years. No, everybody knows about the prophecy that the world will come to an end on July of 1999. There are even some TV shows about it too, which irresponsibly fan people's fears, so some people take it seriously. Those people think that the prophecy means that the outbreak of nuclear war, so some of them are making shelters in their backyard. Some of them are thinking about freezing themselves by 1999 so they won't be exposed to radiation, only waking up after it's gone in the year, 3000? When did Futurama take place? Those people are completely serious about it, but when you think about it rationally, it's impossible that there'll be an outbreak of a nuclear war in 1999. It's true that the Cold War makes us think that the final war will break out any time, but both powers are actually pointing that nuclear missiles at each other, and they know there's nothing to gain from either of them to start a nuclear war. The Soviets might still do it. The Soviets would destroy the world if it meant eradicating liberalism. But that delusion that the Soviets might do it would be neatly wrapped in the way Takano-san uses the Sonozaki family in her scrapbooks. When people create a large-scale delusion like the prophecies above, they always use an incomprehensibly unknown enemy as the Soviet Union, Nazi Germany, or aliens, and they say something like, you never know, they might do something like that, to try to increase the credibility of their delusions without any evidence whatsoever. What did Takano-san know about the Sonozaki family? Nothing! All she did was use the history of Onigafuchi and say that the Sonozaki family is still working behind the scenes, plotting a horrifying conspiracy. It's just like one of those large-scale prophecies. It's nothing but just a stupid story like that one about Nazi Germany, which says that Hitler is still alive and lives in an underground complex somewhere in the South Pole, continuing his plot to conquer the world. Rena usually doesn't believe in stupid stories like that, but it was just bad timing, I suppose. It was right after she killed Rina Mamiya in Tepe Hojo and was caught by us. She was in a state of panic when she heard the story. We were waiting for her to recover from the shock, but before she did and regained her strength of heart, a poison got into her and spread all throughout her body. When you're sick and have a weakened immune system, it's easy to get another disease. It's just like that. That's it. Rena is just sick right now. When you're very sick, in bed with a high fever, you sometimes feel like you might die from it. But most of the time, you're just overreacting. You get better soon after you take a medicine, eat healthy food, and sleep a lot. That's how she is right now. She caught a mental cold, that's all. She needs to get better soon, or she might get caught by the police. I passed several patrol cars on my way. I hid every time I saw one since I didn't want to be questioned. I was probably passed by them twice. When I came close to Rena's house, I saw a car parked near the gate. It was obviously watching her house, trying to capture her when she'd arrive home. Mion ordered the Sonozaki family to find Rena to protect her from the police, but honestly, I'm not sure if they can. After all, Rena believes that the Sonozaki family is after her. But if they don't find her, the police will eventually. If that happens, all of us who helped her bury the corpses will be caught by the police in the end. I don't know how or why the police came to suspect her. I think they only have some circumstantial evidence. I don't think they know she did it for sure. But since they're looking everywhere for her now, they must have some kind of reliable evidence. Rena, come on! You don't have time to play around with Takano-san's scrapbooks right now. The police are after you! It was so dark that I couldn't be sure if she was down there, but I made up my mind and headed down the slope, carefully shining my flashlight to light my way. I wanted to loudly call out Rena's name, but there might be some policemen nearby looking for her. I walked around a trash pile, and then I saw a light. It was Rena. I ran towards her hideout, kicking aside the trash in my way. Rena was standing right in front of her hideout, holding a hatchet. I couldn't blame her. She must have noticed all the noise I had made coming down the slope. Rena, it's me.
Keiichi-kun? I sure have a lot of visitors tonight.
Who else is here? I shone my flashlight around, but I didn't see anybody else.
I'm leaving because it's not safe here anymore. I don't want you to know where I'm going, so please don't follow me.
Rena, what happened to your neck? You're bleeding.
I'm okay. They might come back again, though.
Rena's neck was all red. It looked like she had some kind of skin disease on her neck. She probably couldn't bear the itchiness and scratched it out really hard. You need to do more than just wipe it with a towel. Come to my house. You need to clean it up.
Don't worry about it. It isn't an injury. It's too late anyway.
Too late? What do you mean?
They must have put the drug in my food without me realizing. It's the drug that killed Tometake-san. They probably used a syringe to inject him with the drug, but they changed their methods this time. I think they put it in someone's lunch. You remember Mi-chan gave out a piece of her omelet to everyone the other day at lunch, don't you? She must have put it in the omelet. She's smart. She used a slow-acting drug this time. Damn it.
Rena kicked the dirt with hatred. She was almost literally kicking Mion's goodwill to the curb. Hey, Rena, are you seriously saying that Mion would do such a thing?
Hmm?
Rena looked stunned, and she stared straight at me. I noticed a slight accusation in her eyes. I can tell by looking into her eyes that she wants to say, "What are you talking about? I already told you that the Sonozaki family is the mastermind behind the conspiracy." First of all, Mion didn't give out her omelet to everybody that day. Mion cut her omelet into 5 pieces, and she told us to take one if we wanted. Rena took the end piece of the omelet before anybody else took one. She said it looked cute and ate it right there.
No, that's not what happened. Mi-chan tried to make me eat the omelet because she put a drug in it.
Rena, stop interpreting everything so conveniently. Mion just put the 5 pieces of omelet on the lid of her lunchbox.
No, she didn't. She gave out each piece to every one of us.
Rena, think about it. Have we ever done something like that before? We usually take whatever we like from everybody else's lunch. Nobody has ever said anything like that. This is your piece, so take this, or this is her piece, so don't take that, you know? She looked at me with that accusation in her eyes. To Rena, everything that comes out of my mouth must sound like a lie. To her, it's a fact that she was poisoned. She knows for sure that the drug was in the omelet. That's why she's contradicting me, because I'm saying something different. I didn't come here to make her mad. I realized that disagreeing would only escalate anger, so I decided not to. Anyway, you said this place isn't safe anymore. Where are you gonna go then?
Well, I'll find somewhere. It's not that easy to find a place to sleep.
It's not that easy to find a place to sleep. Why don't you come to my house?
I appreciate your offer, but I can't do that. The Sonozaki family is looking for me everywhere in the village. I don't think you'd betray me, but I don't think you can hide me from them either.
It's not the Sonozaki family who are looking for you. It's the police.
Huh? Why? Oishi-san is on my side, and I told him to leave me alone. I don't think he's looking for me.
I think they know that you killed Rina and Tepe.
Oh, I see.
I was relieved that we were finally on the same page, but I realized I was wrong right away when she laughed in self-derision.
Do you know how the police found out that I killed them?
No, I have no idea. Nobody saw her killing them. Nobody saw us burying the corpses. We buried them deep in the mountains and we camouflaged the spot perfectly. Plus, Mion moved them to a secret place afterwards, so it's impossible that the corpses would be found. I went there this evening. I went there to check the spot where we buried them. Guess what I found? That didn't sound good. Of course. But Anna has no idea that Mion took care of the corpses. She'd think the corpses were still buried there. They weren't there. The corpses. Somebody dug them out and carried them somewhere else. But Anna, that's because, It's impossible that someone happened to dig them up. I chose the place, so the only people who know about the place are me and my friends who were there.
That's right. Well, the thing is...
I know who did it. It's Mi-chan. They didn't want me to work with the police. They needed to have some insurance. But I didn't think they'd use the police to find me. I guess they don't care how it looks anymore as long as I'm captured.
Come on! Do you really think Mion would do such a thing?
She did! Mi-chan sold me out!
No, she didn't. Mion is your friend. We're all on your side no matter what happens. Even if the whole world turned against you, we'd still be on your side. Even if the whole ocean evaporated, Mion would never sell you out.
I don't understand why you're defending her.
It's just the opposite. I don't understand why you're doubting her.
That's simple. Mio-san revealed the existence of the conspiracy to me, and the fanatics are...
Shut up! Shut up! I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell at you like that. I apologize. So please listen to me. The corpses are gone because Mion dug them out.
See? I told you!
Listen to me until I finish, okay? Mion dug them out because she found out that the place isn't going to be safe for much longer. There's a logging project scheduled to begin in that mountain this summer. That was why. That was why she dug them out, to save you from being caught. Nana laughed at me like I was stupid or something. I could tell she didn't understand anything I was saying.
Don't you get it? Mi-chan made that up. She just wants to look good when you're around. She's a dirty...
Hey! Then what was she supposed to do? Are you saying that she should have left the corpses there knowing that the Forestry Service would find them this summer? She couldn't do that because she's your friend.
Why can't you understand that Mi-chan made everything up, including the logging project?
You're the one who doesn't understand anything. After I yelled at her, she gave me an icy look. She stared into my eyes, as if trying to find out what I came here for. I came here to wake you up. You're possessed by an impossible delusion because of Takano-san's scrapbooks. At first I thought it was interesting, but this is getting way out of hand. You know why? It's because they're making you sick.
Oh, the girl who looked just like Rika-chan told me the same thing. You're actually right about that. I mean, I do have a maggot disease, so...
No, you don't understand. Listen to me very carefully. You need to lie down and rest for a while. Okay? It'd be a lot safer to stay at Mion's house. She can protect you from the police, but if you don't trust her, you can stay at my place. Either way, it's not good for you to stay somewhere uncomfortable like this. Let's just go to my house for now. We'll have some cold tea together. It'll cool your fever down. Then you'll realize how crazy all of this is.
What are you talking about, Keiichi-kun? Are you saying that I'm crazy? I'm not crazy. You are. You don't know it, but you're just being controlled by the parasite. Keiichi-kun, you think you know you have nothing to do with it, but you're one of the victims. You just don't realize it. I'm not blaming you for that. I can save you. I can save everybody. So please, trust me for now.
You think we're all crazy. You think everybody in this village is crazy and you're not. Is that what you're saying?
It might even be spreading outside of Hinamizawa. They might have already spread it as far as Shishibone City, or to the entire prefecture. I really am the only one who isn't crazy. I know that thanks to Mio-san's scrapbooks. I thought you understood that too.
Wait a second, Anna. You're saying everybody in the world is crazy except you. That's the same thing as saying that you're the only one who's crazy. The world hasn't changed. Nobody is crazy. Nobody is your enemy. If you ask me, it's crazy to believe that you're the only one in this world who isn't crazy and that everybody in the world is your enemy. In short, your only enemy is yourself.
I feel sorry for you, Keiichi-kun. But it's okay. It's not that easy to accept the facts Mio-san discovered. Even she wasn't sure about them. So I understand that you can't accept the truth. That's why I'm going to fight. I'm going to fight to save everybody. I'll beat them down and make them stop controlling you.
But Anna, that's stupid. That's just idiotic. You feel sorry for me? You're stupid. Why don't you understand? Why do you still believe a crazy, stupid story like this? You're just interpreting everything to suit your convenience.
They have replacements for Mio-san, Rika-chan, and me. They're going to replace me after I'm killed.
What? Replacements? Are you seriously saying that?
You know what? I'm going to tell you the truth. I haven't told you about this year. A true identity of the parasite is aliens.
It's aliens. Aliens?
Yes. Oyashiro-sama is also an alien. The description of his descending from the sky matches the alien theories all over the world. Whenever a great civilization flourished, it was always aliens who accomplished it. They have advanced knowledge. They came to Earth to help immature humans evolve.
Hey, wait just a minute. You must be kidding, right? The parasite theory was interesting. But aliens? Come on, that's just nonsense. But Anna believes this theory so seriously, and she feels sorry for me because I can't accept it.
They've been controlling the community by living as parasites in human bodies. But sometimes, someone with sharp intuition comes along and tries to reveal the truth. But they get rid of them in order to maintain their control of the community. They sometimes kidnap those people with sharp intuition and put a piece of metal in their bodies to gain control over them. When that doesn't work, they replace these people with their copies. They made a copy of Mio-san. They made a copy of me, too. Rika-chan's copy just came a few minutes ago. I talked to it. It admitted it came from space.
No, it's what?
It told me that the end of the world is coming soon, and it laughed at me, saying I should struggle as much as I want. I'm going to fight. I'm not going to let them domesticate our species. I'll never, ever...
You're so stupid. I stepped towards Rena and slapped her in the face. I was hoping it would return her to sanity. Wake up! Rena, did you forget? It happened here. Just a few days ago. We all took each other's hands here, didn't we? And we all promised we'd be a family made of friends forever. Rena played with her wrist. She didn't interrupt, so I continued. If you're seriously saying that aliens are controlling the Earth, I'll believe you, even if everyone in the world didn't. I would. It's because I'm your friend, and I'm on your side no matter what. But I want you to listen to me too. I want you to listen to me because I'm your friend. Takano-san made up all the stories in the scrapbooks. It's true. Takano-san was the occult maniac. She enjoyed interpreting the old history of Hinamizawa any way she wanted. She made up ridiculous stories out of it, and she read them to people for fun. So the parasite story isn't the only one she made up. There are stories about UFOs, some kind of creatures from the underworld, and many other things. So the one you read in the scrapbooks was just a new story she made up recently. Don't you remember that she liked to make fun of people? She was just making fun of you because you took her story so seriously.
If it's just a story she made up, why was she killed? Her autopsy report said she had been dead for 24 hours when she was found, but she was there at the festival. Why? How are you going to explain the cause of Tomitake-san's death? What about the Sonozaki family? What about the legend of Hinamizawa? What about Oyashiro-sama and Rika-chan? Are you saying everything is made up? Are you saying that the whole world is lying to us?
Stop making connections between everything. That's a typical symptom of paranoia. Don't think so hard. You're just tired. That's why you need rest. All I'm going to do is offer you a place to relax, a bed, and food. If you can't trust my food, you don't have to eat it. Eat whatever you have. Anyway, please just trust me for now.
My story makes more sense than yours. I have evidence to prove it. But all you're saying is that I should trust you. Isn't it obvious who is right?
Yes, it is obvious. Me! I'm right!
How can you be so sure?
It's easy. It's because I'm your friend. Friends never betray one another. Friends always help each other. So you have to believe that I'm right, even when the words when the world says I'm wrong. Because I'm your friend.
I heard a thud. Banana dropped the hatchet. She staggered, holding her head in her hands. She was muttering something, and it looked like she was asking herself questions. He wants me to trust him, but he has no evidence to prove he's right. He's being absurd! Or maybe he's right, and I'm wrong. Am I really just misunderstanding everything? It would be wonderful if that was true. I wished I was wrong so many times. I wished Mio and Son's scrapbooks are nothing but a bunch of stories and the parasite doesn't exist. Some coincidences happened to connect together and I interpreted them in the wrong way. I really wish that was the case. Don't give up, Renaryugu. Be cool, Renaryugu. This guy has poison in his words. He's trying to take advantage of my weakness. Everything is too obvious not to believe. It's obvious that the aliens have been trying to invade the Earth, using this village as their base ever since it was called Onigafuchi. Keiichi-kun is a victim who's been controlled by them. He's just a victim. But when he grabbed my wrist really hard on that day, I could tell his intentions were true. I still remember the strength of his grip on my wrist. He tried to save me, his friend. I got lost in this crazy delusional maze many times. I prayed over and over that somebody would help me. And now the prayers are answered, and Keiichi-kun is reaching out for my hand again. But don't forget, Renaryugu. This guy says he's your friend, but he hasn't told you everything about himself. Don't you remember? Oishi-san told you about it. He told me what he found out. I couldn't trust my friends, so Oishi checked on everybody, including Keiichi-kun. That's why I know about what he did before he moved here. He looks like he's a good guy on the outside, but he's crazy on the inside. I can't trust him. I shouldn't trust him. So what? I don't care who he was before he moved here. I did many bad things in Ibaraki too. I did many unforgivable things. I hurt my friends really badly, broke the windows at the school, and was suspended. I was a very bad girl. Did he treat me differently because of that? No, he didn't. Renaryugu is Renaryugu. He'll forgive me because it was Reina Ryugu who did all those bad things in Ibaraki. You won't forgive me. I should know better. Keiichi Maibara believes that I am a kind and modest girl because he doesn't know Reina. If he found out about Reina, what would he do? He wouldn't do anything. He wouldn't be scared of me. Reina is Reina. Reina is a different girl. The same goes with Keiichi-kun. I don't care who he was before he moved here. We're even.
Are you okay, Rena?
Don't touch me.
Rena knocked my hand aside when I reached for her.
You keep saying you're my friend. You want me to trust you because of that. You want me to believe that you're right even if the world says you're wrong. Are you out of your mind? That is more delusional than anything else.
I don't care what you say. I'm your friend. Everything I say for your sake. Don't doubt me. I know I'm right.
Really? Then, can I ask you something?
Yes, anything.
Friends don't keep secrets from another, right?
Of course. I'm not hiding anything from you.
You're lying.
I'm not.
Yes, you are!
That's so funny.
Keiichi-kun, you think you can keep it a secret from me, don't you? I know everything. I know what you did before you moved here. I know.
I felt it as if my entire body was covered in frosty needles. My body and mind froze all of a sudden. I don't believe this. I don't believe this. How come she knows about that?
I asked Oishi-san to check on everybody. Everybody. That's why I know what you did before you came here.
Stop it. You got it all wrong.
You only targeted little girls. I have to tell Satoko-chan and Rika-chan about it. I can't believe a dangerous person like you was near us the whole time.
No, it wasn't like that. It just turned out that way.
A series of attacks on school girls. Bravo! It has as strong an impact as a series of mysterious deaths on Hinamizawa.
No, it wasn't like that.
It wasn't like what? You shot little girls with a BB gun when they were walking alone on deserted streets. What a horrifying incident. It instilled fear into the whole city for a while. Members of the PTA had to watch the kids at every street corner when they walked between home and school. You shot one of the girls in her eyes and she was badly injured. Fortunately, the damage wasn't permanent. You had a BB gun and you only shot little kids. How disgusting. What made you enjoy it so much? You must have really enjoyed it because you continued to do it for so long time. But then you turned yourself into the police, accompanied by your parents, in a crisis of consciousness. Or something. A coincidence? I don't know. One of those words. You couldn't even take responsibility for your actions on your own. Juvenile laws was kind to you, wasn't it? It prevented your name from being disclosed to the public or the victims. I bet your father spent a lot of money to protect you. He paid a lot of compensation to settle the case out of court, and he had you placed on probation. After the case cooled down, he used the power of money again to move far away from the city. Everything is solved, right? You're lucky that your father is so rich.
No, it wasn't like that. Ah.
Why didn't you tell us about it? You told me that you did nothing but study at your previous school. Why did you lie like that?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie.
I thought friends didn't keep secrets from one another, right? So that makes you not my friend!
The blades of her words hit hard, and they made my eyes bleed. The blood was clear, and it tasted salty.
I can't trust you because of what you did in the past. Don't you ever think you can hide it from me?
I remember how deeply I regretted it. I couldn't regret enough. I wanted to forget it, but I couldn't. I made a stupid mistake. Why? Why did you have to bring it up now? I apologized and accepted everything, and I moved here to put it behind me. I wanted to have a fresh start in Hinamizawa, and I swore to myself to live a clean life from then on. Everything is ruined now. I'll be a criminal, no matter where I go. I was stressed out with my exam studies. I was frustrated. I randomly shot people. I didn't care if it was girls or kids. Why did I do something so stupid? There was no reason. I had no reason to do that. I just wanted to get someone's attention. I didn't have the courage to tell my parents that I didn't want to study. I just wanted somebody to scold me, so I used a childish way to get attention. I regret what I did. I swear I'll never do something like that stupid again. If I do it again, they can send me to the chair. If there's something I can do to be completely forgiven, I'd do it, no matter what it is. But no matter how deeply I regret it, and no matter how long I atone for my sin, I'll never be forgiven. That's why I wanted to sweep the whole thing under the carpet and have a fresh start. I have nothing to say if somebody tells me that forgetting my sin is an act of cowardice. Sins are sins. You just can't get rid of them. You have to carry them for the rest of your life. I know that's the fate of a sinner. If you don't want to live like that, don't be a sinner. I understand that logic too. But then, how are sinners supposed to live?
Anyway, you're not my friend. I'm not going to take any orders from someone who isn't my friend. I need you to leave me alone for a while, okay?
I didn't notice until she spoke that I was on my knees, hanging my head. Then I picked up the hatchet she dropped earlier. I wanted her to hit my head with it. Yeah, that's right. If anything's going to be torn apart, I'd rather it be my body. Compared to the pain of my heart being torn to shreds, I'd rather she cut my head off. I believed it. I still believe it. I still believe it right at this moment. I believe that I'm their friend. But in fact, I'm starting to become aware of it. I want to believe I am their friend because I don't want to accept my past. I'm trying to tell myself that, but I feel stupid crying like this. My face is all messy with tears. I was never their friend. I'm a sinner, and I hid my past from them. I hid it because I was scared. I told her that friends don't hide anything from another, and I hid my past from them. I hid my sin from them. My past has nothing to do with how I live my life here. If I ever attacked a kid in this village just because I was frustrated, I wouldn't mind if they killed me and cut me into pieces. But I'll never do anything like that again. I just want to live normally. What I did before I moved here has nothing to do with my life now. For instance, Rena moved here too. I wouldn't change the way I see her, even if I found out she did something bad before she moved here. Right? I wouldn't. Would I? Even if Rena
beat some of her friends, or broke all the windows of her school. I wouldn't care, because it happened in Ibaraki. She didn't do that in Hinamizawa. Rena is Rena. She's my best friend. That's why I wouldn't see her differently, even if I found out about her past. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie! I'd keep a distance from her if I found out that she did such things. I'd be scared of her. I wouldn't try to listen to her. Why? It's just a rumor. Why would I be scared of her? She's my best friend. If I was in her situation, I would reject her just like... Would I reject her just like she did? So, Rena's rejection of me was completely natural. Then, what am I supposed to do? I was the only one crying. Rena wasn't crying. She looked at me as if she was looking at something dirty. After giving me a nasty look, she disappeared into the darkness. Rena didn't forgive me. There was nothing I could do to atone for my sin but keep crying, still down on my knees. I forgot about that part. But yeah, Keiichi, you messed up. A reason to move to Hinamizawa. Bum, 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 bum. I don't remember how many years ago it was. There was this beautiful village surrounded by nature, but the village was going to be submerged in water because of a new dam project, and the villagers protested against it en masse. They held a sightseeing tour so people from other places could enjoy the local beauty. I joined the tour out of simple curiosity. I wanted to take a look at nature that might sink under the water. But when I got there, the place took my breath away. The air was so clean and clear, and the landscape was beautiful beyond words. Since then, I was hooked on the inspiring nature of this place. I fell in love with the village so much that I was very glad that I heard that the dam project was cancelled. That village is where I'm building our new house. Oh, this is Keiichi's dad. When I visited there, I found a beautiful field of wildflowers. I saw 2 cute girls playing in that field, both of them very beautiful, with long, straight hair. They were probably neighbors or best friends. I still remember how they looked. One of them had a very beautiful face with a clear-cut profile for her age, and the other had a very pretty, innocent look. I'm sure both of them will grow up into fine, beautiful ladies in the future. They were running around the field like they were dancing. I asked them if the field was their playground. They said that they were playing in hopes that newcomers would move to the village. Then I saw a sign saying, "Lot for sale." That was when I began to think that it might be a great place to live. There was nothing here, and things are a bit inconvenient compared to the life in the city, but I sincerely believed that this was the best place for us to start a new life together as a family. A lot of things happened back in the city, but the past is the past. It's best that we move on. We learn from our mistakes, and I hope we can start a new, more ideal life in this village. Keiichi, I hope you'll grow to love it here as much as I do. You do? I'm happy to hear that. I'm also happy that we've been doing a lot better as a family since we moved here. Back in the city, we were far from close, so I'm truly happy that we were able to start from scratch. Now that I come to think of it, I've never had a chance to have a conversation with you like this before. Oh, Keiichi, do you know any 2 beautiful girls with long straight hair in your school? I think they're a lot younger than you. Oh, you know 2 young beautiful girls, but one has short hair, huh? I don't think they're the ones I saw. You want to know why I asked? Oh, I just wanted to ask them to be my models for portraits. I was thinking about making them wear cute costumes. But basically, I just wanted to see them again, for artistic reasons. So if you happen to see them, let your dad know, okay? Promise me, okay? Man. I don't know if it ever, like, really brings up, what his dad does. But, like, just anytime it brings up his work, it's just like, yeah, this man's makes hentai. Makes spicy mangas. Yeah, very much a creep. At lunchtime, the next day, everybody in class was talking about Rena's disappearance. We were all worried about her safety, but I kept a safe distance from everybody else. I do wonder where she went. Someone said that she was demoned away. How could they say such things? I can't believe the nerve.
Casey-san, you look down today. Meep.
Setsuko and Rika-chan noticed something odd about my attitude. I couldn't sleep at all last night because of what Nana told me. Friends don't keep secrets from one another. That sentence bit into my heart, and I couldn't sleep because of the pain. Mion, Setsuko, and Rika-chan too. I have something I need to talk to you about. Is it about Nana? No, it's not. It's about me. I decided to tell them about it because they were my friends, but I didn't know what I was expecting to change by doing so. They might despise me. Was there any benefit in telling them? No, there wasn't. I knew that for sure, but I still wanted to tell them about it, just because I thought it'd help heal the pain I was feeling.
What is this about, Casey-san?
Well, it's the truth about myself. I'd appreciate if you listened to me. It's about what happened to me before I moved here. I was the kind of guy who wasn't good at anything but studying. I learned the tricks of the game called studying at my cram school. I enjoyed the sense of superiority I felt by getting good grades. I kept studying just because I wanted to look down on the other students. When my grades got better, my parents got happier, and my teachers praised me. It felt good. It was fun to look down on the students who were good at running, dodgeball, or swimming. That was the only reason I kept studying. Before I knew it, not only was I on the top of my class, I was the top of my school. So I started to think that I was the most important student there. I looked down on the kids who were playing in the schoolyard during lunch break. I enjoyed feeling a sense of superiority to them in my insignificance. The more I studied, the better everyone expected me to do. They started to place high hopes on me. They expected me to go to the best school in Japan. I flattered myself in thinking I deserved to go to that school as well. But the fun went out of looking down on people, while the burden of studying didn't change a bit. My classmates stopped admiring my cleverness after a while, and my teachers started to push me to study more. All of a sudden, the fun had gone out of it. To begin with, I didn't even like to study. I had average reflexes. I was average in a fight. I was an average boy with nothing that really drew attention, so when I found something that I could use to get that attention, I jumped on it. It happened to be studying for me, but if it was riding a unicycle or juggling, I would have done that too. When I realized I didn't enjoy studying anymore, it got very boring. I was just a little boy who wanted to be praised when I did something better than anybody else. I finished all my summer's homework because my parents praised me for it, and I took charge of cleaning duties at school because my teachers praised me for it. So when they stopped praising me for what I did, I began to feel as though my life had no meaning. My parents used to give me an allowance that was proportional to how good my grades were, so I used to get a substantial amount of money for my age. I don't know if I had a natural interest in violence or if I was looking for it because of my frustration of the time. I took an interest in BB guns. At first, I shot at cardboard boxes. It was fun. Being violent at pieces of cardboard relieved a lot of stress. Nobody blamed me for doing that. But soon, I started wanting to do something I should have never done. On the box that my BB gun came in was a warning label that read, "Do not shoot at people." That was when I thought about doing just that. Why did I do something I shouldn't have? I guess I was just immature. I wasn't interested in studying anymore, but I forced myself to do it so anyway. My parents forced me to go to several cram schools. I was mad at them for that. I should have told them I didn't want to study anymore, but I didn't have the courage to do that. So I used my frustration as an excuse to do something cowardly. I shot at kids who were younger than I was with my BB gun. You have to pretend to be an idiot. If people think you're dumb, they won't expect you to be the smartest person in the room, right? Well, they won't praise you for being dumb, though. Like his whole thing is he wanted to be praised, and so he's just like, well, if nobody's gonna keep praising me, they might as well just be mad at me. It gave me such a thrill. It felt so good to do something bad when I was overcome with studying. Needless to say, I had no personal grudge against the kids I shot. As long as the kids passed through a deserted street, they met the requirements to become my target. I didn't mean to hurt them. I shot at them once or twice from a distance. That was all I wanted to do. But sometimes they didn't react at all because the BBs hit a thicker part of their clothes or something. I didn't like that, so I started to shoot until they noticed they were being hit. It inevitably escalated into a barrage of gunfire. I study a lot. I'm doing something good, so I deserve to do something bad to balance out the good that I'm doing. That was the unbelievably selfish excuse I made. I thought I had a right to do things like that because I was suffering myself. I thought people who weren't suffering like I was deserved to be shot at and get hurt a little bit. I was so selfish, so arrogant, and so immature. I was disgusted with myself. If I could have met myself at that time, I would have given myself a punch in the face so hard that it'd knock out all of my teeth. They started to call it a series of attacks on school children. The principal of my school held a morning assembly to inform everybody about the case and to warn them to be careful about playing outside. I was laughing sneakily. The PTA issued a letter of warning and advice to take the safest way to and from school. Parents took turns watching kids when they walked between home and school in groups. The more serious it got, the more it reminded me of the excitement I first felt when my grades started going up. I was absorbed in that game when I was playing. I didn't think I'd get caught someday. I didn't even think to stop doing it either. One day, I found a little girl who was walking down a narrow, dark street all alone. She was a very small girl. I don't know if she was on her way to her friend's house or if she was running an errand. I didn't care which. It was careless of her to go out alone. The school had warned her not to, so it was her fault. Just like always, I made a selfish excuse and attacked her. My mouth is just like blah, 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 blah. Some of the shots hit her in the back. She noticed she was attacked by somebody. She turned around. It was a natural reaction. At that time, I didn't hesitate to rain hell upon her. So when she turned around, I was still shooting at her. Usually when I shot at a kid, she cried in pain and ran away. But this girl was different. She thrashed around in excruciating pain, holding one of her eyes. When I saw her doing that, I realized what had happened right away. The BB had hit her in the eye. Until that moment, I didn't think about what would happen when a pellet that could easily go through a cardboard box hit an eyeball. Anyway, the girl howled in pain, and for the first time, I realized I had done something horrible. She saw me, so I couldn't take her to the hospital. I couldn't do anything about it, so I left her there while she was still screaming in pain. I wondered if she was okay, and I wondered if she had lost her eye. I kept thinking about her, and I didn't even feel like eating that day. I went to the bookshelf in our living room, snuck a medical book to my room, and studied the structure of a human eye. It was too late to make a difference, but I studied what kind of injuries would make a person lose their vision. I knew it wouldn't make the sin I committed weigh any less, even if I found out that she wouldn't lose her sight. I couldn't sleep that night, and I suffered from a high fever. It wasn't my parents, my teachers, or the police who first punished me for what I did. It was my own body. Before dawn, I woke my parents up and confessed my sin. They were shocked at first, but it seemed like they understood the situation quickly due to my recent disobedient behavior and my interest in BB guns. My mom cried hysterically. My dad slapped me in the face until it swelled up. Before the sun came up, I turned myself in to the police, accompanied by my parents. Sethico stared at me with a stunned expression. I deserved to receive that kind of look. What I did was very wrong, and I needed to accept that.
Is that all true?
Yes, it's all true. I'm sorry I didn't tell you until now. What made you tell us? Mion asked me. Rika-chan nodded in agreement. To tell you the truth, I don't understand why. Well, I know, but... No, I'm just saying that I don't see any reason why you had to tell us about it. Well, I didn't want to keep secrets from my friends. You're my friends, so I couldn't hide it from you anymore.
What are you expecting us to do?
I'm not expecting anything. I just...
If you're asking for forgiveness, I can't give it to you. You have to ask the kids you attacked if you want that. It won't help any of us to tell us about it. I agree with Rika. I think you're really brave to tell us, but I don't understand what you want to do from here on out.
I don't want to do anything. I just thought it's not right to keep secrets from my friends. My friends looked annoyed by the sudden confession of my past. I took it as a bitter medicine. I got what I deserved. Kei-chan, I have a question. Why can't friends keep secrets from each other? What? I mean, that's what you're saying, right? I really don't agree.
I don't agree either.
Mion and Rika-chan obviously disagreed with my statement. Satoko nodded, following suit. I don't think it's wrong to refuse to tell people things you'd rather not. We all have things we don't want to tell anybody else about, like tragedies, mistakes, and other things you don't want to remember. If I'd have to tell someone everything to be true friends with them, I wouldn't want to have them as my friends at all. But...
Keiichi, there's a difference between you don't need to confess things and you have to confess. You have to confess what you did to receive forgiveness. But once you're forgiven, you don't need to keep confessing. Quite. You turned yourself into the police and they scolded you good, did they not? You atoned for your sin and you were forgiven. What more do you have to do?
You turned yourself in and you accepted the result. You did what you had to do. It's very important that you keep reminding yourself of your sin so you won't make the same mistake again. But you only have to take care of that on your own. It's not something you have to confess to everybody. Yeah, you were a jerk. What do you want me to do now, right? It's just like, are you in a roundabout way threatening us, Kei-chan?
It's very true. I have many embarrassing stories that I'd rather not tell anyone. Meep. Satoko does have quite a lot of them. It's not only me. Rika has a heaps of them too. Meep, meep, meep.
Soko and Rika-chan fooled around with each other like they always did. Mion looked at them and looked back at me. Satoko just said something very important. Did you get it? You mean the part where she said she has a dark past that nobody needs to know about? No, the bit after that. She's saying that everybody has something they'd rather hide. Considering that nobody grows up in a sterilized room, you all learn by trial and error. That's called life, you know? You do both good things and bad things in order to grow up. Your goal is to become a wonderful person by the end. Everything that happens is a very important experience, including both the good and the bad. The same goes with everybody, with Satoko, Rika-chan, and me too. The same applies to everybody in this class.
And probably everybody in chat. For example, me used to be a very bad girl. Meow meow.
Well, I'm not proud of it or anything, but shooting at people with a BB gun is like nothing compared to what I did. I used to throw bricks at people. I can't even count how many times I ended up in a cell at the police station. During the dam conflict, I was a regular there. I'm not kidding, it's all true.
But it happened in the past, and she doesn't have to tell you about it. Even though she's your friend.
Even though she's my friend.
I made a lot of embarrassing mistakes and committed some crimes too. But I don't tell you about them because telling you wouldn't help in any way.
If you feel better by telling us about your past, well listen. But there's no rule that says you have to tell us about your past just because we're friends. I don't want to dig up the past that you don't want to talk about. That's what true friends are all about, I think. I agree with you, but... We're happy if you feel better now by telling us about your past. We can forget about it if you want us to. We'll never change the way we see you because of this.
What you did in the city has nothing to do with who you are right now. You're a precious friend to us. I actually don't want to know about your past, to be honest with you. I agree with Rika. The same goes for the other way around. If you did something great in the city, but you were a nasty person here, I wouldn't care what great things you did back then.
In other words, Kei-chan, the sin you committed in the city is something that you should keep secret in your heart. You don't need to dig it back up just to tell us. I mean, you can if you want. If anybody changed the way they saw you because of that, I'd look down on them.
No matter what happened in the past, as long as you're a great person at present, you shouldn't be embarrassed by yourself. Am I wrong? What's the purpose of living if we can never earn redemption? Satoko used to be a big baby who couldn't do anything by herself. She regretted it deeply, and now she's a strong, independent girl. That's why I admire Satoko today. I don't care how weak she used to be. Rika.
What about you, Kei-chan? Are you going to change the way you see me because you now know I used to be a very bad girl who was a regular at the police station? You won't, will ya? I am who I am. Our friendship won't change, and we'll keep playing and laughing like we always do, right? That's what being friends is all about. What? What's going on? Mion was trying to cheer me up with an encouraging smile on her face, but her expression became distorted all of a sudden. Big teardrops fell from my eyes. What? Why am I crying? Let me just say this. I didn't know anything about Satoshi, because you all hid it from me. We didn't mean to hide it. You didn't tell me about the incidents that happened every year, right? Oh, maybe I should do an echo? Okay, yeah, okay, this is the echo button. I want to make sure I don't have another scuff moment. You didn't tell me about the incidents that happened every year, right? That's because we didn't want to, you didn't want to scare me? Just because of that, you left me out? No, we didn't mean to. Mion didn't know what to say. She had tears in her eyes. She thought she did me a favor. She didn't know why it turned out like this. She didn't want to make me scared of the village since I just moved here. What more reason did she need? I asked you before, Mion. If there was a crime at the damn construction site, you told me there was none. But there was a dismemberment, lynch, murder. You lied. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. I thought friends didn't hide things from each other. Right? So, that makes us not friends. Ah! What are friends? What are friends? What are friends to me? They were my true friends. They really cared about me. They were so nice to me and helped me feel like home at this village. You couldn't have been happier. Everything was great, wasn't it? Kei-chan, please don't. Mion seemed like she didn't want to say, or didn't know what to say. Her eyes looked moist. It was hard to believe she was really acting like this. It wasn't like Mion at all. I could feel her pain. She was in pain because she didn't know what I was blaming her for. She looked so sad, but I didn't notice her pain. I thought I was her friend. I didn't understand her feelings. I didn't trust her. I just used the word friends, but I didn't do anything that, like, friends were supposed to do. That's right. I was such a fool. Mion was Mion. She was my best friend. Why did I doubt her? Why? Kei-chan looks down these days.
He just moved here from the city. I guess the fatigue must be setting in. He probably caught a cold as a result.
I see. Then he needs to eat something nutritious. My grandma is making ohagi today. I'm going to ask her to give me some so I can bring them back from to Kei-chan. Oi, Mion, wash your hands first. Hello, Dana-chan. Would you like to try making one too?
Wow, it looks so fun. Yes, I'd love to try. Here we go.
I have a great idea.
What is it, Mita? What's that little bottle? What is it?
It's not fun to only have sweet ahogi, you know? Let's put hot sauce in one of them. It'll wake him up for sure. That's right. That's what happened. They brought ohagi for me to help me feel better. They only tried to cheer me up. Why did I get so scared of them? Just because Mion knew I had lunch at Angel Mart, I grew terrified of her.
Hey, you don't look good. Maybe you should go lie down.
That's right. Maybe we should leave. They just wanted to cheer me up with it. They just wanted to cheer me up with a joke, but because I looked so serious. See ya. Please get better soon. I hope we can hang out in this club together tomorrow. That was a normal way of saying goodbye. I don't want you to be absent from school tomorrow, okay? First of all, have I ever visited any of my classmates who are absent with a cold? No, I haven't. I've never done such a nice thing to anybody because it was too much of a bother, but they did that for me. I understand visiting a friend at the hospital, but I just caught a cold. But they came to visit me with ohagi so that way I could get better soon. I should have been thankful to them and said, I'll get better soon, and I'm sure I can come to school tomorrow. So I'll see you then. That was what I was supposed to say.
But what did I do instead? I locked the door. I closed the door and locked it as if rejecting them. What was I so scared of? What was I so afraid of? Why didn't I say any words of appreciation to my friends who cared about me? I was just so scared of the ohage that they brought for me. What was I thinking? It was impossible that there was a needle in one of them. There wasn't actually a needle at all. That was all in my head because I had read some manga about someone putting needles or razor blades in someone's food. It scared me so much that I believed it could also happen to me for some reason. And I thought there was a needle in the ohage. You were so stupid, Keiichi! Why would your friends put a needle in food they only brought to make you get better? It was crazy to think like that. Even if there was a needle in one of them, I should have thought of some kind of mistake and should have believed in my friend's innocence. That's what a true friend would do, but what did I do? Pound! Splatter! Smash! I threw the ohage that they spent so much effort making on the floor. Why? Why did I do that? I got along so well with them. I moved to Hinamizawa, and I made friends for the first time in my life. They were my best friends. Meeting them was the most wonderful experience of my life. I'd probably never have met another one like that for the rest of my days. I knew that, but I got scared, and I doubted them. They noticed that I was acting cold. That's why they called the manager Iri. They thought a sedative might help me relax, so I could rest and get better. That's why they carried me up to my room. Mion just wanted to make it fun. She's the kind of person who expresses her goodwill by making a joke out of it. I knew that better than anybody. She knew Iri would roll up my shirt to check my heartbeat with a stethoscope, so she was just trying to draw graffiti on my shirt, just like she did to Tomitake-san as a punishment for the game he lost. Yes, that's why Mion took a felt marker out of her pocket. A felt marker. She brought a marker from home because she just wanted to do something funny. She tried to cheer me up by making me take a punishment for fun rather than nursing me, because that's just what Mion's like. She went to the trouble of bringing a felt marker to my house, just because she wanted to cheer me up. Arena held me down tightly, and Mion came closer to me to write something on my shirt. Mion whispered the words she was going to write. On my shirt! I heard them. I heard them clearly. I heard what she was going to write on my shirt. I hope you get well soon, Mion. I heard them. Then why? I should have known she wasn't going to do anything to hurt me. Then why? Why? Why did the marker look like a syringe to me? Why did I think that Mion was going to kill me? It was impossible. It was impossible. Why? 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 Why did I misunderstand that Mion was going to kill me? The numbness in my head receded, and slowly I felt blood start to run through my entire body again. How long was I squatting down here? For a few minutes? Or a lot longer than that? As I looked up on the clock, the hands weren't moving at all, as if they had stopped while my eyes were closed. Really? The atmosphere in this room wasn't filled with insanity like it was earlier, but it was quiet and gray. Rena wasn't holding me down, and Mion wasn't about to give me an injection. Was all of that just some kind of illusion? There was no sense of presence other than myself in that room. It was an extraordinary experience, the kind I'd never had before. I was there, with Rena and Mion. I doubted my sanity for a moment, but at the same time I felt some kind of relief, too. This scary incident was just an illusion after all. Neither Rena nor Mion would have done such a terrible thing to me. Tears started forming in my eyes. My emotions were running high. Why? It wasn't a question of why my tears were forming in my eyes. Why? It was a question of my sadness. Why did I feel so sad? I don't know. I don't know. You don't know? What do you mean you don't know? You do know! I was so stupid. What the hell was I doing? I was so pathetic and helpless. Mion just tried to cheer me up, that was all. I liked her so much. She was my best friend. She was older than me, but she hung out with me like we were the same age. She was the first one who came to talk to me in class. She was so nice to me, but Mion was lying in an unnatural position near the window. I feel like this dialogue is exactly the same as the previous time. She was covered in dusky red blood from her head to her chest. The red fluid splattered on the wall was Mion's.
What had I done? What had I done? I would never forgive myself. I surely did think of you as all my friends. Why? Why did this all happen? There was nothing fun in my life at my old school. When I talked to anyone, it was only ever about my chances of passing an entrance exam of the schools we wanted to go to. My life was shaded in gray. Friends to me were rivals and enemies to vie with for a school recommendation and test scores. My friends here taught me just how unnatural that was. This whole month was a blast. We raised the roof over lunch, our club activities, and the festival. A warm liquid flowed from my eyes. To my surprise, it was my tears. I didn't have any obligation to cry for them, but I couldn't stop. Even though they attempted to kill me, even though they almost killed me, I couldn't forget the memories we made during the past month. Or were those fun days fake? Was it an act that they kept playing perfectly to set me up until today? Was it only me who believed that they were my friends? It couldn't be. Rena and Mion, they were my friends for real. Those happy days, I couldn't have just been a performance. Rena and Mion must have been forced by somebody to kill me. Or that an extraordinary existence called Oyashiro-sama possessed them and took over their consciousness. No matter what it was, both Rena and Mion were my best friends. I was stupid. I was such a fool. Such a fool, such a fool, such a fool. I wasn't making any sense at all. I killed my best friends. They were my best friends. Then why didn't I trust them? Why didn't I listen to them? I beat them to death. Who did I think I was? I made it sound like I didn't want to do anything wrong. I felt like everybody went crazy except me. I was such a fool. It was the other way around. Of course it was. I was the only one who went crazy. Kit-chan, I did something terrible. I'll never forgive myself. Mion was still alive. I have a memory of beating her to death because I couldn't trust her. But that's a memory from a non-existent different world. But even though it happened in a different world, I killed Mion. And I didn't realize how deep that sin was. I even thought until now that Mion was at fault for being killed.
What is wrong with Keiichi-san?
I don't know. Kei-chan, please calm down. I'm not dead. You didn't beat me to death. I mean, I never let that happen. Okay. Okay. Sorry, some of the plastic from the... some of the packaging from the figure fell off the bed somehow.
Quite. There's no one in our club whom you could beat to death, Keiichi-san.
No. Mion and Setsuko looked confused, having no idea why I was crying. But I couldn't help myself. I learned just now that I could earn redemption by confessing my sin. But I could never earn redemption for this. Not from Mion. No matter how much I cried in this world, nobody could give me forgiveness. And so I could never earn redemption for the sin. Right then, Chie-sensei came in and noticed me crying. You wouldn't see a teenage boy crying like this very often. Chie-sensei asked me what was going on, but at that moment I couldn't hear anything. Mion and Satoko looked confused. They didn't know how to explain the situation. Rika-chan approached me in the midst of my sobs. Right, no more packaging for me.
You remember, don't you, Keiichi? You remember how you killed Rena and me?
Yes, I killed them. But I didn't accept my sin. I pretended I was the victim. I cursed and blamed my friends until the moment I died. There was blood everywhere, and in the end I just died alone, without any regrets. I clawed at my itchy throat in a phone booth. I didn't notice my sin, and I died alone.
Keiichi, did you notice your sin just now?
Yes, I did. It took me so long, but I just noticed it. I remember what I did, not here, but in a different world that looks just like this one. I killed my friends because I couldn't trust them. They were just trying to help me, but I didn't listen to them. I don't know why I didn't. I didn't care if people were staring. I just kept crying. I wanted to transmute my sin to tears in order to squeeze it out of me, but the tears that were coming out of my eyes weren't my sin. They were just tears of regret for doing something irreversible. At that time, I felt something touching my head. I opened my eyes and saw Rika-chan petting my head gently. I didn't need any comfort. I didn't deserve any comfort from Rika-chan, but the words she spoke to me weren't ones of comfort.
I forgive you, Katie.
What?
Katie, you noticed your sin. It's a very difficult thing to do, and not something everybody can. Not everyone can understand how great you are, and hence, they can't forgive you. But I can, because I know how great you are.
Rika-chan.
This is a miracle. You noticed the sin you committed in another world. That's impossible to do. But you did it. That is the most unbelievable and precious of miracles that could exist in this world.
I didn't understand anything Rika-chan was saying, but I felt like she was the only one who understood that impossible memory I had.
So, you should be able to understand what Rena Ryugu is going through right now.
Yes, I understand. She's going through exactly the same thing I went through. She wants to trust her friends more than anything, but she can't. She's the one who's losing her mind, but she doesn't understand that, and she thinks that the world is going crazy instead. I don't know how to save her. I have no idea, because I failed. I didn't understand until I died. No, I didn't understand even after I died. So how can I make Rena realize what I did, even what I didn't, even after that? I can't save her. I can't save her. I know, because I was just like her. There's nothing you can do. Calm down, Keiichi. I did fail, but that didn't mean Rena would too. There was no excuse not to save her because I thought she'd fail. After all, what did Rena do back then? I was totally going mad, but she risked her life to save me. In my room, in that world, I had beaten her many times with a metal bat. But she was smiling. She knew I was scared, and that's why she smiled for me. I beat her so many times. Her arms were broken and her forehead was cut open. I remembered. Rena didn't block her head. Even at the very last moment, she opened her arms towards me like she was looking for a hug. But I still doubted her and raised the metal bat up high. Rena told me then that it was okay.
Please, trust me.
Ah! My friend still told me to believe in her. She told me to trust her, but I still didn't. I lost it and attacked her. She was in danger. She was actually killed. But she didn't even block her head. Instead, she used her arms to reach out for me. Rena continued to say those words until the moment she died. Trust me. Please, trust me. She risked her life to save me. Until her very last moments, she kept telling me to believe in her. But I didn't listen. For so long, I truly believed that I didn't do anything wrong. I feel a little bit better now that you've forgiven me, Rika-chan. But I still have to atone for my sin. I'm going to do that in the same way that Rena did for me. I'm going to save her. Rena risked her life to save me. She cared about me until her very last moments. She trusted me. She believed that her words would reach my heart, so she kept saying them. Until I cracked her skull. I don't care if I die. Rena died for me. I can die for her, too. I was such a fool for failing to understand my friend's feelings. That's why I didn't understand what she was saying. But Rena might be different. This world is messed up. But it doesn't mean that I can just quit. Quitting is the same thing as not believing. I believe in Rena and in our friendship. That's why I can still make it. I can still prevent a tragedy from happening. I can change fate. We will struggle together to seize our future. Rika-chan nodded with a serious look on her face, and she put her hand in her pocket of her skirt.
Keiichi, I won't give up either. I'm not going to lose hope in this world. I was tired of meeting with countless failures. I gave up on this world as it started to go wrong. That's why I kinda gave up on Rena last night. But I was wrong. I realized that the will to fight is such a beautiful and divine thing, and it can work miracles that can even alter the path of fate. So I'll fight with you. I'll fight again. I'll keep fighting until I reach the future. I have no idea what you two are talking about. It's normal that you don't remember. Keiichi's a special exception. Huh? Suppose I'm too brilliant to understand what's going on.
Rika-chan touched Satoko's forehead to hers.
But please remember one day, when you're desperately driven into a corner of misfortune, please remember that he risked his life to save you. Keiichi-san fought for me? It's hard to believe. Isn't that right, Keiichi?
Rika-chan looked at me, smiling as if waiting for my agreement. I wasn't sure if I could risk my life for Satoko. No, I was sure. I'd risk my life for her. Satoko is my friend. If anybody tried to make her unhappy, I'd beat them up without hesitation. I'd risk my life to save her. There might even have been a world like that. I nodded to Rika-chan. Rika-chan nodded back to me, looking happy. Naibaru-kun, is everything okay? Chie-sensei realized that I'd finally calmed down, and she asked me that. Yes, everything is fine now. I'm sorry I worried you. That's true. It is a cool skirt that has pockets. Most don't have that. Maybe it's because it's a school uniform. It has a pocket. I don't know. Anyway, Mion. What? What is it? I walked towards her. Mion stepped back, not knowing what was going on. She bumped into the blackboard. What? What is it, Kei-chan? You look so serious. I held Mion tightly. She still didn't know what was going on, and her face turned red. Crying on her shoulder, I told her the following. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What? What? What are you sorry for, Kei-chan? This old man doesn't really get what's going on. It's okay. You don't need to get anything. So just listen to me. I'm very sorry. And the ohagi you made, they were really good. They were delicious. They cheered me up. Well, I wanted to tell you that. I would go to school the next day, and the day after that too. I wanted to tell you that I would see you tomorrow at school, but I couldn't. I'm very sorry that I didn't give you any words of appreciation until today. I'll never doubt you, Mion. I'll never doubt any of my friends. Never, ever again. So Mion, please forgive me for what I did that day. Mion must have had no idea what I was talking about. Of course, I didn't either. I didn't understand what I was talking about, but my sin wasn't forgiven yet. I needed to confess my sin in order to receive her forgiveness. I know you risked your life to save me, Mion, so I'll risk my life to save you too, when you're in some kind of trouble. I promise I will. Kei-chan? You're making me blush. Mion's face was bright red. She didn't know what was going on. Satoko was blushing too, with a confused look on her face. But Rika-chan and I understood everything. We weren't going to accept a tragedy. We couldn't give up just because the world was going out of order. We were going to fight against fate to the very last moment. Mion fought for me. Rena fought for me. That's why I was going to fight for Rena. Just like she did for me. I was going to risk my life to save her. Aw, man. Ooh, wait. This is the end of one, right? Oh no, it's a middle. I was hoping it would give us like tip. Cause this would be a good ending spot, but it's like a few minutes too early. Let me see, who... we'll go for a little bit longer. Hopefully there's another stopping point here soon. The summit was being held at a traditional Japanese restaurant in Shishibone City. When a black car stopped in front of it, 3 burly cops got out of it, followed by Oishi. They were welcomed by Sonozaki Corps members in equally black suits. It was something you didn't see every day. Thank you for having us. We apologize for being late. I'll take you to the room. Please follow me. There was a sign saying reserved at the entrance. Oishi and his subordinates were taken inside. They walked through the restaurant's pretentious landscaped garden, and they came to the gorgeous Japanese-style entrance. A woman in a kimono was waiting at the entrance, as was Kasai. Upon seeing the police officers, they stopped chatting and bowed deeply. The woman in the kimono was Mion's mother, Akane. I feel like this is the first time we get to see Akane's sprite. Nice to meet you, Mrs. Sonozaki. Thank you for having us today. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming all the way here, despite your busy schedule. Not at all. I've been looking forward to the feast I'm going to have today.
Kiyomitsu-te is famous for its dried bean curd, right? I can't wait. Long time no see, Kasai-san. Been forever since we last met in person. Yes, it has been a while. Well, we seem to be at war, but I'm hoping we can settle this like adults. Although we're ready for an all-out war whenever you are. No, we have no desire to fight. Neither do we. Everybody knows how messy things get when you get involved, but I'd like to avoid that as much as possible, since I'm not that young anymore. Obviously, this was a meeting between people who hated each other. The tension in their words indicated that it wasn't likely to be a friendly meeting. I'll take you to the room. Please follow me. I feel bad for our host, that our host is taking us to the depth. Let me go back and read that one again. I feel bad that our host is taking us to the table. Okay. Well, I know we sent you the invitation under my name, but actually, today's host is the Sonozaki main family. I'm sorry for the confusion. I see. I can get back into my bulletproof... Or can I go back and get my bulletproof jacket? On the other side of the door, there were several tables, and Mion was sitting at one of them. Since Mion was still young, her school uniform functioned as a formal dress. Still, it looked strange with both police and the corps members in black suits. Hello. You must be the successor of the head of the Sonozaki family. Thank you for having us today. Thank you very much for coming. Please take a seat. Mion politely welcomed the police, undaunted even though they were older than her parents. Mion gave Kasai a look and he tapped on the door. The waitress, who had been waiting behind the door, started bringing out drinks. Oishi-san, what's going on here? I'm not sure. Well, let's enjoy the meal first. The dried bean curd is really famous, you know. They started drinking, but the tension continued for a while. Mion made the waitresses and the other members of the Sonozaki Corps leave the room, and soon only Oishi and his subordinates, Mion, Akane, and Kasai, were left in the room. Well, let's start talking about why we're here today. Akane nodded and began speaking. We're having this meeting today so we can resolve our misunderstandings. Such as? Kasai wanted to talk to you about Rena Ryugu for personal reasons. Therefore, this meeting is about the private circumstances between Tatsuyoshi Kasai and Rena Ryugu. The Sonozaki family has nothing to do with this. What are these private circumstances? Ryugu-san lives an honest life. How could she have any kind of private connection with Kasai-san from the Yakuza? Kasai. Yes. Allow me to explain. Kasai told the police officers that he happened to meet Rena at the coffee house in Okinomiya. He explained that Rena found something he lost there and that she offered to bring it back to him. That doesn't sound right. But for argument's sake, why don't we assume that what you're telling us is true? What happened after that doesn't make any sense. I heard that you told your members to find Rena Ryugu. That is actually my fault. Rena-san's father was worried about her because she didn't come home after dark, so I sent my men to ask if anyone had seen her downtown, but I made a small mistake. Wait a second. You made us come all the way here and now you're telling us to believe this bullshit? Could it be that you're making fun of us? Oishi looked a lot more like a member of the Yakuza than the real Yakuza did. Oishi threatened them with a nasty smile and it piled all the more tension into the atmosphere in the room. Oishi-san, please don't. Kumagai tried to make him stand down. Officers with hot tempers pair with others who are good at calming them down, just like how Yakuza do. Oishi backed off with a grin. Kumagai took over, continuing from there. So, what are you trying to say? Do you not want us to intervene? Because this is a civil matter between Rena Ryugu and Tatsuyoshi Kasai? That's not going to happen. We're going to give her her protection. Mion opened her mouth for the first time in a while. You need to explain to me why the police have to protect Rena Ryugu to begin with. Why? Because you guys are after her, Oishi answered bluntly, but Mion remained nonchalant. That must have made him all the more annoyed. What makes you think we're after her? Why don't you ask what's in your chest? It must know something.
Oishi-san, we're here to resolve our misunderstandings. It's your choice not to listen to us, but I think it's better that you do.
Oh, and what are what are we misunderstanding exactly?
Your misunderstanding concerns the scrapbook of Mio Takano that Renryugu is in possession of. The officer's expressions grew stern all at once. All of a sudden, she had gotten straight to the point. You want to protect Renryugu because she has the scrapbooks? Isn't that right? Oishi and his subordinates glared back at her without saying a word, making it obvious that her guess was right.
Kasai.
Akane gave him a look and he left the room. However, he shortly returned, carrying a black suitcase.
Are they bribing the cops?
Every one of the officers assumed that there was a tremendous amount of money in the suitcase, and that the Sonozaki family was trying to buy them off. Kasai opened the suitcase and showed them the contents to the police.
Are these?
These are Mio Takano's scrapbooks. I'm afraid we don't have the ones she gave to Renryugu. This is going to be our main course for today. Do you mind if I take a look? No, feel free. We can talk after you read them. I'll make my people leave if you like. Oh, no, you don't have to do that. The cops produced latex gloves from their pockets, put them on, and took one of the scrapbooks out of the suitcase. There were more than 10 of them in there. We found them in Mio Takano's house in Okinomiya after she passed away. Oishi and the others desperately turned the pages of the well-thumbed scrapbooks.
Are you sure these are real?
Without a doubt. Oishi-san, if Renryugu has the other scrapbooks, that means maybe the ones she has is the same kind of stuff in them. Oishi looked stunned by the contents of the scrapbooks. He started turning the pages faster, then closed the scrapbook roughly.
Do all of these have the same kind of contents as this one?
Yes, they do. Feel free to take the time to look at them until you're fully satisfied. The other officers are rapidly turned through pages. They weren't reading them, just flipping through. They took one scrapbook from the suitcase after another and flipped through the pages roughly.
Oishi-san, this is absurd. These are just crappy occult novels. This one says that the netherworld collided with this world and that dead souls flowered across the gap. How are we going to use this as proof? Well, yours says something about the netherworld. Mine is about creatures from the bottom of the ocean. This one is about classified weapons of the Nazis. This one is about the legacy of the Mu continent. That one was of Osi, the mysterious creature of Onigafuchi Swamp. We can surmise that Renryugu most likely has the scrapbook about the parasite theory we've all heard of. The police were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The other officers were shooting glances at Oishi. They hadn't said anything to him, but they never really believed in the story of the parasite, let alone the bioterrorism. But Oishi had believed it and told them he had proof. None of the scrapbooks in front of them said anything about parasites, but it was easy to assume the contents of one scrapbook were no different in nature from another. In other words, all of them were just crappy occult novels. Well, Oishi appeared unable to accept the fact that was facing him. But now that he was actually looking at it, it was too difficult to ignore. Mio Takano was an occult geek who had laughable ideas about the legend of Onigafuchi. But Rena took them seriously, and so had Oishi. The other officers could no longer stop themselves from laughing at the ridiculous scrapbooks. Oishi glared at them and then stopped laughing. The main reason Oishi took the story of the parasite seriously was because the Sonozaki family was apparently after Renryugu for the scrapbooks she had. Plus, Takano, the owner of the scrapbooks, was killed. Because of these two reasons, he believed in that occult B novel. Oishi was frustrated without a doubt. He has to accept that he was wrong. Oishi was eager for any information that could help him solve the series of mysterious deaths of Hinamizawa before he retired. A combination of a number of factors made Takano's ridiculous theory become highly credible to him. Let me ask you something. Why was Mio Takano killed? We have no idea what happened to Mio Takano and Jiro Tometake. Of course you don't. A liar doesn't call himself a liar. Come on, Oishi-san. Do you think we'd do such a lousy job as to let the police find the bodies? Mion wore a cold smile. She had said too much. Akane cleared her throat as if to condemn the statement, and that made Mion shut her mouth. Oishi glared at the younger successor, but he knew she was right. Then, why are you after Ryugu?
We're not. I admit it's our fault that we made it look like we were after her. For that, we apologize. The reasons which made Oishi take Rena's delusion seriously collapsed one by one. Mion and Akane looked at each other. They must have decided to let Akane speak. She did so firmly. We'd like to ask you a favor. We don't want to be involved with the police because of nonsense like this. We heard that Sunkai from the police headquarters started work with the Public Safety Division. They're going to do simultaneous raids on our family using this case as their excuse, aren't they? That had been at Oishi's request. Oishi took Rena's story seriously, and he wanted to find the research facility that was developing the parasite. He was intending to use it as proof of the potential bioterrorist attack. But as he had no idea where to start looking, he tried to conduct simultaneous raids on all the facilities the Sonozaki family owned in the entire prefecture, in cooperation with the task force for gang groups and public safety. Normally, the circumstantial evidence he had wouldn't be enough to get their cooperation. In fact, public safety doubted Oishi's source because they hadn't heard of any potential terrorist attacks. They trusted their information network. But Oishi took advantage of his younger career and his old friend, or his long career, not younger, and he managed to get them to cooperate. Oishi's face broke into a nervous sweat. Needless to say, he realized he was completely wrong. We caused you some trouble during the dam conflict, but the era is reaching its end, and things have changed. We're a Yakuza group that sides with the weak and crushes the strong, but we're also trying to achieve peace and stability in line with those changing times. If we raided now, we're going to lose face. Who cares about your face? I know we'll find something in those raids. We're going to go through with them. If you find something, good for you. But if you don't, you'll know it'll cause a big liability issue that even you won't escape lightly, Oishi-san. Alright, sounds like you really do want an all-out war. Huh? If that's what you want, please carry out your job to your own satisfaction. We'll take on the challenge any time. Huh? Akane Sonozaki didn't betray Oishi's expectations. Although her right to become the successor was taken away, Akane had been through a lot more than Mion. Oishi couldn't back down now, but he knew it was a fight he probably couldn't win. Kumagai butted in and tried to calm him down. If we put a stop to the raids, what would we get in return? Mion answered this time. We'll give you these scrapbooks as proof of our friendship. I'm sure you can use them to cancel the raid attempts. These scrapbooks proved how ridiculous Mio Takano's theory was. Takano was dead anyway. Oishi could show people these scrapbooks and say he was fooled. He could still pretend the whole raid thing never happened. He might have to take responsibility for it, but if he didn't back off now, there'd be no doubt that he'd face a hopeless mess. If he was going to back off, it was now or never. The administrative staff at his station weren't exactly fond of him. If he made such a huge mistake right before his retirement, people who've been looking for a chance of revenge would cut his pension with glee. His pension was decided by multiplying his base salary by a certain number. If they cut his base salary, there was no way he could avoid a big reduction. Oishi-san. He decided to back off. It was hard for him to admit mistakes at his age. He grimaced with anger. Kuma-chan, can you take over from here? I think I had too much to drink. I'm going to get some fresh air on the porch. Excuse me. Oishi stood up quickly and left the room, making a lot of noise as he walked. Kasai closed the door Oishi left open. The room was filled with silence again. At that point, Kumagai opened his mouth. We understand your point. Our intention isn't to cause trouble to all the organizations you own, so I want to confirm that the police and the Sonozaki family will help each other to maintain the peace of the city. Therefore, we're going to put off doing the simultaneous raids. Thank you very much. I'm sure our leader, Oryo, appreciates your concern as well. As you promised, we'll take the scrapbooks, and there are 2 more conditions. Go ahead. First, if you find the other missing scrapbooks, you must bring them to us immediately. Second, if you find Ryugu, you must turn her over to us immediately as well. I'm afraid the second one is unacceptable. Ryugu is in a state of delusion. We'll make sure of her safety, and we'll find the best medical facility we can take her to. She has the right to receive treatment. We can't accept that either. We have the right to question her about the murder of Takano, as well as a material witness, not as a suspect. Akane whispered to Mion. Mion, in return, nodded and began to speak. Very well. We'll accept the second condition. But let us add another condition on top of that. We're going to send her a lawyer. You will only question her in the lawyer's presence. Understood. One more thing. You aren't allowed to delay us by not sending the lawyer on purpose. We'll start questioning right after we find her. We have no problem with that. But you must contact us immediately after she's found. We will as soon as we can. Akane cut in. You have to call us before you question her. You must call us the very moment she's found. This agreement is made in good faith, founded on our mutual trust, so please do be careful not to do anything that might waste it. Understood. You have my word on that. We'll try to keep our promise with the best of intentions. Akane and Kumagai glared at each other for a moment. Surprisingly, Kumagai was very calm. He was always in the shadow of Oishi, who was loud and noisy, but he had as much guts as his superior did. Oishi was good at taking care of matters in a rough and threatening kind of way, but Kumagai was good at negotiations like this. The meeting ended, and the police stood up from their seats. The tension in the room had finally ceased. Kasai put the scrapbooks back in the suitcase and handed them to Kumagai. Kumagai looked at Kasai, nodded lightly, and took what was offered him. This is a very expensive case made in Italy. Please take it as a souvenir from us. No, we're only supposed to take the scrapbooks. We'll return it to your office later. Thank you for your time. Please give my regards to the family head, Oryo-san. The officers left after bowing to Mion. After making sure that the police had left the hallway, Mion sighed heavily and finally let go of her tension. She spread her feet on the floor, flapping the rim of her skirt. Oh man, my shoulders hurt. Why didn't you take care of this, Mom? Don't be silly, your rank is higher than mine. Rank is everything, not age. Hey Kasai, have a waitress bring me a beer. Oh, and you can let the grunts and give them something cold to drink too. You want me to bring only beer? Oh, she can't drink. Bring some orange juice for her. Don't treat me like I'm a little kid. Guess my rank doesn't matter to you, huh? You'll always be a big baby to me. Anyway, your father pulled many strings for you this time. You should thank him. And you too, Kasai. You have to play it smarter when meeting with the common man. I'm a little embarrassed. By the way, I'm very impressed with Rena-chan for making a fool out of Oishi. You have many friends with good potential. I'd like to meet her. We have to go see a play together or something. Kasai, whenever you see her next time, let her know I said that. And don't tell her any more creepy stories, alright? Of course, I'm well aware of that. Hopefully there's a good stopping point that'll show up here soon. With that, they successfully dispelled the magical power of Takano's scrapbooks. The whole mess shouldn't go any larger. The only remaining problem was Rena. Where could she be hiding? Okay, if you're gonna keep okay, I'm pausing you here. This is a good stopping point. I don't care what you saying, Keiichi. We are saving. This is a good stopping point, if any.
Okay, so now that it is a bit after 6, let us go over to the page over here and then let's see who's streaming right now. Ooh, there's Amma. What is Amma? What is Amma doing? Amma's doing some art, it seems, which is always good. It's always a good time with Amma. Okay, so let's go and raid her.
Yep, the next good stopping point isn't for another 5 hours. Oh my gosh. You guys always want me to go on forever.
Let me see. Let me think of a good. We'll do the like
Delusional raid. I feel like that's a good one. Let me get that. Yeah. Funk is tier 1, so
that should be good. Okay, and let me get that start button ready. Thank you everybody for joining us today. Let's see. I don't know when my next stream will be obviously sometime next week. I don't remember when. And then I guess soon I'm gonna have to figure out what else to play after this. Because I think we only have just a little bit left of this chapter. But yeah, my throat is gonna have to do some recovery this weekend. Which hopefully shouldn't be too bad, now that I don't have any wishes to do. But yeah, we will come back here sometime next week. We will finish it up, and then probably take a break with something really short,
so that way I can take a break from actually just doing voices a million times.
But yeah, it was very fun. Thank you again, everybody, for joining me. I hope you guys are having fun with Higurashi. I know I am.
And I'm excited for the next 2 chapters, and then to eventually do Umi and Echo. I'll probably do some more longer series before, but you know, just rest up.
Yeah, I'll do my best. Let me do a little tune on my automaton while the countdown is going.
That was close enough to you, right?
Anyways, bye. See you guys next